Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm your host, Cooley. Tonight we have a special, amazing episode. It is Debate Night featuring Andrew Wilson and Captain Tazaryach. They will be debating polygyny. Is polygyny good for the West, and is polygyny a sin? Right before I go ahead and bring these two gentlemen up, let's go ahead and hop into the intro. And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long. Doing new things. Men are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in competition. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we could box. I'm about my business. So remember I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman. All right, chat. Welcome back to No Fugazee Podcast. As usual, let's get to normal scheduled programming before we bring the two gentlemen up. So normal scheduled programming, we have a few links in the description. The first link is to join the membership. We got 3 tiers. First tier is gang, second tier is hitman, third tier is mob ties. If you like this podcast and you want to support the podcast and continue to watch it grow, go ahead and join the membership, man. It looks like we went viral again, so just reached another 30,000 subscribers in just this month. So why not subscribe and be a member, man? It's good content that we're pushing out, and we have an amazing debate for you guys tonight. And then the next links is going to be for one-on-one coaching. Then we got the Clips channel, and then all of the social media is right in the description. So if you want to go ahead and subscribe to any of my channels and any of the guest channels, we're going to have their links down below as well. We got the Facebook, the TikTok, the Instagram, the X, all of the accounts right below in the YouTube description. Without further ado, let's go ahead and let's get ready to rumble.
Let's get ready to rumble!
All right, here we go. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast, Cap and Andrew Wilson. Looks like he's just bringing up his screen now. Okay, fellas, welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. So we spoke behind the scenes, and it looks like both of them were equal. They was like, I don't really care who goes first. But for you guys, we are doing 4-minute intros, and then it's just going to be, free for all debate. So open format debate. Other than that, if things get a little out of hand, I will, jump in every now and then. But, these two guys are professionals. They've been doing it for a while. So it probably will get out of hand. And I may have to jump in and do like a 30-second timer or 1-minute timer. But whatever we need to get the debate done and create some decorum, we'll get it done here at No Fugazee Podcast. So I guess I'll go ahead and pick, since you guys were equal on it. So how it'll go is I'll go ahead and have Captain Tazaryach go first. Since he'll be going first, then for the closing statement, he'll give his closing statement last. I believe that's how it works. Okay? All right, the floor is yours. Cap, you're actually muted on my end. I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
You're perfect. Yes, sir.
Okay. I was just making sure my audience can hear me. They said they couldn't hear me earlier when I was streaming. So I was just making sure they came. But you said I'm going first, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then you'll be going last for your closing statement.
Okay, that's fine. I'm cool with that. I'm just make sure my audience tell me that they can hear me before I start. Make sure we don't have no technical issues. Just making sure we're good to go. I appreciate you. Okay, they're saying I'm good. All right, perfect. All right, so I think the topic that Cooley picked, if I'm not mistaken, is polygyny. Can polygyny save the West? Is it a sin? Is the topic of this particular debate. I remember initially I had said to Cooley, we need to have something Bible based in there, and then I didn't read the part where they said, "Is it a sin?" And so I was comfortable with the subject. So my position on polygamy, if I say polygamy, forgive me. That's what I'm used to saying. That's the word I'm used to saying. So on my subject on monogamy, polygyny, is that the Bible doesn't say you. It doesn't mandate either. It's only when you get to Christianity and if you want to say the Western way of life that they mandate monogamy. But at the same time, all manner of whoredom is promoted. All manner of fornication is promoted. And where Christianity fails God and why they're in sin is that marriage is only if you get that government contract that actually validates the contract between a man and a woman. And though, so even though you have that contract of a man and a woman, that same man can have outside as much outside sex as he wants. The woman, in some cases, has outside sex that they want before they even get married. I remember my dad told me before I get married to sow all my oats, make sure I got it all out the way, because once I'm married, I got to be with this one woman. That's sin because according to the Bible, when you lay with a man or woman, that's marriage. So when we say what can save the West, I would say morality can save the West because the West has absolutely no morality. It doesn't know how it exists. In the West, you can be gay and be married. You could be lesbian and be married. One to one. So what does monogamy really mean in the West when gays can get married in the West, lesbians can get married in the West? So I think all of it is a sin. And from a moral standpoint, if we actually understood what sex really was to God, we would all stop sinning and then put real value on what marriage actually is. I'll land right there.
All right. Thank you for your opener, man. And Andrew Wilson?
I don't really understand what the arguments were there, but just to address them very quickly, marriage is a government contract. It's not a government contract, has nothing, no bearing on any of this. He says morality can save the West. The debate topic's not about whether or not morality can save the West, but if polygyny can. In this case, is it even good for the West? I'm even willing to accept that. But I'll dive right into my opening here. Today, we debate if polygyny is good for the West. The answer here is a resounding no. I've often believed that the pro-polygynist crowd only advocates for this because they want to fuck a bunch of different women and justify it. It really is that simple. The strange part here is why advocate for any form of marriage when you can already do that. Think about it. My opponent doesn't believe in state marriage. You heard him just say it just now. He doesn't think it's in any way meaningful ultimately, so there isn't anything stopping him or anybody else legally from just declaring they are married and have many women live with them. And they can hump them. They can have children with them. In fact, his version of polygyny is basically practiced right now by the black community by and large, and it just creates a single mother factory, which in turn destroyed their entire civilization in America. It's done all over the country, in fact, by small handfuls of people, and the outcomes are never great. To the meat of the argument, my opponent often says, and this is a really weird one, that women aren't engineered for polygamy, but men are engineered for polygyny. His argument goes like this. A man can procreate with many women at a time, and a woman can only procreate with a single man at a time. I don't think I've gotten that wrong. He is appealing to plumbing and nature here, but the argument has a massive hole in it. You see, friends, he needs to explain that if this is supposed to be some natural way things are done, just based on the possibility they can be done, why almost equal amounts of boys and girls are born naturally. It's 105 boys for every 100 girls. So actually, boys actually have a slight advantage there. So if it was the natural conditional that men were supposed to have many wives, why are they born in equal rates to women? That's a really stupid argument. If nature was making an appeal to men being with many women, why wouldn't it distribute the male category as being significantly lesser than the female category? Makes zero sense. Also, wouldn't it be natural for women who value resources and protection to desire many men who could provide that? Also, let's be real. Much like with the LGBTQ, polygyny advocates hide behind vague language of love without actually explaining the mechanics of what they want. It's a way to mask how degenerate the whole thing really is. I actually want my opponent tonight to explain the mechanics of polygyny and multiple wives. Can you have sex with them all at the same time? Can one suck your balls while the other one sits on your face? Can one fluff you with her mouth and to get you ready for the next one? Can you half ejaculate into one, pull out and finish in another one? Can one of your wives spit cum into another one of your wives' vaginas, bro? Actually explain the mechanics of what is permitted. Not just that, but Muslims at least have some kind of ecclesiology when it comes to who can and can't practice polygyny with specific guidelines. Where's the ecclesiology of my opponent to describe who gets to and who doesn't get to be a polygynist? Is there an income threshold, living standard? What's allowable? Polygyny increases social instability and crime. It leads to serious harm for women and children. It's simple. Why? Adults in the home of non-biological children increases the risk to the safety of those children by massive rates. It doesn't matter if this is male or female. Every social study done by any side of the argument doesn't even dispute this point. It splits a father's attention between which in-group to give preference to based on which wife. It's the stepchild problem in real time. Next, this is a class-dependent lifestyle. Why would we try to waste any resources normalizing it in any way? Right now, it's difficult for one man to afford one family, let alone many. And the ability for the men to afford these families is going to be dependent on having a status unattainable to almost all men. Evidence for my claims, if you'd like them, I can pull them up for time purposes. I'm not going to go through it. I'll go right to the biblical stuff. I know that you wanted to get into that too. If you'll humor me, if I need a slight extension here, I hope you will. But I wanted to dive into those very quickly if you'd like. Let's start with Adam and Eve. If God wanted to have multiple wives, why didn't he create multiple wives for him? When asked about divorce, Christ quotes Genesis, and what does he reference? He references Adam and Eve and the two becoming one flesh. My opponent, like all supposed Christian polygynists, brings up examples of polygyny in the Bible as if that makes the case polygyny was somehow endorsed, commanded by God, or is permitted, not sinful. Examples of polygyny in the Old Testament would be Abraham's wife, Sarah, who was barren, asked Abraham out of desperation to have a child through their servant Hagar. It wasn't his idea. She regrets doing so later, and Hagar and his son Ishmael leave. He never had multiple wives. Isaac, Abraham's son through Sarah, marries Rebekah, and they're seen as a true example of a godly couple. You can see that in Genesis 24:67, which goes to show it wasn't a marriage of convenience or securing interfamilial relations. Jacob ended up having two wives, Leah and Rachel, but only through being tricked, right? We can get into that if he wants to. Moses marries Zechariah, daughter of Jethro, in Numbers 12:1, but we have no idea if he's actually married to two women. And then we can look at David, the second line, king of Israel after Saul, as a through line of marrying women. This keeps causing problems for him and his family, right? We can dive in to all of that too. But my basic conclusion here is I have to wrap up very quickly. The basic error made by many Christians stems from one wrong presupposition, which we can call biblical good guy fallacy. One massive difference between the biblical stories and other ancient literature is that the biblical protagonist is very often flawed. Some are near perfect, such as Daniel, Samuel, Elijah, but most are far from. This is an almost pagan understanding of heroes, and that the Bible leads to, and it leads to people to many basic errors, concluding that polygyny is acceptable is one of them. God tolerates much worse things until he doesn't. So anyway, I'll leave it there for right now. I'd like to, if we could, start with the claims on the social aspect and then move to the biblical aspects, as that's what I prepared for this debate.
Yeah, it's open format right now. If anyone wants to pose the first question, you're able to.
Before we go, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I knocked my road player down by mistake. You're going to see me refresh. I just didn't want to do it while you was talking. Okay. So I'm just going to refresh real fast.
Cool. Yeah. All right. While we are waiting for Captain Tazaryach to come back up, get the likes up, man. Get the likes up. Don't be a ninja watcher.
Yeah.
All right.
Right. Come like all my stuff too.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, yeah. So we got Andrew Wilson on the Crucible. He's tagged on the title. Go ahead and follow him. We got Captain Tazaryach. He's tagged. Go ahead and follow him as well, man. Support the gentleman. All right. Cap, can you speak so We can see if we hear you.
Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me?
No. You know what? I think you're on the wrong mic. I think you're on like maybe a laptop mic or something like that. That's what I think.
So I had my Rode player and I was plugging my laptop in, and I think I knocked and it unplugged.
Maybe turn it up a little bit real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me go back to it. Hold on. Switch it off. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. What about now? Is it sound any better now?
It's audible, but it's very low.
Yeah, it's let me turn you up on my end. Hold up.
Okay. And I apologize for that. I knocked it off by mistake. I apologize.
Okay.
I've done shit like that.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry about that. Let me try this. I'm gonna step away for 1 second.
You sound better now.
Yeah, you sound good.
He turned you up.
I turned you up on my end. You sound good.
Okay. All right. So I do sound fine. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep. All right. Then the first question I wanted to establish is, what do you consider marriage?
Do you? Well, I can give you my biblical definition if you'd like.
Well, I'm asking because you said that I don't respect the paper, which I never said that, but I'm trying to understand.
Well, I don't. So state marriage to me is essentially meaningless. So when you say things like lesbians and homosexuals can get married, they actually can't get married. What they can have is they can have the state make a claim of officiation and give them a piece
That's
of
what
paper.
I'm referring to.
Yeah, right. But that's not marriage. You would agree with me that's not marriage, right?
It's not marriage to me.
Well, it's just not marriage, period.
But in the West, that piece of paper says they're married. That's why I said in the West. So
well, to me, it's a word concept fallacy. So it's true that the state uses the word marriage, and also in religion we use the word marriage. In Christianity we use the word marriage, but that doesn't mean they have the same meaning. They don't have the same mening. So you can have a word.
Churches that are
hang on. Let me just give the explanation. I promise I'll give you plenty of time to respond.
No problem.
But if you have
in your explanation, can you just explain what marriage is to you as well?
Yeah, I can actually. I gave a complete definition, or I have a complete definition here, so I want to make sure, in case this came up, to make sure that we got the semantics correct. So, 1 second here, and I'll pull it up. So the main example in Orthodoxy and anything Christ, in the case of marriage, it is his marriage with Israel, both the Old Testament, New Testament. Throughout the Old Testament, God speaks of his bride Israel, although Israel's okay. So I guess I'll give you the Reader's Digest definition. To me, biblical marriage is one man, one woman, right? It's officiated by the Orthodox Church, and it's a sacrament. It's a sacrament. That's what marriage.
What I mean is, okay, I get that concept. I agree with that concept, whether it's one man or multiple. What I'm asking you is, for you, what consummates? I'll give you my lens. Okay. My lens, biblically speaking, if you lay with that woman, that's your wife. Is that your lens?
No.
Or that's what I'm trying to get to.
No, that wouldn't. No, and that doesn't even reflect the Old Testament. So even the way that they married in the Old Testament, it was ceremonial. I can give you many examples of this, but the consummation came at the end.
That's not true.
It is true. In the Old Testament, marriages were officiated by the heads of families, clans, tribes, patriarchs of the familial units.
Not true.
They would be feast involved, and at certain times, the groom and bride would go to the bedchamber, consummate the marriage. Thereby, they would become one. That is true. That is, in fact, true.
When I'm saying that that's not true, you can have a ceremony or you cannot have a ceremony. But if you lay with that woman, that's your wife. In Genesis, the 29th chapter, after Jacob worked 7 years, the ceremony was for Rachel. Leah was sent in the bedchamber. He laid with Leah. They were married. Then he laid with Rachel. No ceremony. Then Leah and Rachel gave him midwives. Gave them their servants. Laid with them. No ceremony. When Haggai laid with Abraham, no ceremony.
Didn't say ceremony. It's a sacrament. Under Christianity, it's a sacrament. When I'm talking about the Old Testament,
you just said the Old Testament. You got to be.
I'm talking
what you say.
Yeah, listen to what I'm saying. I'm talking about in the Old Testament how they officiated marriage. You're giving us a hyper-specific example of something which would still be considered a legitimate marriage, right? But it had nothing to do with the intercourse portion of it. If this was the case, if this was the case, hang on.
Was made them husbands.
No, it doesn't.
What made them? Can I read the verse?
Read it.
No problem. This is
Give me the verse quote.
This is Genesis 29, and let's start at Genesis 30 and 4 says, and 3, Genesis the 30th chapter, 3rd verse. And she said, behold, my maid Bilhah, go in unto her, and she shall bear upon my knees, that I may also have children by her. And she gave him Bilhah, her handmaid, to wife, and Jacob went in unto her. So the sex is what made them husband and wife.
That's a completely
and as a matter of fact, no man gave it away, no sacrament given. She said, here's my handmaid, lay with her, that's your wife.
There's a completely unbiblical view of this, including by all the church fathers who studied this from the very beginning. If you go to Genesis 2:24, the two becoming one flesh is what both Jesus and St. Paul quote when speaking of marriage.
There was no ceremony for Adam and Eve.
The two becoming one flesh.
Where was the ceremony?
Hang on. Can I finish what I'm saying to you? Right? It's absurd for you to make the claim that it's the intercourse that makes them married. Where do you infer from that passage that it's the intercourse itself that creates the marriage compact between the two? So, for instance, if a woman is raped, right, why would they not be married then? By that logic, why would intercourse equal marriage?
Well, grape is something that your people do. It's not something that the Bible says is marriage. Because rape is forced sex. That's not lawful.
The Bible is not saying that they're married in that passage because of the sex.
Why is it saying wife? Genesis 30 and 4. And she gave him Bilhah, her handmaid, to wife, and Jacob went in unto her. And just a quick comment.
So she was given for she was given for him to wife. But it doesn't say what made her the wife was that they had sex.
Went in. What does the went in mean?
It just means he fucked her. It doesn't mean that's what made it official. You're saying, show me how that's the officiate.
You said
that doesn't show anything. Yes.
You said in the Old Testament, there was sacrament. Where's the sacrament at? Because we can read that they had sex.
Yeah,
we can read that she was a wife. Where does it say sacrament?
Yeah, so what I was giving you was an overview of how Jewish marriages were done in the Old Testament. You're giving a particular.
And I'm giving you in the Old Testament.
You're giving me a particular. But what I'm saying is that in regards to this particular, it could be possible that there's marriage in the particular, but that doesn't mean that the sexual intercourse is what made them married. Show me how the sex itself makes you married.
Show me the sex is the marriage.
No, that's a claim that you're not backing that up with anything.
I'm backing it up, right?
All you're saying is that he fucked her. You're not saying that's what made them married.
Did the Bible say handmaid to wife? Yes or no?
Yeah. Okay. Let's pull it up again. What is it? Genesis what?
Genesis chapter 30, verse 4. I got to turn one of my lights off. They said I'm looking real light.
You're a little pale. Yes.
Also, while you're looking that up,
she gave him her servant Bilhah as a wife, and Jacob slept with her.
I don't know what version that you're reading.
Yeah, that was just the NIV. You want King James?
Well, can you read that again? I want to see. Yeah, I would say it.
Yeah, she gave him her servant Bilhah's wife. Jacob slept with her. I can pull up the King James version if you'd prefer that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's no problem. Hang on. We'll do King James here.
And then I have another one when when Isaac married Rebekah.
Yeah.
Now that's a little different because I would say that was the norm. And that was by Genesis 24:67. It was looked at by God as being a true form of marriage, right? I wouldn't. No, it's not a true form.
That's true form of a godly couple is what it says.
No, actually, when you read it, the way that the Bible is. If you have the intercourse, that's your wife. Whether you have a ceremony of marriage or you don't have a ceremony of marriage. That's my point.
Yeah.
You don't. That's why you
Okay.
see the term wife there. It doesn't say she's not a wife.
Okay, listen. Here's the problem with this inference. And she gave him Bilhah, her handmaid, to wife, and Jacob went unto her. Okay, so gave her to wife. He slept with her. This does not infer that because he slept with her, that's what made her his wife. How do you know there wasn't a ceremony involved? You don't know that? Like, you don't know that? What do you mean?
When you say that, this is what people do when they can't handle the pressure.
What pressure?
There's a ceremony for Rachel, we can read it. Jacob worked 7 years. After the 7 years, they had a ceremony. When he went in there, even if we was to go back to Genesis 29, when them 7 years was up, Laban gave Jacob Leah instead of Rachel. And then Jacob is like, why did you do that? And he said, because Leah was the older one. But there was no ceremony for Rachel.
I'm going to show you how weak this argument is.
So he had a ceremony for one, but had sex and married both of them.
Can you explain this to me, dude? If it was actually the case that if you slept with a woman, that became your wife, why can't you show me examples of the apostles telling us this, especially Paul, that if you just slept with a woman, she immediately becomes your wife? Why can't you show us any of the teachings of Christ showing that? Why is it that you're showing a nebulous passage which just states that he slept with this woman who was given to him as his wife? You're just saying that in the absence of them writing down or documenting any type of ceremony associated with that therefore it means the sex is what made them husband and wife. That's absurd, dude. That's absurd.
So when you say nebulous, what Christians, and I don't know if do you classify as a Christian?
I'm an Orthodox Christian.
Got you. What Christians like to do is negate the Old Testament. When Christ didn't negate the Old Testament.
I'm not negating anything.
You are.
I'm not.
You're saying I can't use the Old Testament as the standard.
You can.
But when Christ was telling them not to divorce, what did he use as the standard?
Yeah, I didn't say you couldn't use the Old Testament here.
I'm asking you, what did he? Okay, then. So
yeah, he referenced what was the law at the time. But here's the thing, though. They explained, like Paul, especially in great detail, explained how marriage works, and it had nothing at all to do with sex.
Marriage works. What did Paul say?
Do you want Paul's breakdown on marriage?
No, you said he went in great detail.
He did actually go in pretty good detail for how marriage works. Yeah.
How you get married or how you stay married?
Well, he explained basically all of it, actually. So here, I can pull it up. Give me a second here. We can go through what Paul details.
I think you want 1 Corinthians, the 7th chapter.
Okay, let's pull up 1 Corinthians 7.
That you might be referring to, because in verse 36, it says, if any man think he behaveth himself uncomely toward his virgin, and she pass the flower of her age, and needs so require, let him do what he will. He sinneth not. Let them marry. So it's telling him he can do what he wants with his woman. So
so that's 1 Corinthians 7?
7, verse 36.
Okay, let's go to 36. Let's make sure that we get this in context. Okay. Something that you guys don't really do too. If anyone is worried that he might not be acting honorably towards the virgin he is engaged to, and if his passions are too strong and he feels he ought to marry, he should do as he wants. He is not sinning. Okay, so what do you think that means? What do you think that means?
No, you're supposed to tell us what that means. Not me. You said Paul went in great detail.
No, you told me to pull up this verse.
No. I said, are you referring? I was trying to help you out.
Oh, well, I mean, there was no need. So anyway, that's kind of tricky to do, to say, hey, pull up this verse because you want to discuss it, and then I'm supposed to justify the verse you wanted me to pull up.
If you're having a discussion about the Bible and you say, are you talking about this? You talking to me. I may look at it to see if that's it.
He's saying that if you're with a virgin, right, and you're overcome with lust, you should go ahead and marry her. That's what he's saying. Before you take her virginity. That's what he's saying.
A ceremony, which is my only, and I'm not against ceremonies.
What?
But ceremonies, if you don't have a ceremony.
Listen, in Christianity, it's a sacrament. A sacrament. You agree with that, right?
in Christianity, if
Mhm.
you talk about Christianity, they fornicate. They do not have a sacrament of marriage.
Yes, they do have a sacrament of marriage. What are you
Show me.
talking about?
Show
You
me.
want you want the ecclesiastical sacraments of marriage from the Orthodox
Yes.
Church? Yeah, I can
No,
give
no.
them
What
to
I
you.
want to see how the church is doing that.
Well, what they do is
Because when I look up the
they
top
have
three
what's called
churches,
a crown. What?
if the three of the U.S.'s biggest religious denominations in turmoil
Protestants?
over sex abuse and LBGT policy, the three churches that they have
Who?
is the
Which
Catholic
churches?
Church.
Okay.
I'm going to give you the three major ones: the U.S. Catholic Church,
hmm
the Southern Baptist Church,
hmm
the United Methodist Church, the largest mainline Protestant denomination.
Yeah.
So
So
those three churches are
yeah.
in sex abuse and LGBT. So
Okay.
the
So
church has no authority on this
let's
subject.
try to untangle that nonsense first. When it comes to sexual abuse, public schools have 100 times more sex abuse. The secular institution of public schools, 100 times more sexual abuse
They're not the
than
subject of conversation,
hang on,
brother.
than the Catholic Church does.
They're
Here's
not the
why.
subject of conversation.
Yeah, it is. I'm going to explain why. Here's
Okay.
why. Predators go where the children are. If predators can sneak in through the Catholic Church to get access to children, they will. If they can sneak in a Protestant church to get access to children, they will. They're very hard to spot. They blend right in, just like they do in public schools. You just saying that because there's abuse inside of these institutions, I don't even know what that point is. What is
punishment
the
do they
point
do when they find out that they're predators? What is the punishment?
for
Nothing.
which church? No, there is a punishment.
No,
Yes.
it's not. Like when I
Yes,
look
they're
up this article
excommunicated.
on
Listen, they're
NBC,
excommunicated, turned over to law
no, they're not.
enforcement.
They're
Yes, they
transferred
are.
to a no, they're not. They are
Yes, they are.
transferred to another church.
Inside of Roman Catholicism, there was cases of that. There's no doubt
A
that
lot
that's
of
true.
cases. When I
Well,
when
yeah, okay.
right.
But here's the thing. Again,
Mhm.
if you make the comparison to secular institutions, it's the exact same thing. If the predator is found out at the administrative level, they will also try to hide it and have done thousands and thousands of examples I could give you
that
of
I'm
them
not
also hiding it. The point
I
is
don't
that
disagree with
any
you, but
institution,
what the problem is
hang on, bro. Let me finish. Any institution at an administrative level will try to hide that shit. That's what they do. That's what administrations that are high level do.
hide it. Black church, white church, Hispanic church,
Mhm.
Chinese church. When
Yeah.
it comes to molestation, you can do that to kids. When it comes to fornication,
It's not permitted. No, it's not
it is
permitted.
permitted.
No,
If
it's not
it wasn't
permitted.
permitted, there wouldn't be a plethora of it going on in the church.
What are you talking? Okay, is murder permitted?
You don't see murder happening in the church.
Okay, is murder permitted though? No, murder's
No,
not
so
permitted, but murder's always happening all over the place. So therefore, like, what are you talking about? That's a stupid argument.
In church.
Yeah, murder's happen in church too. What do you mean?
No. The murderer doesn't still get to preach in church.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. There's females in Protestant churches who murdered their children who preach in those churches. Yes, they do.
Depending on the type of Protestant you're talking about. If you talk about doing slavery when they was murdering us, then yes. But if you talk about
Okay, so even that would refute your own point. That's a non sequitur, dude.
Is my point that the Christian church cannot save the West because they don't obey God. They murder, they enslave, they rape. That's
Okay, so secularists are going to save the West. Who's going to save the West?
Who's a secularist?
Anyone who's not a Christian or believes in any type of or believes in any type of religiosity.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Okay, go ahead.
Or believes in any type of religiosity. That would be secularist.
Okay, no problem. So me as an Israelite, I believe in God. The Christians say that they believe in God. The difference between the Christian and myself is if God says you can do it, I do it. If God says you cannot do it, I don't do it. I don't make excuses to have sex before I have a sacrament of marriage. Because even if I go by your logic, let me ask you a question. Before you have the sacrament of marriage, is it okay to have sex before then?
No. It's a sin.
But do people have sex before?
Yeah,
them?
sure.
That
people sin all the time, and they sin all the time after the sacrament too. It happens,
Right. So when you say monogamy can save the West, are you talking about morally?
Well, I'm saying that monogamy is better for the West than polygyny. And I
asking
gave you
for-
all
I'm
of the
asking
examples for
morally.
why. Yeah, it still would be. Yeah, morally, it's the only thing that's permitted within Christianity, period. But even if, let's just grant for a second, hang on. Let's just grant for a second that even it wasn't, and that polygyny was granted. It's not mandated, like you say, right? But it just
What's
like
not
you
mandated?
can do it. So you said polygyny is not mandated, but you can do it, right? Within your
Either
view.
one. So just so you can understand,
Mhm.
I wouldn't put myself as like I have multiple women personally.
Of
But as
course.
far as our culture, it's not a mandate where you have to do it.
Right. That's my point. So
Right.
there's no mandate.
You don't.
So hang on. So if there's no mandate
Mhm.
for you, okay, or for anybody else to practice inside of the prism of polygyny, how's that going to help the West anyway? Like how is it that this really teeny tiny infinitesimal amount of men who could even practice it, why would we waste any time, energy, or resources pushing that or saying that it was okay in any way, shape, or form? All you're doing is really making this claim. I can declare myself married unilaterally, okay, because I had sex with a woman. Now she's my wife. Let me ask you this. Are any of these wives that you have, any of them, have you ever had sex with a woman and then she's not your wife? Has that ever happened to you?
No.
Okay, so you've never had. Yeah, so are you are currently in relations with every woman you've had sex with?
That's what I want to answer.
Okay.
So I wasn't always an Israelite, so I didn't always have this thought process. So I've
Okay.
had this thought process since 32 or 33.
Mhm.
So since that time, yes, if that woman is with, unless she decides to leave, that woman that I lay with is my wife forever.
So you can
But-
unilaterally declare that you're married, and she
Well,
can
you-
unilaterally declare she's
You
divorced?
said you don't look at the paper marriage, right?
I'm not talking about a paper marriage. I'm talking
no,
about
I'm
you
talking-
declaring that
No,
you're married.
This gonna help you. You also said you don't agree with the paper marriage, right?
I don't believe that the state officiates marriage. I
Right.
don't think that they,
So
I don't give them any credibility with the officiation of
So
marriage.
then we are both unilaterally declaring what we say
No,
marriage is.
I'm appealing to the
Okay, so what's
sacramental
marriage?
ecclesiology of my church and the sacrament of
Okay,
marriage.
I'm going
which
by
is-
my church.
I understand
By my
that.
school, I should
So this and listen, I'm granting that you're going by
Right.
whatever you
Yeah,
say
we-
your church is. So
don't
this
act
gets
like
to my point,
ain't different than me.
bro. I'm granting it. So if this is the case, and you can unilaterally declare that you're married, can you unilaterally declare you're divorced?
But we don't get divorced.
Okay, so is all of the women
the
you slept
Bible
with
says that you
before?
can do-
Okay, so hang on. So every woman you slept with before you became a Black Hebrew Israelite,
Mhm.
right? All of those women right now are your wives.
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay, so just to make sure that we got this clear, if those women leave, you're still married to them?
No. So in 1 Corinthians, the 7th chapter,
Uh-huh.
it says, if the unbelieving depart, let
Yeah.
them depart. That's what it says. Because God has called you to peace. So if that woman was to leave me, then I'm
Yeah.
not bound to her anymore because she left.
What about you? Can you leave them?
We're not supposed to. I've never left a woman.
Yeah, but could you?
No.
No, you're not permitted to leave a woman. What if she
No.
cheats with a guy?
That's adultery.
Yeah, so that doesn't mean that she.
Absolutely.
What if she comes to you and says, "I made a mistake.
That's what Christ said.
I went and
Christ
slept."
said,
Yeah, so
No,
then you could
there
get
is
a divorce.
There's no mistaken dick.
So you could get a divorce. So then you could get a divorce.
Wait, slow down. I
Right?
never said you can't get a divorce. I
Okay.
said I haven't divorced.
Okay, so what are the grounds in which you can divorce?
Adultery.
That's it?
Yes. That's
What if she kills one of your
isn't that what
kids?
Christ said? Isn't that what Christ said?
What if she kills one of your kids?
But this is what was called like red herring, where what we're gonna do is we're gonna bring up the most extreme
Just
example.
answer the fucking question. What if she kills one of your kids?
I haven't gone through
I
that.
know you haven't, but if you did, if she killed one of your kids, could you divorce her
I haven't
then?
gone through that.
Could you divorce her then? Could you leave her then?
I haven't gone
I know
through-
you haven't. I'm asking if it were to happen to somebody who was a Black Hebrew Israelite, they killed one of your
Did you
kids.
not say that?
Could you leave them then or not?
If you could just say Hebrew Israelite.
Okay,
Okay,
fine.
right.
Hebrew Israelite, whatever. Okay, it's a common nomenclature.
Right.
I didn't mean anything by it.
I know you
But,
did.
but please,
I know.
but please answer the question. Don't evade. If one of your wives killed one of your other wives' kids, could you leave them or not?
I would leave her.
Could you? Is that permitted?
Yes,
Is it sinful?
Yes.
Okay, so then
Now,
I guess it's not just fornication then.
That is fornication because that's murder.
What?
She's murdered.
That's not fornication, bro. Do you know what fornication means? It doesn't mean murder.
Awful sex. But
Yeah, that's not murder. What?
Also, I'm about to tell you.
Okay.
It's also spiritual fornication. When even if you as a Christian,
Oh my God.
if you was to be a Muslim, does God look at that as fornication?
What? Yeah, because okay, so the intent's tied to the
question.
intent's tied to the act. That's why it's fornication.
So
The intent of killing your
So when
other
I say-
kid. Okay, how would the intent of killing one of your other kids, one of your
the
wives?
Bible says
what-
thou shalt not murder.
Okay, great. Let me
against
ask the
God
question
and
before you answer the question. How could it possibly be that okay, yeah, I have a nasty thought about a woman that's tied to the intent of wanting to fornicate, therefore sinful. That makes sense. How could it possibly be that if one of your wives, that if I have a lustful thought towards a woman, right, that's tied to the act of intercourse, of fornication, that's why it's sinful. It's tied to the act.
That's not
Murdering. If one of your wives murders another one of your wife's kids, that is not tied to fornication at all. So how can you leave her?
Against God or is it for God?
What?
Is it against God or for God?
Yeah, but you said the specific criteria was that they had to fornicate for you to leave.
Yes, that's a normal. And then you brought up this extreme.
Yeah, and I want the answer.
Having my daughter.
That's why ecclesiology is so important, dude. I want your ecclesiology.
So are you married to everybody you had sex with?
No, of course not.
So you don't even follow the ecclesiastic authority. You saying
no? My ecclesiology says that that's not what marriage is.
I say is best.
My ecclesiology does not say that you having sex with a woman means that you're married to her. That's your ecclesiology.
You can fornicate, which is against God.
No, I can't fornicate. I'm not allowed to cheat on my wife. Not allowed to do any of those things.
But can you have sex with a woman before you have this ecclesiastical marriage?
You're conflating two concepts.
Can you just answer the question?
Yeah, it's sinful to do. Can you physically do it? Yes.
Right, and they're doing it.
Yeah, but so what? You're conflating. You're
tell
conflating can do thing with it's permitted to do thing. Like a person's able to do a thing, that doesn't mean they're permitted to do it, bro.
America in the West has said that they've had Christian values since it's been established. And if you say monogamy is the way, y'all are failures at it.
Okay, well, first of all,
you can be OnlyFans, you can be homosexual, you can be lesbian, you can do every sinful sexual.
This is I'll get to all of those points, but I'm not going to let you pivot away from the direct point that I just asked you, which is you have an ecclesiastical authority of you. Hang on. You said you said I go by my own standard.
I did not say that.
So
when you said I go by my ecclesiastical church, what I actually said was I go by my church, and then I said schools.
Okay, so under your church law, if one of your wives kills another one of your wife's kids,
I answered.
Are you permitted to divorce her?
I answered that.
No, you didn't answer it. Are you permitted to divorce her?
I said
then yes or no. Are you permitted to divorce her?
Why are you asking me the same question?
Because I want a direct yes or no answer.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So then it's not just fornication. And you lied to me earlier when you said that's the only way. Yeah, that is. Okay. So how about this?
Extreme circumstance.
Okay.
Don't even
extreme circumstances.
It is. Show me in the Bible where a woman unalived the husband's wife's child. Show me.
Okay, first of all, why
you have to do things?
Show me in the Bible when a massive corporation stole everybody's retirement savings. Can we make ecclesiastical prescriptions based around theft when we know that that's theft, even though it never happened in the Bible, bro?
I can show you when the white man stole land that wasn't theirs. That's theft. That's thievery.
That's not
the name of the.
Wait a second. And that has what to do with me? Am I living on stolen land?
Hypothetical banking question. So I gave a real life.
Yeah. How does that? In what way does that contend with what I'm saying? I'm saying that we can, even if the Bible doesn't mention a particular, utilize biblical Christian ethics to create solutions for the particular. Hang on. For the particulars in which are being stated, like Enron. There's no case like Enron in the Bible. No case like it, but we still know under Christian ethics that falls under theft, just like we know murder. So what you're actually saying is that if one of your wives murders somebody, you can divorce them. That's what you're saying, sir.
I want everybody to pay attention to what Andrew is doing. Andrew is clearly losing this argument, so he goes to an analogy of one of my wives unaliving a child that's not hers, but it's mine. And what should I do in that scenario? Which I've said she would not be my wife. But America
No, you said that you would divorce her.
That's what not be my wife means.
Well, I don't know. You use vague cloaked language. So
how many times can I answer the same question?
Well, usually people say the word divorce. You say not my wife. I don't know. It's vague.
Tactics. Because
no, it's not childlike. It's just me holding you to the fire of your own view.
In the same answer. I'm giving
it's vague. Listen, I'm just not going to let you get away with vagaries. That's all.
The same answer. It's not a different answer. It's not different.
Listen, it's vague and it's obfuscated. It's obfuscation. So I'm just asking this. Are there any other conditionals besides those two in which you can leave your wife?
Well, the condition that you just did is made up. Because that's not in the
that's what a hypothetical is. They're all made up in order to test the logical consistency of your position. That's true.
Monogamous. Could you rape your woman and not go to jail?
No, you wouldn't go to jail under the categorization of rape because it was under the categorization of battery. And yes, you would. And it was almost the same sentence.
Hey, fellas, let's try to use grape.
Oh, yeah.
Let's try to use grape.
Right.
Yeah, under coverture laws.
Marital grape was not even illegal until 93.
You are lying through your teeth. Let me explain what actually happened. Look up coverture laws. Under coverture laws, which is what you're referencing right now, right? They didn't use the term. They didn't use the term marital rape. That's true. You went to jail for battery and assault, which had the same penalty, though.
Prior to the 1970s, marital rape was legal in every U.S. state and only first became partially outlawed in Michigan and Delaware.
Now define what
1974.
Yeah. Now define what marital rape is.
Outlawed in South Dakota and Nebraska.
Yeah.
I don't have to define what grape.
Yeah. Do you realize
what grape?
Do you realize
why women wanted to?
Oh my God, you're a feminist, dude. This is a feminist talking point. Let me explain.
Feminist.
Yes. Let me explain.
Monogamy makes you feminist.
That's a feminist. What you have is a feminist talking point. I'll explain to you. Yes, it is, bro. Let me respond. If it is, when you're talking about coverture laws, and that's what you're talking about, it is true that because marital rape is the hardest thing in the world to prove. And it still is, by the way, to this day, one of the most difficult things in the world to prove. They didn't, under coverture laws, add marital rape. They did, for instance, though, say that the husband was responsible for all the woman's debt, various things like this. But they would send you to jail for assault, battery. I have many such cases I can show you of this, where the wife was assaulted by the husband sexually, okay? And they went to jail for battery. They just didn't classify it that way. You're using a feminist talking point, sir.
A polygamist can't be a feminist. A monogamist can, though. A monogamist that fights for one man, one woman is what women love.
Women love polygamy. Feminists advocated for polygamy. No, all the original feminists advocated for it.
Of whoredom. There's a difference. Women love to be whores. Men love to be whores. That's
okay.
That's why Christianity fakes that they believe in monogamy. They do not. That's why when
when are you going to demonstrate that?
Every married man goes to the strip club, got a side chick.
No, they don't.
Fans.
You're lying.
Yes, they do.
You're lying through your teeth. No, they don't. First of all, not every man does go through especially, in fact, I would say that especially in the classical churches, right? The more traditional churches. No, the men don't go to the strip clubs. No, they're not out gallivanting. No, they're not out whoring themselves out. They're not sleeping with lots of women. You make this prescription as though every community is like your own, sir, and it's not. Not every man who operates within Christendom is a man whore. That's ridiculous.
Unlawful sex in my community. In ISUPK, we don't fornicate. We don't have OnlyFans. We don't watch porn. We don't do none of that.
If you're sleeping with multiple women, you're fornicating. You're cheating. You're cheating on your wife.
Show me in the Bible.
Okay.
More than one woman is fornication.
Yeah. So can you cheat? Are you allowed to cheat on your wife?
Explain that.
Yeah. So are you allowed to sleep with a woman who's not your wife?
But you got to. When you ask the question, this ain't a gotcha moment. But when you say that to me, if me as a, let's say if I got one woman right now currently,
Yeah.
and then I see another woman and I have an interest in her,
Yeah.
you have to show me in the Bible where I can't marry her.
Okay. Are you allowed to, according to the Bible, are you allowed to leave your wife if she fornicates?
If your wife commits fornication, yes.
And what does that mean?
But you're not answering my question.
Yeah, I'm answering it. I just want to make sure that we're clear on terms, just like you wanted to be clear. What does fornication mean?
Fornication is unlawful sex. So if I'm married to my wife
Mm-hmm.
and she goes and sleeps with a woman, a man, an animal, that's fornication on the subject of sex.
Okay. So if you, though, I just want to make sure we're clear on this. If you go and have sex with another woman, that's permitted because that woman just becomes your wife, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So you, in your view, can never cheat on your wife.
No, the only cheating.
How is it possible?
Wait, just again, you asking me another question.
Yeah. How's it possible for you to even cheat on your wife?
Question. You haven't answered my question.
I don't. Well, the thing is that I'm explaining to you that what you're holding is, to your own view, is inconsistent. How do you? Is it possible? In other words, I guess I'm just going to ask, and then and hopefully I'll get the answer.
Question. Remember when the answer yes or no?
Can okay, bro. Is it possible for a man to cheat on his wife, and how does that occur?
Yeah, I need you to show me.
No, I need you to answer my question, dude.
No, I asked my question first, and what you said was you wanted to give a setup to make sure you understood me.
Yes,
so fine.
Yes.
Now we're at the point where you can answer my question.
Because I just want to make sure that you understand
where I'm sinning for having more than one woman.
You're not being logically consistent. So first we have to start with consistency.
Hey, real quick, just to be fair, I've been following Andrew. I think if you even give him the courtesy to answer his question, I think it would still play out in both of you guys' favor. So I think that'll be equal either way. So he did ask the question first, just answer his question, and then you can go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, so what two men have brought, or what God's brought together, let nobody separate, right? If you're having sex with a woman, a different woman other than the person that God has brought you together with, you would be fornicating. That's what that would mean.
What I asked you to do was...
Oh, you want the exact passage? Are you fucking serious? Okay, fine.
Here's the question.
Okay.
I asked you to show me in the Bible where me having more than one woman is a sin.
Well, I just told you. Do you want the exact passage?
Genesis 2:24 does not say I'm in sin if I have more than one woman.
Let's just grant it, just for the sake of argument for a second. Is it the case that you can ever cheat on your wife or not?
What are you granting first?
I'm just going to grant the position that I don't know, that you can never cheat on your wife, I guess. I don't know.
Granting the position that I'm not in sin for having more than one wife. Are you granting that?
No. But what I am doing is this. I just want you to answer the fucking question, dude.
I know.
We answer it.
You to answer the fucking question.
Okay. And I just told you. Do you want the exact passage?
You told.
Is what you're after the exact passage?
You quoted.
Oh my God, this fucking guy.
24.
Hey, Cap, do you want the exact passage? Because he is being in good faith. He's trying to answer the question. So what do you want? What do you want for him to answer the question?
Moderator, Cooley, I do want the exact passage that matches my question. He said I'm in sin for having more than one woman. I'm asking him to show me a passage that says if I have more than one woman, I'm in sin. That's what I'm asking him.
All right.
I want the scripture.
Okay. So you just want, and I'll give you the exact scripture. Hang on. Let me pull it up here. 1 second. Sorry, it's difficult because I'm on two screens right now, and I usually have, so give me 1 second. And I'll pull this up.
Andrew, and while you're pulling that up, everybody get the likes up. Andrew Wilson is currently live on his stream, like his podcast. Cap is currently live on his stream, like his podcast. And we here live on No Fugazee, like the podcast. Hey, real quick question for you two. Are you guys good to take a few questions at the end of for the chat?
Yes.
You good, Cap? What about you, Andrew?
Oh, yeah. I'm happy to do it.
Okay,
give me a second here.
Gotcha. So the only questions that we will be taking is super chats. So you got to go ahead and support the channel, send in some super chats, and we'll answer all questions. And, we'll also put the link if you want to come up on stream and ask these gentlemen some questions. We'll go ahead and do that and have a few people come on up as well. But you got to send in some super chats in order to come up. And actually, I would say in order to come up on stream, we're doing nothing under $10 for super chats.
So can you pull up real quick 1 Timothy verse 3 and 2?
Yeah, I got it in front of me. Man. I got it.
Can you read it?
Yes. What can I start at verse 1?
Sure. I don't start at 3 and 2. You asked me for the exact passage.
No, the reason why I said 1, well, no problem. A bishop then must be blameless, the husband of one wife, vigilant, sober, of good behavior, given to hospitality, apt to teach.
Okay, and then what about 12?
Verse 12. Okay, no problem. Let the deacons be the husbands of one wife, ruling their children and their own houses well.
And are you a deacon in your church, sir?
No.
What's a deacon?
You'd have to tell me. Deacon is what you lie about in your church.
Yeah, tell me what a deacon is.
I don't know. You tell me.
You don't know what a deacon is?
I'm not in a church.
You just said that you're in a church.
No.
Literally 30 minutes ago, you said you were in a church.
When anybody go back and watch the replay, I did say the word church and I corrected myself.
Oh, now you corrected
school.
yourself. Okay.
All you gotta do is go back and listen.
So what is a deacon?
I don't know. You tell me.
You don't know what a deacon is. What do you think? What is he saying a deacon is then?
It says a deacon must be blank.
Yeah, what is a deacon according to him? What is he saying a deacon is?
I don't know. You
don't know what you don't know what he's saying a deacon is?
You brought me to this verse.
Yeah, so what is a deacon?
You breaking it down. I don't know.
Do you believe that there were deacons?
It had to be.
Okay, what were they?
Yeah.
What were they?
Oh,
you don't know? Okay. All right, you don't know.
What the deacon is.
Okay, you don't know.
So break it down. How am I in sin?
Why do I need to break it down? You don't know what it is. So how do you know if you're in violation of it if you don't even know what it is?
Because this is not saying if you have more than one wife, you're in sin.
Well, wait a second. How many wives are they allowed to have?
This says let
one.
The deacons. Well, first let's start with the bishop, right?
Yeah.
So it says the bishop, in order to be blameless, has to have one wife.
Let's start with a deacon.
Well, the first verse 2 said bishop.
Yeah, let's start with the deacon though.
Well, why can't I start with the bishop?
Well, I mean, fine, start with the bishop, but then move to the deacon. It'll say the same thing.
Was Christ a bishop?
Yeah. What does that have to do with anything? Don't ask me a question. Answer the question.
You the last person to say that after all the questions.
Bro, I literally just answered yours. You asked me for the passage. I gave you the passage. We're on the passage. Now answer my questions.
Circus.
Bro, how is this circus? It's not circus. I'm literally asking you a question, bro. Answer it.
Circles, like I said.
Oh my God,
now,
this guy.
I'll answer the question.
Yeah. What's a deacon?
Right. I'm going to answer. You said I have to start with bishop. So when it says bishop in that verse, it's talking about anyone that has the office of a bishop. The wife is not even a literal wife. Otherwise, Christ didn't have a wife. Paul didn't have a wife. And Christ was a bishop.
The apostles were the bishops under Christ. Okay, under Christ. The thing is like
my answer.
What do you think a deacon? Okay, so what is a deacon?
Ephesians 2:25. It says, "For ye were as sheep going astray, but are now returned unto the shepherd and bishop." So where was Christ's wife at?
Bro, that's not what that means. What does it mean? Bro, first of all, you still haven't answered my question. You just keep shotgunning points. You do this with everybody. First, start with what a deacon is. What is it?
I told you I didn't know. You're supposed to tell me.
Okay, so then how do you know you're not one?
Because I know I'm a captain. I'm a priest and a captain.
A priest.
That's who I am. Yes, I am.
Okay, and
where am I in sin at?
So I just want to make sure I got this right. Is a deacon lower or greater than a priest?
You tell me. You brought us to this verse.
Listen. If you don't know what it is, then how do you know you're not it?
You don't know what it is.
A deacon?
Yeah.
I can tell you what it is in the Orthodox tradition, which would be the church tradition.
So teach.
My question,
Show me
what I think it is has no bearing on what you think it is.
It does.
Well, how?
You're supposed you're
How?
supposed to be showing me how I'm a
Bro, if you don't know what the thing is, you can't say you're not that thing.
Listen, you might be able to teach me something right now.
Oh my God, dude. Listen, how do you know you're not that thing if you don't know what that thing is? How do you know that?
Listen, Hebrews 5:12 says, before you must be teacher, you must first be taught. So teach.
Okay, great. I'll teach.
Show me.
And like all the great Socratic teachers of old, I will teach you by asking you a question. What is a deacon? And how do you know you're not one?
I'll Google it.
Google it. Whatever you need to do.
I gotta help you. I gotta help you be a good teacher.
Help me. You gotta help me.
Yeah,
yes,
definitely. I've been helping you all day.
Well, keep on helping me by telling me what a deacon is.
Let's see. Deacon. It says an ordained minister, an ordained minister appoint or ordain as a deacon.
Are you an ordained
is a member
minister?
of a diaconate, an office in Christian
diocese.
It's
a diocese.
No, it's spelled Diaconate. I know how to read.
That's a diaconate.
Okay.
Yeah, which would be a diocese. But okay. Yeah.
The word diaconate. I know you want to be superior, smart white guy, but
I'm not trying to be superior to you. I don't know why you had to bring race into it.
Superior to me, but that wasn't the word that you thought it was. So
yes, it is the same word. It really is.
It could be, but that's not what I was reading.
Okay. Okay, fine. But yeah, it's a diaconate.
You're trying to make deacon apply to me, even though that's not.
I just want to know how you're not a deacon by those metrics.
Because that's not my title.
Yeah, okay, but what is a deacon? Read it again.
I just read it.
Read it again and tell me how you're not that thing.
Ordained minister.
Are you an ordained minister?
Nope. I am a priest though, but I don't.
Yeah, okay. Are you an ordained priest?
No. Ordained priest.
No.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so you're an ordained minister then. Got it. Okay. So how many wives are you supposed to have, sir?
So show me how I'm in sin.
Because I just read you read the passage that you are only to have one wife. You, by your own metric, are a deacon. You're in fact, you're higher than a deacon. You're a priest. You are a priest. You're just below a bishop and just above a deacon, bro.
So now, if I read Exodus the 20th chapter, this is going to answer your question.
Oh, okay.
When I read Exodus the 20th chapter, it says, "Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness." Of course, we know if we break any of these things, we sin. Correct?
Say it again. Let me just make sure I got it right.
Got you. If I read, "Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness," we know if we break any of these, we sin, right?
Well, "thou shalt not murder" is the only caveat I would give, but yes.
That's fine. Okay. So we know that because we can read this in the law. So now, if I go to Exodus 21:10, when it says, "If he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, her duty of marriage shall he not diminish," we can read that in the law. If I was to read Deuteronomy 21:15, "If a man have two wives, one beloved and another hated, and they have borne him children, both the beloved and the hated, and if he be the firstborn son be hers that was hated, he still got to give it." So now we can read in the law provisions for a man having more than one wife. So if we can read that, you can't tell me I'm in sin, because when we read Timothy, it says "let." It doesn't say "thou shalt not." And that wife that it's talking about is the same wife that Christ was talking about when he said he got us married to the Most High. Are we married to the Most High?
You see the word "let" there?
Are we married to the Most High?
Well, if you're a priest, yes.
So you saying if you're just a regular person going to church, you're not married to the Most High?
Well, I don't know what that means. What would that mean, married to the Most High? Your marriage would be a reflection of Christ's state with the church. So the man are going to be acting as in the Christ head, in your marriage. Yes, that would be correct.
That's a man or woman. Like in Matthew's.
No, it's not man or woman.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
what
not.
I mean by listen, it's a metaphor. So like in Matthew 25:1, when it says, then shall the kingdom of heaven, this is Christ speaking, then shall the kingdom of heaven be likened unto 10 virgins, which took their lamps and went forth to meet the bridegroom.
Yeah.
Now Christ,
I'm familiar with the parable.
Right. It's a parable, but it's a parable of one man marrying 10 women.
Yeah, that's not saying that that's permitted. That's not what that's saying.
We would agree that those women represent Israel. And your worldview, you would say it represents Christians, right?
Well, I mean, we believe that Christianity is a continuation. We are Israel. That's what the continuation of Israel is.
And in your worldview, the reason why I'm separated because we have two different lenses.
Yeah, I understand. It's fine for you to untangle it.
But we both would agree that this is a metaphor of us marrying spiritually to Christ, right?
Okay. Yes. So
that same way that we're married to Christ metaphorically like that is the same wife in 1 Timothy, the 3rd chapter. If it's not,
no, it isn't.
If it's not,
then why is it that the church, all of the original church fathers followed that practice? Because these were bishops. You're talking about bishops. These were letters between bishops. That's what the Gospels, that's what the Gospels are. And all of them were only permitted to have one. All of them were only permitted to have one wife. That was the letter of the law in Christianity. Then they were only allowed to. That's it. And so the thing is why is it that these people who were not removed from Christ, right? They were very close. They were very close. Paul lived in the time of the apostles.
Paul didn't have a wife.
Paul met apostles. You agree with that, right?
I do.
Great. So don't you think that they would have corrected him? Don't you think they would have corrected him if he was wrong?
And did what?
If what he was saying about marriage and what was going on especially when you're talking about Timothy,
the wife that he's talking about.
No.
Like so, for example,
the wife he's talking about is the physical, material woman.
So this is why I got to teach you. So
teach me.
14:4, when it says, "These are they which were not defiled with women, for they are virgins," that's talking about the 144,000 that was only married to one wife. Not a physical woman, but a spiritual woman. The truth is the wife that it's.
Bro, you're tying together details that are irrelevant and don't even match up with church history.
Your life. And the reason why the Roman Catholic, if I could, the reason why the Roman Catholic Church or the early church fathers had no problem with monogamy because they was under Roman rulership that was mandating monogamy.
No, they went outside of Rome too. They went outside of Rome. What are you talking about?
In 1 Corinthians, the 5th chapter, when it says, "It is reported commonly that there is fornication among you, and such fornication as is not so much as named among the Gentiles, that one should have his father's wife." They had more than one wife in Corinth.
Yes, that's true. And he was saying you're not allowed to do that.
He didn't say you're not allowed to do that.
Bro, how could they be fornicating? How could they be fornicating if they were actually married to him? Dude, because listen, my turn. I've answered 50 of your fucking questions. My turn. But let me ask you. No, it's my turn. It's my turn, bro. It's my turn. It's my turn.
Hey,
why?
Cap.
How could they be fornicating? How could these men be fornicating if every woman they sleep with is their wife, sir? How?
So I'm going to answer.
Yeah, please do.
This is why you shouldn't have said what you said.
Oh, I can't wait.
In this verse, the fornication wasn't the father having more than one wife. The fornication was the father's son sleeping with his wife. So he had more than one wife in Corinth, and the son slept with his father's wife. He didn't sleep with his mother. So even in the New Testament, they had more than one wife.
Why is Paul telling them? Can you explain this? Why is Paul telling them to get married? Why?
No.
If they're already married when they sleep with somebody, why is he telling them to get married?
Who is he telling to get married?
Paul in Corinthians. Why is he saying?
He's not telling people that are married to get married. In that verse,
every woman a man sleeps with would have been married, right? to that woman?
What do you say that again?
So why would Paul say if you can't control yourself, right, to get married, right?
Well, he's saying it's better not to marry.
Yeah. But if you must get married, right? If you can't control yourself, get married.
Right.
So does that mean that any person then, if they just went that night and went and banged any chick that they banged, they would have been married to her, and they could have done that to as many women as they wanted, and Paul would have recognized those as valid marriages?
We don't teach that. The Bible don't.
Yeah,
teach
but
that.
in order to be consistent,
Just trying to answer.
Yeah, but hang on. In order, because
wait.
hang on, I wasn't done with the question. But in order to be consistent, in order to be consistent here, you would have to make the admittal that every single man who slept with a woman would have been married, right, to that woman.
Are you done with it? Because I don't want to talk, and you.
Yeah, but I want you to actually answer the question I'm asking you.
I am answering the question. The first thing I said was, we don't teach that. Neither does the Bible teach that. The Bible does not teach have sex with every woman you can find.
Why not? You're married to him then.
Because Deuteronomy 17:17 says, do not multiply wives to yourselves or gold to yourselves, that it turn your heart away from the Most High. So Paul wouldn't say have sex with every woman that you can find. But Paul did say it's better not to marry. That's how you know the wife in Timothy, back to your first question, is not talking about a literal woman, because the same man that wrote Corinthians is the same man that wrote Timothy's. So in one breath, he's saying don't get married. But if you have to, go ahead and marry the woman. That's
okay.
What he's saying.
So let me get
what I want to highlight. Hold up. What I want to highlight.
You just filibuster,
First Corinthians, the 5th chapter, that is a man that has more than one wife. And Paul is not chastising him for having more than one wife. He's chastising the people in Corinth for not saying nothing about his son sleeping with his wife. So when you say there's no multiple wives in the New Testament, that's a lie.
Let's just see logically if this follows. Let's make sure, because I want to get an actual yes or no answer here. If you slept with let's say you had a female neighbor, if you went and slept with her tomorrow, that woman is your wife, right?
Yes.
You have not sinned, right?
I have not.
Okay. So then logically,
unless but just this one thing.
Okay.
She can't be married. She got to be single. She can't be with a man.
What if she's just has a state marriage?
Yeah, that's the same thing.
Wait, so you do validate state marriage?
Wait,
so you do validate state marriage?
No, I want to make sure I can clarify what you're saying, because you can have a state marriage. Like I know of stories where people got married just so that they can have citizenship, but they were never intimate. So are you saying, in your analogy, that this is a single woman, but she has a piece of paper with a man that she's not sleeping with, saying that they're married? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Then she would still be single.
Okay, so then if you slept with her, you're married, right?
Yes.
Just like that. And now you're responsible for her, right?
Yes. Which is why, if I can just add this part, which is why a lot of times when, and even you're a witness to this, a lot of times when people hear us say sex is marriage, they just think we run around having sex with women, when the actual process is to court a woman first. So what we do is we court a woman, make sure they understand what this means if we have sex.
Yeah, but if you get too drunk, one night,
I don't get too drunk.
But if a man got too drunk at a bar one night and he had sex with a chick, that's his wife, right?
Yeah, he bite that bullet. Just trying to, he bites that bullet.
Yeah. So that's that. Yeah, that's going to be his wife. So if this is the case, I just want to make sure you're going to show me somewhere in the Bible where it is the case that the apostles and Jesus Christ somewhere affirm that every woman a man sleeps with becomes his wife, right?
In the new, I just show. Wait. I'm going to show in the New Testament, because I know that's what you're holding me to, that when a man lays with a woman, that's his wife.
Yes.
Yeah, Mary and Joseph.
What?
Mary and Joseph.
What are you talking about?
Before the ceremony of marriage, Joseph had sex with Mary. and brought forth Christ.
What the? Okay, show me.
Right in Matthew. So in Matthew
Okay,
1,
Matthew what?
Matthew 1 and 6. No, I'm sorry. Matthew's 1 and 18.
Okay, Matthew 1 what?
I just said Matthew's 1 and 18. Oh, so I'm sorry. Matthew's chapter 1. I thought you knew numbers. You clearly don't.
Well, when you
Matthew's
say 1
chapter
and
1.
when you say 1 and 18, it makes me think you're saying chapter 1, chapter 18. Are you saying 118?
That's how I know you don't know the Bible.
Well, I'm just asking what you
Even
what
an
you
average
mean.
Christian knows if you say Matthew's 1:18 is
You
chapter
didn't say
1, verse 18.
You said 1 and 18.
No,
You said 1 and
this is
18.
crazy. Hey, don't sweat, man. Don't
I'll
sweat.
bet you right now. In fact, we'll stop it. I'll bet you right now $1,000. You said 1 and 18. I'll have Cooley replay it. You want to make that bet?
Even if I said
That's
1
right.
and 18,
That's right.
it's still the same thing.
Yeah, no. I
Every
want to make
Christian-
sure that you're saying
I'm gonna
what,
tell you.
bro.
What's today? I was today years old when I asked the self-professed Christian.
1 and 18. Turn. Hey, Foo. Turn to chapter 1 and 18. What are you talking about? That's incoherent gobbledygook to
You know
me.
how I know you slow?
Yeah,
that's both chapters. If I meant both chapters, I would have said chapters 1 and 18.
Yeah, so 18. This is how the birth of Jesus, the Messiah, came about. His mother Mary was pledged to be married to Joseph, but before they came together, she was pregnant through the Holy Spirit.
No, I don't read that version. So now,
Of course not. Go. Let's read your version.
It's not my version. It's
Okay, you want to do the King James version?
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll do the King James version.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so his mother Mary was pledged to be married to Joseph before they came together.
That's not the King James.
Yeah, it didn't update.
I
Hang
can
on a
read
second.
it. I can read it if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Matthew's 1 and 18. Now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise. When as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Spirit.
Oh, okay. So it says the exact same thing I just said.
Right. That's a man and a woman having sex.
No, that's not. That's literally not a man and a woman having sex. You just made that up out of thin air.
Okay, no problem. So when it says espoused to Joseph, we agree that it's engaged, right?
Yes.
So now, let's say if today is August 6th, let's say if they were engaged to get married in November. So that's their set date, November 19th. So they engaged for that time. And then it says, before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
Right? So they're not husband and wife yet, right?
Yeah.
You saying they are husband and wife, or they're not?
No, they're not. No.
Thank you. So in verse 19, same chapter.
Yeah.
Then Joseph, her husband. You see how the language changed? It says, Joseph, her husband, being a just man and not willing to make her a public example, was minded to put her away privately. Verse 20. You want to say something on that?
When did they get married?
In verse 18. When they had the sex.
So hang on. I just want to make sure. Hang on. Let me make sure I got the argument right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're saying that she's found to be pregnant by the Holy Spirit, right? And then after they have sex, they're married, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, let's make sure. I want to make sure I get the argument right.
No problem. So when it says the Holy Spirit, like John was born of the Holy Spirit too. You may not know that. When you read Luke, the first chapter, John was born of the Holy Spirit too. What it means to be born by the Holy Spirit mean the Lords want this action to take place. That's what that means. So, and you know he wants that action because they go from being espoused or engaged.
Mm-hmm.
You just said they wasn't husband and wife.
They go to Matthew 125.
Wait, I'm gonna get there. Why I gotta jump there?
Okay, well, I'll just read it for you.
Wait.
And knew her not till she had brought forth her firstborn son, and he called his name Jesus.
Why you gotta be rude though? I didn't.
What do you mean?
Reading that. All I said was
because you won't. You listen. The only way for me to engage in this debate with you, you refuse to do it unless I jump through the verse. You refuse to.
Cap. That's
no,
cap.
It's not cap. So that's actually what happened.
To help you find the verses.
Yeah, 125. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me use your language. Go to verse 1 and 25. Okay, go to verse 1 and 25, and you'll. It says, "And knew her not till she had brought forth her firstborn son." What does new her not mean?
before we get there, I don't.
What is
have
new?
a
What
problem
does new her not mean?
with 5. I just want to. Okay, I'll answer your verse, and then I'll read 20. The reason why I want to read 20 first is because 25, when it says knew her not till she brought forth her firstborn son, the brought forth is not coming out of the vagina. The brought forth is the first time that they had sex and she conceived in her stomach. That's the sum total.
Prove it.
If you would have let me start at 20, I'll prove it. Thank you. So you already admitted that in verse 18, they was not husband and wife. In verse 19, it says, then Joseph, her husband. Verse 20, but while he thought on these things, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife. The angel didn't say a spouse. The angel said your wife, because they had sex. That's how Christ.
It doesn't show anywhere in there that they had sex.
That is.
No.
That is.
No. Show me where it says that they had sex.
I just read it in 18.
Read it again.
Matthew's 1 and 18.
Read it.
Mary was espoused to Joseph before they came together. She was found with child of the Holy Spirit.
Not proof that they had sex. That's the opposite of proof that they had sex. It says literally that
before they came together, right? Because it said before they came together, right?
Yeah. Yes. They didn't have sex. No.
The before they came together is not talking about sex. When you actually look that up in the Greek, the before they came together is saying before the ceremony of marriage.
Show me in the Greek.
No problem. So if, I have an eastward app here. So if you go down there and you look at the came together part, it says to convey, depart in company with association, cohabitate, assemble, come together. That's what that word means. G4905.
So it means exactly what it's saying right there before they came together.
You know how you know it's not talking about sex? Because in verse 25, the knew her not that you thinks means they wasn't having sex. That's the language that it used. It would have used that language in verse 18.
Well, let's see if this adds up. Go to Matthew 120.
That's where I'm at. That's what I just read.
Yeah.
You might mean 19.
Yeah. So, well, no, read 120.
You again?
Read 1 and 20 again.
Okay. But while he thought on these things, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, so don't be afraid to take Mary as your wife, because she's pregnant, and what she's pregnant with is not your child. It was conceived with the Holy Spirit. So that's literally what that says. That is what that's saying.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Thank you. When you go to Luke, the first chapter, was Elizabeth's son John conceived of the Holy Spirit?
Luke, what? What are we going to?
Let me make sure I say it for you. Luke chapter 1. He ain't got no spirit, y'all. No spirit at all. Luke 1. It's like it. Luke 1 and verse. Luke 1 and 15.
1 and 15. Got it.
Hey, Cap, chill with the ad hominems, man.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me, man. He been talking trash about me all day.
Nah. That was a different one, man. Just chill out. Just have some decorum, man.
No, just correct me. Just tell me what I said.
We all know what you just said, man. I'm just saying chill. That's all I'm saying.
He will be great in the sight of the Lord. He is never to take wine or other fermented drink.
It says he shall be filled with the Holy Spirit even from his mother's womb. How did that Holy Spirit get in there?
Okay, well, I guess I'm reading something different than you. It's Luke 1:15.
Uh-huh.
Okay, well then, let me pull it up. Maybe
like you read the beginning part.
Okay, we'll make sure we get there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so for he shall be great in the sight of the Lord, shall drink neither wine nor strong drink, and he shall be filled with the Holy Spirit, even from his mother's womb. That's not conceived of the Holy Spirit.
How does she? Do you know?
That's not conception.
Okay, no problem. You may not know anything about Elizabeth. Do you know anything about her?
Tell me all about her.
Now you see the difference between you and I. When I told you I didn't know what deacon was, you wouldn't answer me because I'm better than you. I'll answer. Elizabeth was barren, and she needed her womb open.
Okay.
And so the Lord allowed her and Zachariah to be intimate to bring forth John. But there's no verse that says that they actually had intercourse. But when you read, I think Luke 1 and 24, it says, and after those days, his wife Elizabeth conceived and hid herself. So most people think the conceived is coming out the womb, but the conceived is not coming out the womb. The conceived is staying, it's just when the sperm cracks the egg. And then you also see that when you read further in Luke 1.
You're supposing these things. You're not demonstrating them. You're just supposing
you
them.
know that the baby wasn't born because when Mary visits her cousin Elizabeth, she's sick. Not Mary. Elizabeth is 6 months pregnant. So when it uses the word conceived for Elizabeth, it's not talking about the birth.
Yeah, but what does this have to do with the baby being conceived by the Holy Spirit, though?
Because what I'm trying to teach you is that when I've been doing it all day.
I can't wait to hear more.
I like you a little bit, Andrew. I don't like a lot of white people, but you all right. When it says the Holy Spirit does anything,
it's a good beard.
You say what?
I said it's the beard. It's a good beard. I got a good beard.
I don't know about that because I'm not a homosexual, so I ain't looking at your beard. So now, when it says anything that's done by the Holy Spirit, it means that the Lord is going to have you perform something for him. You can say the Spirit of the Lord was on Moses. Spirit of the Lord was on Abraham and Sarah. You can say the Spirit of the Lord was on Samson's parents, John's parents, Christ's parents. That's why you'll read John 1 and 45 when they say we have found him, Jesus of Nazareth, the son of Joseph. So I've answered your question.
No, this actually doesn't demonstrate that Joseph ever had sex ever with Mary when it came to Jesus. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Because
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Now, here's what I'll ask you. Christ has to be the son of David, right?
From the line of David.
Right. Is Joseph from the line of David?
I'm not sure. I'll have to check.
Oh, well, let me answer. Listen, in that same Matthew 1 and 20, the angel said, it says, but he thought on things, but the angel of the Lord appeared in a dream and said, Joseph, thou son of David.
Okay, so he was also of the line of David.
Mary was not from David.
Yeah, so what? That doesn't prove that Joseph was the sire.
Wait. So if Mary is not from David and Christ has to come from the line of David through the loins, then it has to be sex.
Wait, through the loins?
Yes.
Oh, so you can show.
That's the oath that God swore.
You can show me. You can show me where it says that it has to come through the lines, through the loins. Huh?
Yeah. Yes.
Go ahead.
In the book of Acts.
Acts.
I told you I'm gonna teach you all day.
I can't wait to hear it.
Go to the book of Acts. Listen, man. Okay. Listen, man. You might not be that. They told me you was a little crazy, a little hostile, but you might not be that bad. Go to Acts chapter 2, verse 30.
Okay.
Go to Acts 2 and 30.
Okay.
Let me know when you get there. Make sure you read the KJV.
Yeah. I'm pulling up the KJV. Yeah, therefore, being a prophet, knowing that God had sworn an oath to him, that of the fruit of his loins, which according to the flesh, he would raise up Christ to sit on his throne.
The fruit of what?
Of his loins.
You asked me to show it.
So now you're going to show me. Now you're going to show me real quick how this demonstrates that the Holy Spirit, that Joseph was the one who sired Mary. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay, so now I'm just going to recap real quick. How we got here was Andrew asked me to show where in the New Testament a man and woman had sex and then they were husband and wife. I said Jesus. I said not Jesus like that. I said Mary and Joseph. So we read it
because you think that Joseph was the actual father of Jesus.
I
right?
know.
You know that.
So then I read that through the Holy Spirit coming upon both Joseph and Mary, they had intercourse.
Yeah, you haven't shown that. In fact, the passages refute that. They say that's not the case. Yes, they do.
said,
We just read it, dude. They say it's not the case. You haven't
God,
demonstrated this at all.
did God swear through an oath that the fruit of David's loins, Christ would come?
Well, so in Acts, I would go get context for it, but I'll just grant it. I don't even think it matters.
Thank you. It does matter because what they're quoting in the book of Acts is 2 Samuel 7:12. That's where the Lord swore that oath. And so now,
by the way, Luke, I'm sorry, I just pulled this up just to make sure, but Mary was from the line of Mary was from the line of David, actually.
Where?
Mary was from the line of David.
Where?
Yeah, so go to Luke 132. And then go to Luke 3:23-38.
I don't think you want Luke 1:32. I think you want the Luke 3. I think that's what you want.
Yeah, so the genealogy is often understood as tracing Jesus's lineage through Mary. This is how the church understands it.
No, they did not.
Yes, the original church does.
I can pull up a source and show you that.
Yeah, I'll pull up the original church fathers. They claim that he did not have sex with Mary, that this conception was from a virgin, bro.
Okay, on the subject of the lineage, have you ever heard of the church father Julius Sextus Africanus? Have you ever heard of him?
I have not.
You've heard of Eusebius before? That might be a familiar name.
Yeah, okay, it's ringing a bell. But anyway, go ahead.
Known than Sextus Africanus.
Okay.
Right? So Eusebius wrote ecclesiastical history. That's what he wrote. And in ecclesiastical history, he quotes Julius Sextus Africanus as establishing both lineages belong to Joseph. And when you look up the writings of Julius Sextus Africanus, I have them. I can read them if it's necessary. You see that Julius goes through great detail to show that in Luke, the 3rd chapter, and Matthew, the 1st chapter, the Jacob in Matthew's 1, the Heli in Luke 3 were 11 brothers. So like, let's say if me and Cooley is brothers, I die. Cooley lays with my wife. So when that child, we call the child Danny. So
what was this guy's name?
Julius Sextus Africanus. I have the PDF if you need it.
Yeah, Julius Sextus Africanus. Got it.
And then the other gentleman is Eusebius. He wrote ecclesiastical history. So Sextus Africanus is the one that breaks down the levirate marriage. So basically what he breaks down is how the house of David would intermarry within the house. So Nathan's sons, Solomon's sons, they would just intermarry. If someone died without a
and how was this guy tied to the how was this guy tied to the church?
Julius Sextus?
Yeah.
He's
Africanus.
One of your church fathers.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Is that the case? Was he actually one of our church fathers?
Yeah, that's what. So Eusebius for sure was, and
Africanus here.
Yeah, Julius Sextus. I'm gonna see if I get it. I can get it for you. I'll get the actual article because I have it. Let me see. Julius. The Julius is with a U, I believe. Yeah, Julius is Juliu.
I'm not familiar with the individual, so I'm just asking good faith.
Yeah, that's why I was asking you. So what he wrote was the epistle to the Aristocedes.
Okay.
And in that epistle, he broke down, I have it here if you ever need it. He broke down the reason why Matthew says Jacob and Luke says Heli. And I'll read this little summary for you. It says,
okay.
It says, Mathan descended from Solomon begat Jacob. Mathan dying, Melchi descending from Nathan begat Heli by the same wife. Therefore, Heli and Jacob are uterine brothers. Heli dying childless, Jacob raised up seed to him and begat Joseph by his own son.
Yeah. So Julius is set as a chronographer. That's true, but he's not a saint in the church. So I'm not sure that we would cite this source as being one that I would consider to be the one that's credible on this topic.
Would you cite ecclesiastical history?
Yeah, ecclesiology. It depends on how we're going through ecclesiology, though. or ecclesiastical history.
So what I'm saying is, I'm just downloading. I'm gonna read this for you, because
Mhm.
Eusebius, who is a church father, he wrote. You read the name of this book. It's called Ecclesiastical History, Eusebius Pamphlets, translated from the original Historical View. And in this,
Mhm.
he quotes Eusebius as having established, because the discrepancy in the church was Matthew and Luke with the lineages. And
Help me
so
out here. Did
Mhm.
Sextus Julius Africanus believe that Joseph had sex with Mary?
I can't speak on that, because I haven't read if he does. That's why I'm not
Well,
making up.
don't you think though that if this guy who you're sorting or who you're citing as being the one that you're going to put the lineage of the line of David on as the chronological source, shouldn't he agree with you that this couldn't be the Holy Spirit then and had to actually be Joseph who had sex with her, right? He would have to agree with that, wouldn't he?
So he doesn't have to agree with.
He doesn't? Then how do we get to the line then?
I'm gonna tell you.
Okay.
Because the argument that you're making and other Christians try to make to substantiate Mary is to say that Mary is from the house of David. We
Mhm.
can't read that nowhere in the New Testament. So Christians just hypothesize that. So whether Africanus believes that God made Mary pregnant or Joseph made Mary pregnant is irrelevant
It's
to what
relevant.
Mary is from.
I'll explain why it's relevant. So if Africanus says the line of David could only have come from Joseph, we're sorting it this way, right? We're saying that the line of Joseph is only David. Then if he believed that there was still a virgin birth, then how would that be reconciled
I believe that
exactly?
there's a virgin birth.
What?
I believe that there's a virgin birth. I don't disbelieve in virgin birth. We
So
just have a
wait, so
different understanding of
how
what
is
a
he the
virgin is.
father? So how's he the father of Jesus Christ? I thought he had
Because a
sex with
virgin,
Mary.
got you. So a virgin in the Bible is not a woman that's never had sex. It's a young woman. So if you take a 45-year-old woman that's never had sex, you're not calling her a virgin. She's just an old woman. But if you take that 20-year-old, you're gonna say if she has sex, you're not gonna stop calling her a young woman. So Isaiah 7:14, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with the verse that says, "Behold, a virgin shall conceive." Right
Uh-huh.
now, that scripture is twofold, because that scripture is talking about Isaiah's wife and it's talking about Mary. But when it's spoken about Isaiah's wife, that's her second son. So she's being called a virgin, even though she's had sex already.
So what did they mean when they said virgin?
Virgin is just young woman. The word is
Okay.
Alma. In the Hebrew,
Okay.
in the Hebrew, the word is just, so what it really should say, behold, a young woman shall conceive.
Got it. So then what you're saying that all virgin means then in this context to you is that Mary is a young woman. So
Yes.
when you say virgin birth, you just mean a young woman
Right.
gave birth. Okay, that's fine. I contextually understand your view, but none of that actually demonstrates that Joseph had sex with her. One,
Well,
and two, when we're talking about Africanus, if he believed in a virgin birth, that would actually refute your point of looking at him for the chronology here. And three, there's no good reason for me to accept Africanus as an authority on these matters. He's not a saint in our church, right? And in church history, he's not a saint in any church that I'm aware of. So the thing is why is it that I'm supposed to appeal to him instead of the various other church fathers who claim that when they say virgin, untouched, they claim no sex. They claim that there was no sex. Why are they wrong?
So when you say Julius Africanus, you don't have to respect him. His peers did. So that's why he's in ecclesiastical history. Second,
Yeah, but there's no reason that we need to utilize him as
no,
some sole authority.
well, he is the closest that you can have that can explain. And here's what I mean. Whether he believes, he
What?
can still believe. The whole point of Christians, so let's say Sextus Eusebius yourself are the Christians that believe that God made Mary pregnant. They
Mhm.
all know that they still need Joseph, because the lineage that they're tying to Christ says Joseph, It doesn't say Mary.
Yeah, but Matthew 125 is specifically saying that Joseph didn't have sex with Mary. It's
Let me ask you a
specifically saying that.
Let me ask you a question. In Matthew
Okay.
chapter 1, verse 1, it says, this is the book of the generations of Jesus Christ, the son of Abraham, the son of David, right? And when you read that, whose generational line is that? Is it Mary's or Joseph's?
From the genealogy,
Yes.
yeah, I think that the perspective on that was Joseph, but I'm not sure. I'll have to go check.
No, it is. So,
Mhm.
like, I got a stepson, right?
Yeah, but
So
all that would demonstrate is that they're both of the same line.
there's no verse that says Mary's from that line.
Yeah, no, that Joseph and Jesus would be from the same line. That doesn't mean that Joseph sired him, though.
Yes, it
That's
does.
no, it
Because
doesn't. It doesn't demonstrate that he
as you're
sired him.
reading, you know, Mary is not even the only woman in that chapter. Ruth
What does
is
that
in
have to do with
chapter.
anything? It
I'ma
doesn't
tell you.
demonstrate that he sired him. You have to
Let me-
demonstrate that.
Let me just answer.
And by the way, what does any of this even have to do with polygyny in the West anyway? What does any of this even have to do with it?
Well, what you asked was for me to show you in the New Testament where that took place of just having
It didn't
sex.
take place.
It did.
No, they didn't have sex and then they were married.
You
That
know how
didn't
you
take
know he was
place.
cut? You know how you know he was cut?
What does this have to do with you proving that anywhere in the New Testament, when a man had sex with a woman, that became his wife? You have not demonstrated that. All you
me
keep
tell you.
claiming is that Joseph must have sired Jesus, right? It's like
Okay, so now-
you haven't demonstrated that either. All you did
Here's my
was
last
refute
statement.
yourself. Hang on, with Matthew 125, it refutes everything that you're saying right now. Everything.
So
Here's the thing.
Mhm.
I let you in good faith. I followed along everything you asked me to pull up. I followed along everything you asked me. Now it's my turn to
Wait,
do a
wait,
little
can I-
cross.
wait,
Yeah, no, it's my turn now to do some cross examination.
Just 30
Bro,
seconds.
then give me your word. Give me your word. After that, I get a cross examination.
It'll take
Your word.
30
I want your word.
Yeah, I'm not after 30
All right.
seconds. You can
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
No problem. So now, what I want to demonstrate is that in verse 19, when it says Mary, the birth of Christ was on this wise, they was espoused. Was he agreed? They was not husband and wife. And then the very next verse, it says, then Joseph, her husband, he asked me to show how sex made you married. You can't go from engaged to husband without having sex. You have the floor.
I mean, that literally doesn't demonstrate that. But that aside, now on my cross examination, as I went in good faith through everything that you presented, went through all of it, answered your questions. Now it's my turn. I just want some answers to my questions, please, just like I answered yours, in as good a faith as you can possibly do it. Now, I want to know specifically, what are the terms in which in Hebrew Israelite church or whatever it is you're a part of, how is it that a man can divorce from a woman? What are the ways in which that can happen?
Okay. As I answer this question, I just want to make sure that this is on the record. I was being cross-examined, not him.
What?
It just flipped that way because we got here because I'm about to tell you, you told me to demonstrate in the New Testament where a man and woman had sex and they was married.
I don't care. This is a
started.
meta conversation. Just answer my question, dude.
No, I'm just making sure that's
Yeah,
okay.
Cap.
yeah,
No,
fine,
you,
whatever.
Cap, you were cross-examining him, but it's
Yep.
okay, man. Let's
But
just
yeah,
answer the
You,
questions.
Pat. I don't have
I'm not interested in the meta. Let's just go to the question.
This ain't meta. This is alpha. Just putting you in your
No,
place.
do you
Now,
know what a
what
meta
determines
conversation means? What
What
conversation
determines
about the
divorce?
conversation.
I'm
So,
just showing what an alpha is.
yeah, okay,
What
whatever.
determines divorce in our paradigm
Hmm.
is if a woman commits adultery.
Or
That's
murder.
what determines. Well, I don't know of that in the Bible, and I don't know of that in real life to entertain your insane way of thinking. But our thought process and what Christ said rather, is that if a woman commits fornication, aka adultery, you can divorce her.
Okay, but you said that you would divorce a woman based on if she killed one of your children.
I answered your crazy question. Yes. And I said
There's nothing crazy about it. Here's why it's not crazy. I demonstrated to you that just in lieu of you having people who are not a biological parent inside of the household, right? The chances of a child getting hurt or injured by this other person who's not a biological parent drastically go up. I can give you all of the data on this if you'd like it. I can link
Can you
it
say
to
that one
you.
more time?
Yes. If it is the case that you live in a household with non-biological parents, your chances of injury drastically increase. Drastically increase. So if the state has custody of you, drastically increase. You have a stepdad, it increases. Stepmom, it increases. And in polygamous homes where there's multiple wives, the chances of a child getting hurt increase by the non-blooded parent. They increase. That is in fact.
Israelites
hang on. That is in fact the case when you study polygamy. So the thing is that why it is pertinent is because your chances would increase of one of your wives hurting one of your children that's not one of her biological offspring. So it's pertinent for me to ask, inside of your religion, could you leave her? You said yes. And then you said the only way for you to leave a person or divorce them, separate yourself from them, is actually through fornication. This is a P, not P contradiction. It's a literal P, not P. So you have to reconcile this contradiction. How can you divorce your wife if she murders one of your children? How can you do that?
Because in the Bible, when David was dancing, he just united he just united all 12 tribes. He dancing on a dance floor, getting busy. And as he dancing, I guess his skirt or his garment or whatever showed a little bit, and the ladies was going wild. And then one of his wives complained about it. And he said, I'll get my glory from them that you did not give me. And he put her up in a tower, turned her into Rumpelstiltskin, never had kids with her, never did anything with her.
Yeah, can you answer my question now?
This is answering your question. So the reason why I can put her away is because of the heinous act in your scenario that she did.
Can you put...
Wait, why can't I finish answering?
Okay, well, how long are you going to filibuster, dude? I just want to get through the questions. The answer is yes, you can, right? You can divorce her?
Yeah, I can.
Absent fornication?
In a normal environment, no. In the absurd environment that you say, no.
What? Can you divorce her or not?
Sorry, I said that wrong. In the absurd environment that you created, yes.
Okay, so then
environment,
can you divorce her if she diddles one of them?
Yes.
Okay, so
when you say diddle, you talk about another woman, right?
Yeah, a woman's molesting one of your sons. Can you divorce her for that?
Yeah, I don't understand these weird questions right here, man.
They're super pertinent.
You might have been with
Epstein. Yeah, this is not freakish. When you open up by talking about how the Catholic priest molests children, that's perfectly relevant.
Then when you talk about
abuse, but when I talk about abuse and polygyny, that's not relevant. It's like, what are you talking about?
With Epstein.
Whatever. Yeah, okay, yeah, Epstein. So anyway,
Cap, it's relevant. There's answer the questions, man.
Not only is it totally relevant,
why he can talk about my language, I couldn't read a word, but when I do something to him, you got to say something.
You can attack me. I don't care.
I was totally fair, Cap.
Look, I don't give a
chilling.
shit. I don't care about any of your insults. I just want the questions answered. So it's the case then that you can divorce outside of fornication, outside of your wife cheating with another man.
Your Epstein-minded view, I would not stay with anybody that's molesting a kid, that's unaliving a kid.
Yeah.
Nor would they be a part of our community, because you cannot molest kids and be amongst us.
Yeah, but like, that's so stupid. There's no way for you to notate that to know that this will be the case or not the case. If you had like 6 wives and they all lived in a household with you, right? One of them could kill feasibly one of your other children. They could do that. They could just have postpartum depression and drown them. Just drown them in a tub. They get angry one day and do that. Like, that shit happens. It's not a joke. I don't know why you think that this is Epstein Island conspiratorial tinfoil hat stuff. That could happen. And if it does, I just want you to say that, yes, you can leave her for that.
I said it already, though.
Okay, then if that's the case, you're in a performative contradiction, because you believe it's only under the idea of fornication that you can leave your wife, and that's it. And yet here you say, no, you can leave her for other extenuating circumstances as well. How about this? Okay. Is it the case that if you found out that your wife was robbing everybody else in your family, okay, and was also an addict, could you leave her then?
No.
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 You couldn't leave her then?
No.
No.
I wouldn't. I would fix her.
Okay. And then what if it's the case that you found out that your wife, before you met her, right, had a multitude of sexual partners that you were unaware of and had contracted HIV? Could you leave her then?
I would know that before I got with her.
Yeah, it didn't show up on the tests, the HIV, and she hit her pass. She hit it. She hit it from you.
I get the part about the sex, but how is HIV hitting?
Well,
They got a
but
mic chart.
yeah, you go down, you get a test. Let's just say you go down and get a test. The HIV doesn't show up on the test for whatever reason. There's some, mistake at the lab, perhaps something like this. You find out she has HIV. You found out that she had tons of sexual partners before you that she did not disclose to you, and you married her anyway. Can you leave her then?
Yeah, I wouldn't be with her no more.
Okay, yeah, so you can leave her then. So there's all kinds of so there's all sorts of ways in which you can leave your wife even if she's not cheating on you with somebody. So you're just lying. You're lying to us. You're lying to everybody who's listening. You lied about how it is that you're able to separate yourself from your wife. You are caught in a performative contradiction. You lied, sir. And not only that, let's point this out. How could it be the case that polygyny, under this especially, under your idealism of polygyny, how's that going to help the West? How's that actually going to help the West?
When you say under my ideal, can you explain what you mean?
Yeah, whatever you think the rules are when it comes to polygyny. Like, for instance, can your wives have sex with each other?
No.
Can you have sex with them at the same time?
No.
Okay, can you ejaculate halfway in one and then the rest of the way in another?
That's the same. This the Epstein portion of the battle, y'all.
It's important to make these distinctions.
I just said I can't have sex with them at the same time. So why would your mind say?
Could you have sex? Because they're different questions. Could you have sex with one of them in the same bed, another one sleeping in?
That's fornication. No.
Well, how is that fornication? You're not sleeping with her.
They can't see each other's nakedness.
Okay, so in your view, when it comes to
Epstein file,
when it comes to this,
this is some weird questions. Man.
What is correct for you under polygyny is that you can have as many wives as you sleep with becomes your wife, right? You have to take care of those women. Is that
as many?
What's that?
You cannot have as many.
Well, you're going to have as many as you sleep with, right?
What I mean by that is that's why I referenced Deuteronomy 17:17 when it says, "Do not multiply wives to yourselves, that it tempts your heart of what is."
Yeah, but if somebody decided to go ahead and sleep with 30 women, under your view, he's married to all 30 of those women, right?
Yes.
And he needs to take care of all of those women as though they were his wife, right?
You said what?
And he needs to take care of all those women as though they are his wife, right?
A great manager would.
Okay, yes. So if this is the case, what would be the enforcement arm here to make sure that these men take care of all the women that they have sex with? How would you enforce that in the West?
That's actually a good question. And what I want to say is all of this weird shit that he said from Epstein Island, monogamous people do all the time.
No, monogamous people don't come in one woman and then come in another. They're not monogamous definitionally.
They ejaculate in one, put it in another.
No, they don't. That would be definitionally not monogamy.
Yes, they do.
No, that wouldn't be monogamy.
So now,
but anyway, who cares? Answer the question, please.
So to answer your question, and here's the beautiful part about us as Israelites, the way that we teach it. America is a cesspool of fornication. Monogamous or polygamous, they don't do it right. That's why he asked me these weird questions. He's asking me these weird questions because there are people like Neo, for example, the entertainer Neo.
You just answer the question, dude.
This is the answer. Why are you all in your feelings, man?
I just want you to answer. How would you enforce this?
I'm answering. We would enforce it by re-educating our men and women the value of sex itself. The whole reason why we say sex is marriage, because the world does not believe that. Andrew and I do agree that the paper means nothing as far as marriage goes, but the world does not. The world believes that as long as I don't have that paper marriage, I can have sex with whoever I want to have sex with. So when we come and teach, we actually put the value on sex by re-educating and saying, no, you don't sow your oats and sleep with every woman. You don't have sex with every man. If you have sex with that woman, you got to keep her. And then what did that do? What does that do? That forces you to find out about her past.
Yeah. What about enforcement, though? Can we get to that part? How do you enforce it?
We teach it. We don't force any. See, white people will say force because that's what y'all do. Y'all
Yes.
rape, enslave, and pillage.
Yes.
So
well, you're going to have to use.
You should
wait a second. You are going to have to use force necessarily, because if somebody says that they're a part of your church and they want to be a part of your church, and you say, no, you can't be a part of our church, you're going to enforce that, right?
No. When you say enforce, it means stop them. Like if you try to come into my school, I would say, no, you can't.
Right. So they're going to use enforcement.
But you would have to force your way.
Yes.
And we would be defending ourselves.
Yeah. So you would be using force to defend yourself, right?
Right. And that
okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So when
we
we're talking,
go out and force people.
Yeah. I get it. You're just talking about basic force doctrine here, right? So the idea here, though, is that
y'all force, your people force.
Yeah. Whatever it is, you're saying defense, it's still force. Defense is force.
No.
You agree?
No.
No, you don't agree. Defense is force.
Let me look that up. Defense is defending.
Yes, but it's using force.
Offense is force.
No, defense is also can be used as force. Yes, both are force. You could say enforce might be a different word. Maybe that's what you're looking for, is enforce.
Wait.
Enforce would usually be the aggressor.
I typed this defense force, and it says yes. The term defense force can refer to the national military. So I don't think they understand it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if you're defending yourself by punching a person in the face, you're using force, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So then defense.
I'm saying
defense is also force, and offense is force. They're both force in this situation that we're talking about.
Put them in the same category, but I'm gonna do you for.
I would agree that intent. Yeah.
I'm gonna agree with you for that.
That's an easy one. It's just okay. So when we're talking about enforcement, right? You don't want to actually have any sort of enforcement at the governmental level, at the so you don't want your ecclesiology to be enforced at the government level, right?
No, I do actually.
Okay, you do. So you actually want to use force, then, don't you?
No.
Well, then how? I don't understand. How could the government enforce it without force?
Hear what you're saying. What I want, what I would prefer, if we lived according to God's laws, absolutely. Am I gonna force or tell the government by force we got to do that? No. You show me where Christ did what he did by force.
Wait. That's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking if you would force a government. I'm asking if you would like for the government to enforce your worldview.
No.
Okay.
I would like not because if they get, let me answer. If they get to enforcing, somehow blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians is going to be the one enforced while y'all are free. I don't want y'all to force nothing. Y'all history of force, black people, Hispanic people suffer.
Okay, so then in your view of your ecclesiology, you don't want that at the government top-down level promoting your ecclesiology, right? You don't want the government doing that?
Not by force, no.
Then what the fuck is the difference between the system you're advocating for in the West and the one we already have, where you can already do the shit you're doing? What's the difference? It's the same system. The system here is the liberal system of you can do whatever you want as long as you're not hurting somebody else. The system that you're advocating, you can do whatever you want as long as you're not hurting anybody else. You don't want any enforcement of your ecclesiology at the national level. Hang on. You literally said this. I don't want any of my ecclesiastical authority enforced at the national level or the government level, period. You don't want that. So how is it that right this second, we don't already have what you want? Right this second, you can be a polygynist. Right this second, we can do exactly what anybody can do exactly what you're doing. You can go fuck a chick and say, now you're my wife. And she goes, oh, I agree. And so both of you now are married according to you. You can do this. Hang on. You can do this right this second. What are you bringing? What are you bringing to the table here that's changing any of this? What are you bringing to the table here?
So in the beginning of this diet, first I want to show how nasty he is because he brought up having sex with a chicken. That's Epstein.
Chick. No, I said a chick, not a fucking chicken. I say you go bang a chick.
Chicken. No problem. So
a
now,
chick. No, not that wouldn't even make sense in context. You could go bang a chicken and now you're married. It's like that wouldn't even make sense.
That's what it sounded like you said to me, man. I'm sorry.
Instead of a chick, really? Okay.
Yeah, it sounded like maybe he was talking too fast.
Okay. Anyway, so yeah, what are you bringing to the table here that changes anything? It's just the same shit.
Title, well, first of all, the problems in the West have nothing to do with monogamy or polygamy. It has nothing to do with that.
Oh, okay. So then it's not good. Polygyny isn't good for the West then?
Well, when you're talking about saving the West.
Yeah, it's not going to save the West.
Well, monogamy hasn't saved the West.
Yeah, I'm not asking you about polygyny. Don't change the topic. Don't change the subject. How is polygyny going to save the West? And what is your system bringing to the table that's any fucking different than what we have right now? What?
Our version of marriage would absolutely save the West because there would be no more whores or whoremongers in America.
No, that's not true. You can't. You just said you wouldn't enforce your system.
You just asked, how would my way of life save the West? That's what you just asked.
How could it do it without enforcement from the top down?
Okay, you got to add that part. You got to add the part.
Yeah, it couldn't do it. It couldn't do it without enforcement.
Wait. So let me ask you a question, right?
No, answer my question first. How is it that absent enforcement, you're bringing any fucking thing to the table for anything to do with the West? And literally everybody can do exactly what you're doing right now. They can just have sex with a chick and then they're married as long as the chick agrees to it. What is it that you are bringing that's change?
Okay. I want to ask you a question after I answer that. Fair enough?
Okay.
Yes. So now what I bring to the table is actual value to sex. The problem with America is they don't value sex. So I will go to the American government and say, why is OnlyFans allowed?
But that's force. That's force. That's force, bro.
I would
That's force. That's force.
So now I have a question for you.
No. That's force. Do you concede that that's force? You going to the government and saying you need to make sure OnlyFans isn't allowed is you advocating for force of your worldview. Yes?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, then you lied to me again when you said, no, I don't want the government to enforce my worldview. You do, don't you?
No, I don't.
Then how are they going to get rid of OnlyFans without force, bro? How?
I just agreed with you.
How are they going to get rid of OnlyFans without force, bro? How?
You just you just make it illegal.
And what happens? What happens if people? And what happens if people do something that's illegal?
You go to jail.
Oh, so then force. Got it. So you're saying that you want to use the force of the state.
I want to do that.
Yeah, you just said it, bro.
I want to do that.
You just said it twice.
You asked the question that said,
"Sorry, bro."
No,
that's the end of the debate. That's it.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. You just did it to yourself. You did it to yourself. You want to use force of the government to enforce your worldview. That's what you just said.
I don't even want to talk to the government.
Okay, then tell me, how is it that the government's going to get rid of OnlyFans again?
All you done in your so-called interrogation of me is ask the weirdest Epstein Island questions ever. And then you want
I didn't ask you anything about Epstein Island once. You just lied again. You just lied again.
I would force the government after I said I wouldn't go to the government. So when
you just contradicted yourself again. You said you would.
Question, I answered it. So I do have a
question. No, you didn't actually answer it. And so the thing is like, here's the thing that's so interesting. You said you again, performative contradiction. Do you want to use force to impose your worldview using the government? No. I want the government to get rid of OnlyFans. That would be an imposition of your worldview using force. And how did I demonstrate that? Hang on. How did I demonstrate that? Hang on. How did I demonstrate that? I proved it by saying, How is it that they could get rid of OnlyFans without force? You said making it illegal. What happens to people do illegal things? They go to jail. That's force. That's the entailment of the position. You lost, sir. That's the end of that. Your imposition of your worldview that you don't want to impose due to force is actually you wanting to impose your worldview by force. Do you realize you contradicted yourself?
Okay, I just want to respond, and then I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
My initial answer said, I do not want to force the government to do anything. And then I said, I prefer that the government lives according to God's laws, but I wouldn't force them. And then the same way you asked the hypothetical question about one of my wives unaliving.
You're about to finish the debate right now, I promise. Go ahead.
Why are you interrupting?
No, I just want to show you. You're going to finish the debate right now. Go ahead. I'll show you.
Same way you asked a hypothetical question that never will happen about my wife. You asked another hypothetical question that never will happen.
The government can't get rid of OnlyFans.
So now my question to you.
Wait, hang on. So then I'll follow up this last one then. Last one. So then what is it if you're unwilling to use force for your worldview and approach the government for any top-down policies whatsoever? What is it that you're bringing to the table that we don't already have in this degenerate ass fucking West? What is it that you're bringing to the table since everybody can already do what you do? They already can. Is it just your position that you're just going to go educate the masses? You're just going to educate them into everyone they fuck. They then become married to them. Or did you have some teeth behind that? Did you have something you were going to legislate or move towards? Did you have something like that? Or is it just, you're just going to go out and word salad them to death?
I'm actually great at what I do. And polygamous and monogamous people do anything they want right now.
That's right.
I will never.
And the West is still degenerate.
I still got to get interrupted. Who's the child?
The West is still degenerate, bro.
We'll play the game of talking over each other.
Yeah, go ahead. I won't interrupt you. I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
Y'all got it.
But go ahead.
Andrew yielded. Go ahead.
So now, I will never force the government to obey God because the government will never obey God. So your hypothetical question was answered, but it wasn't my answer. It's your hypothetical question. What I do is exactly what you said. It's what Christ did. Christ didn't force no government to follow him. He taught, and he was good at it. That's why the disciples did it. So I do the same exact thing. I teach to my people the value of sex, no force. And you know what? I'm good at it. So I don't have to force nobody. So now I have a question for you.
So now hang on. Wait, just let you go. I'm just going to respond. You can ask your question. So here's my response. Very simple, right? I asked you this question. What are you doing any different than what's already being practiced in the West? And you know what you just told me? Nothing. You are not offering anybody anything new. The same shit. You're promising them that the government's going to continue to fuck them over, going to continue to enforce degeneracy. It's going to continue to do all these horrible things under your system because you ain't got the balls to use force. You ain't got the balls to make any legislative changes. Nothing. You're just going to speak them to death. The reason that just lost you the debate is because when you say polygyny in the West is what's going to save the West, we already have mass polygyny in the West. We already have the same shit. We have people banging everybody all over the fucking place. We already have that. It's not saving shit, right? And you are not offering anybody anything new. You're literally offering the status quo. You're offering them the status quo. You get exactly the same shit you've always gotten under your worldview. And that's why you, sir, and polygyny is not going to save the West. And neither are Hebrew Israelites. You got nothing to offer. Nothing.
Okay, so I'm going to ask my question after I respond to that. There's bullshit that he's saying about polygamy. Polygamy is something that is always kind of existed, but is low key. But monogamy in America has existed forever. So the downfall of the West is not polygamy. The downfall of the West is monogamy, the prostitution, and all the whole shit that y'all do. y'all, when you say polygamy won't save the West, show me how. This is a hypothetical.
I will show you how.
This is not a question.
Yeah.
Monogamy never did anything because America didn't rule the West by monogamy.
Yes, it did.
America ruled the West by force because America still rules the West. Last I checked, America is still the number one superpower unless you ask Israel.
The West is dying. The West is dying. The West can't
finish. I didn't interrupt you the whole time you fucking talked.
Okay. Well, you said that. Okay, fine. But I get a response after this. Then I get a response after this.
Yeah, you get a response. Go ahead, Cap. It's yours. Go ahead.
I always got to cuss before I get my moderator Cooley to step in. So again, America is still a number one fucking power, even though morally they're fucked up. So you can't blame that on polygamy because when monogamy existed, they was raping their wives. That's why it was unlawful. Raping their wives. That's why it only became in law in 1993. That's why when you go to post or pre-industrialism, you know why they was having more kids? Because they was raping the wives, having sex with them, producing the kids, got the woman in the house, and then they let that white broad out. And that white broad said, I ain't never coming. I ain't never coming back. I ain't having no more of your kids. I ain't doing none of that. So we can't act like monogamy or polygamy makes the West good or bad because the West is still great.
Yes.
Now my question.
No. I get a response. I get a response.
He gets to respond.
That's
what we agreed to.
He get to respond.
Hang on, you just agreed. Yeah, I get a response. I get a response. Yeah. So here's a response.
No.
It's really simple, right? Yeah, I get and we'll get to your question after my response.
Real quick, both of y'all. Real quick. I'm just mute both of y'all real quick. Listen, Cap, we literally just walked it through like A to Z. A to Z walked it through. You gave your little rebuttal, and now Andrew gets a response. This is why Andrew yielded. You get what I'm saying? So just let him get his response, and then you can ask a question. I don't think Andrew Wilson is asking a question. He's just going to respond to all the things that you said. So go ahead.
Wait. Hold before Andrew goes. This back and forth while I've been trying to ask this one question has gone on 4 times now.
That's because you won't stop responding.
Every time he responds, and then I respond, and I say I want to ask a question afterwards. He says he got to respond. Can I ask the? Wait, listen.
No, that's not what happened. You're lying about the course of events.
I
said I'll respond. I said I'll respond, and
I got you real quick, Andrew. Listen, this is real simple, Cap. Once Andrew responds, instead of you responding to Andrew, ask your question. Just ask the question and you'll be good. So is Andrew time to respond? After Andrew is finished, ask your question, Cap.
So before he goes, if the criteria is I can't respond to what he says, I just have to ask my question, that has to be the same across the board. He can't respond to nothing I say. He got to ask his question. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, I don't have a question. So yeah, this is everything he just said was a lie. When he's talking about coverture laws, with the by the way, major feminist talking point, major black eye on the Hebrew Israelites on this one. Okay, you did go to jail for battering and abusing your wife. In fact, you weren't even allowed to step out. You weren't allowed to leave your wife. You weren't even allowed to do that because the state would enforce. The state would come in and be like, "Nah, man." They look up coverture laws. Any of you watching this, you can look them up for yourself, right? Men had an obligation. Women couldn't even go into debt. And by the way, just a few short years ago, we're talking only 60, 70 years ago, you're looking at, as far as monogamy goes, most men were marrying virgin women. They were marrying virgins on their wedding night. No, not kidding, right? The monogamy, as I showed you all of the various data, right? It's the most stable thing you can do for the American family. We've strayed away from that, and that's what's caused tons and tons of the problems with degeneracy. In fact, this guy's worldview is so degenerate, right? He's just saying, hey, if you bang a chick, you're married to her. Great. Well, how do you enforce that? We don't. We're just going to talk at them. Hey, did you know you're married? No, I'm not. The woman says, no, I'm not. That's the end of that. There's no enforcement mechanism whatsoever. He doesn't want the state to do anything. He doesn't want any movement in society towards anything new. How are you going to save the West when you just want the status quo? It's the same West. He wants the same West tomorrow that we have today, where everybody can do whatever they want, right? And you can, in their mind, they'll just say, hey, we're married as long as we have sex with a chick. We're married to him. You have sex with a chick, you're married to her. Those people say, no, we're not. You're out of your fucking mind. Go about their business. And that's business as usual. There's no enforcement of any of this. No legislative. They have no legislative plan for anything. They have no plan for anything. It's just more of the same shit. He's literally offering you more of the same. And when I ask him, how's that going to save the West? He doesn't know. He has no idea. He gave you nothing. He just said monogamy somehow was the better status quo than most men marrying virgins on their wedding night just, 60, 70, 80 years ago. Like, how's this even rational? None of this is even rational. And so, no, clearly monogamy is not going to save the West. They got no plan at all for anything. Nothing. It's just status quo.
Why? Y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're
Why
good.
do white people enjoy to force people to do things so much?
Well, wait a second. Everybody enjoys enforcing their worldview on everybody. That includes Asians, Black people, Hispanics, whites, any race that you can point to has the state as a use of force. The state always has the use of
I'm
force.
asking you, why do white people? Can you just answer my question?
It's not true. I reject it. I reject it as a loaded question.
Why? Well, when you say a loaded question,
it presupposes the answer.
You just talked to me about force so much that I agreed to answer your hypothetical question about force.
Yeah.
You said defense was force. You said, don't I have to force my view? I said I wouldn't go to the government. You create a hypothetical. If I do go to the government, wouldn't it be force? And now when I ask you, why do white people enjoy to force people to do things so much? You say I'm being dishonest, and I'm not. I want to know, because
this is a presupposition. Yeah, I'll answer.
The past 25 to 30 minutes,
I'll answer.
You have talked to me that we got to force. Even in your soliloquy that you just did, you said I'm not going to force nobody to do anything, but you want to force. So why do white people enjoy forcing people to do things?
Yeah, so I'll answer the question.
And real quick, Andrew, right before you answer that, we're going to do 15 more minutes of open format discussions. And then right after the 15 minutes is up, we're going to go ahead and bring some people up to ask some questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's make this really easy. The reason that this is a loaded question is because it assumes that only why do black people enjoy murdering each other so much? You see how that's a loaded question? Not only that, let's point this out and we'll make this really simple. The objective reality of the world is that all states and all systems come down to use of force. And I don't care what system you have, it's going to come down to a use of force of men. It's always the case in every system you can point to, in all historic standards, everywhere on planet Earth, at all times, without exception. The world objectively runs on force and enforcement. And the truth is if you're unwilling to utilize your worldview with enforcement, your worldview is worthless, because people can just ignore you, walk about, do whatever they want. And all you can do is shake your finger at them and say, you shouldn't have done that. That's why. You know why? Because it works. Here's why white people like to do it so much. Because it works and it's sane. There you go. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Thank you for being honest.
Yeah, because it works and it's sane.
Now, is that in the Bible to do it by force?
Yes. The Bible points kings. Yes. Divine kings, the right of kings.
Show me where you have to enforce it by force.
Yeah, the state itself, including a monarchy, necessarily entails that you have to have force for any edict of the nation or the kingdom. There always will be a force.
How are you going to enforce your monogamy in the West?
This is great. You know what I would do? The same thing that we used to do, which is I would take over, try to at least, win every possible election to put people with my worldview in charge, so that I would legislate that polygamy be outlawed. I would legislate that if you were going to do divorce, that would be governed by the church and not governed by the state. I would actually have enforcement arms and teeth behind what it was that I wanted to do, because, I actually want to save the West. I don't want the status quo, right? You won't even petition the government to get rid of OnlyFans. That's how weak your position is. You won't even, because somehow that's going to benefit white people too much or something. That's like such a terrible position, dude.
And what are you doing to actually enforce it?
Well, so here's what you do. You started.
What are you doing?
Yeah. So what I do is I start at cooperative level. So what I start with is this. We need to move into local jurisdictions and begin the process of taking over the arms of legislation to legislate your worldview.
So you're doing that now?
Yes.
Can you give examples of that?
Of me? Yes. Yes. I talk with people. I talk with people all over the United States. It's just a guy named Rob Nora goes to multiple Republican conventions in order to place people in seats so that they can legislate. Yes.
And how successful are you?
I mean, Christian nationalism, I would say, is the most successful counterculture political apparatus which maybe has ever existed in our lifetime. So I think it's pretty fucking successful. Yeah, I think it's pretty successful.
So in your worldview, polygamy would be illegal, right?
Yeah.
But isn't polygamy already illegal?
Polygyny. No, it's not.
Polygyny is not illegal?
No. Only at the state level.
But but when you say at the state level, you made a point to say, but wouldn't you have to get rid of marriage too?
From the state? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So are you doing that too?
Yes.
Damn. So how successful are you? What cities you got that are doing it? How long have you been doing it?
I mean, well, right now, Christian nationalism is in its form of ceding power. This means that right now they're moving towards gaining control in legislative branches.
How long have you been doing it?
For a few years.
Let's say 4 or 5?
Maybe 3.
Any headway?
Yeah, there's been headway. Yes.
Like where? Well, give me the county or something.
I just told you, man. You can go to the Pennsylvania Republican Convention, which Rob Nor just went to. He works for me.
And it's law now in Pennsylvania that.
No, of course it's not law. I just told you. You have to start with the ceding of power first.
Why aren't you forcing them?
Bro, we're not talking about the utilization of forcing government, but taking over government to use force. We're talking about taking over government to use force.
You're not a real white man because you're not forcing your will. But I got a force.
No, I think you just have a fundamental misunderstanding of how power apparatuses work.
Forcing?
Listen, what did I just tell you? Can you even repeat back what I just said? I don't know what this is. Pure coke laugh now.
Talk to some constituents here in Pennsylvania and this, but you ain't forced nothing. You just talking.
So
essentially,
don't you want to get people seated so that you can affect political change?
Same way that you said, I'm just talking.
No, you are just talking.
Same thing you're doing.
Who are you seating for power?
Show me you doing anything more than just talk.
I'll explain it to you. I have a methodology, and thousands like me have a methodology where we're trying to push people in positions of power who agree with our worldview for the purpose of enforcement. You're doing the opposite. You're claiming you don't want anybody in a position of power with your worldview.
Besides talking,
do you understand that you're utilizing the apparatus for enforcement?
Show me where you forced anything,
bro. If you have enough elected bodies, you then can utilize the force of the state.
Right? You didn't force them, right? You talked to them, right?
You're not. That's not the correct position. What you're saying here is you refuse to cede the state power.
You say all I'm
You're
doing
refusing to go to the state. You're refusing it. Do you understand the difference?
You ain't forcing nothing. You a fake
bro. Do you understand that you're? Yeah. Do you understand that you are refusing to engage at the state level for enforcement, and we're not? That's the distinction.
You are, and you're not forcing nothing. You're going there to talk.
So
even the gays.
For what purpose?
The DSM, when they wanted to change that DSM, they did that by force. The gays better.
They didn't force anybody to do anything. How do they do it by force?
Let's try this. Say, Cap, can you still man his position real quick, just so we all understand?
How you interfere? Come on, Cooley. Come on.
Man.
Can you still man it?
Just still man it. It's not an interference. It's because we want to create some decorum, and it's the back and forth. So in order to get rid of the back and forth, if you just still man his position, I think that'll help.
Steal, man. You saying steal?
Steel.
S-T-E-E or
L.
S-T-E-A?
Yeah, S-T-E-E-L.
S-T-E-E-L. Steel man. I don't know what that means.
Just summarize his position.
Yeah, it just means
Summarize it.
Attacking a
Yeah,
weaker
repeat it.
version. I'm not attacking nothing weaker. I'm the one that asked the question.
No, that's a straw man.
No. The steel man means
steel man.
Persuasive technique where instead of attacking a weaker version of an opponent's argument, one constructs the strongest possible interpretation of that argument.
Yes.
So what this man said was that all I'm doing is talking. I'm not forcing anything, as if he was. And he's not forcing anything. He's talking just like me.
No. So
his position.
That's not the most
his position of marriage, his position, and he's going to talk to constituents. I'm taking my position of marriage, my position of sex, and I'm going to talk to my people. We're doing the exact same thing. Neither one of us is doing it by force. But he made it seem like my teaching is a bad thing, but him talking is a good thing.
That was actually a straw man, not a steel man. But I'll give you the steel man, the most charitable version of your position I can possibly think of. You think that Andrew Wilson's doing the exact same thing that you're doing. I'm just talking to people, right, in order to convince them of my worldview, that we're doing the exact same thing, that we're both. But here's the problem. That's a steel man. The problem you had with my steel man is we're not, though. Because when I asked you, would you try to move your ideology to the ruling apparatus, the state apparatus? Multiple times you said no, 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 no. I refuse to do that. We're not doing the same thing. The idea that I can move people into positions, or at least assist with moving people in positions, or in some way help moving people into positions of authority and power in the state in order to implement my worldview via enforcement, is the distinction between the two of us. Not whether or not we both do the things we're doing via us talking, but what the outcome of what it is we're trying to do actually is. I'm trying to present a view which people can get behind to affect real change. You are trying to affect a view of the status quo liberal elite of do as thou wilt, as long as you don't hurt anybody else, because you refuse to utilize government power for the implementation of ideology.
So here's why it's not a steel man or straw man, but they're addressing him directly. The only difference he and I have is the agenda. His agenda is at the government level. My agenda is at my people level. There is no such thing as do what thou wilt. That's white folks stuff. Like white people say that. That's a white man that came up that term, do what thou wilt. The Bible says, do what God say, thus saith the Lord. So I teach my people, thus saith the Lord. So it's not a straw man or a steel man, because I'm pointing out that I'm not forcing anybody and he's not forcing anybody. His agenda is just different than mine. I don't care. The reason why I took this debate, the title of the debate is not just the West. The title of this debate is can polygyny save the West? Is it a sin? It being a sin means we talk about the Bible. So my lens is a biblical lens. His lens can be the West lens, and that's fine. So even on his lens of the West, he still ain't doing nothing by force. He just talking. In my lens, I'm talking. So now the only thing we can measure success or failure is if he shows where his talking is moving weight in the West, and where I show my talking is moving weight amongst my people.
Yeah,
That's the only thing you could do.
So to give a response to this, he's right in one sense that it's the ideological difference for outcome. Remember what we're debating here. Is polygyny going to save the West? Right? He says, and is it a sin? We went through all the did I interrupt you? We went through all of the biblical stuff there, right? We're also on the topic of can polygyny save the West? And in this particular case, he has not made any case for how it can in any way, shape, or form. Yes, I did. That's a lie. In fact, I didn't interrupt you. In fact, what he has done is he has said we, the Hebrew Israelites, are a bunch of status quo people, right? We want the status quo. We want everything to keep going exactly how it is, because for us to petition the government to even do anything as small as regulating off the internet OnlyFans would require them to use force, and so that would be bad. That's what this gentleman said. No, we're not after the same aims. We're not after the same ends. He's a normal, progressive status quo using feminist talking points. Nonsense is what you hear here. Just nonsensical prattle. The reason that he wants to stay inside of the these minute questions, the minutia questions, is because the second we apply this worldview to the actual West, the whole thing falls apart. Inside his worldview, he can't even justify utilizing state force to enforce the things he believes are moral. How fucking insane is that? And so here Andrew Wilson says, no, I think that I do have a moral system called Christianity, which doesn't force morality and has all sorts of ecclesiology behind it, so that we can move in government for the enforcement of our will and the enforcement of the things that we want. He says, and his response to this was, well, that might benefit white people too much and hurt minorities too much. By the way, another liberal progressive talking point, another feminist talking point. I'm really surprised. I thought the Hebrew Israelites were supposed to be these awesome savages. It turns out they're a bunch of fucking progressive feminists, and they're too afraid to even use the state apparatus to enforce the things they consider moral. That's fucking crazy. He says, well, wait a second, Andrew. Were kings allowed to do that? Yes, they were, sir. Yes, they were. Yes, divine kings definitely made edicts, and they definitely used force in order to enforce their fucking edicts. Yes, they did. And so, like, the whole worldview just fell apart. He can't save you from shit.
I didn't say the words that he said, and he lied. I said, I want the government to be under God. I'm just not going to do it by force. That's what I said.
And real quick, Cap, before you finish, we just hit the 15-minute mark, so I'll let you fully go ahead and finish your statement, and then we'll do closings.
I could do
so
it
you
in
have
my closing.
Okay, cool. You could do it in your closing. So 4 minutes maximum.
It's not me. It's he closes out first.
Okay, so you're done with your response.
Yeah, I could put it in my 4 minutes.
You can respond and then and then I'll do the close. You can do your last close if you want. That's fair. Right?
Yeah, okay. You can fully respond if you want. Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, so Andrew lied. I never said I didn't want to do anything with the government. That's just not my primary agenda, because I think the West is a piece of shit. I think America has no morality, have never had any morality. And so that's my position as far as that goes. So my agenda as far as this debate was titled, can polygyny save the West? Is it a sin? Polygyny can save the West, but proper education on what sex is. Even Andrew admitted that he doesn't agree with the paper marriage. He agrees with some ecclesiastical church marriage, which the Christian church as a whole doesn't even hold. They don't hold the people to the fire. They don't hold anybody. All them questions he asked me, if the woman that unalives that baby can still be a Christian. The man that's having all that sex can still be a Christian. That OnlyFans can still be a Christian. So none of that ecclesiastical nonsense is going to work, because all of that is accepted in Christianity. But if you have proper education on what sex is, polygyny and monogamy can actually exist. That's what we offer as Israelites. The feminist stuff sounds good, but it's not my fault that white men was beating the shit out of white women and then they wanted to escape y'all whooping their ass. That's not my fault. The term wife beater is because y'all was beating their ass. Black people didn't invent that term. Anybody look up wife beater? It's a white man that had a wife beater shirt on for beating the shit out of his woman. And when I said that grape was lawful until 1993, he tried to flip it and say you can't beat your woman. I never said nothing about beating your woman, but you could lawfully grape your woman, and they didn't put it into legislation until 93. So the monogamous lifestyle of America said you can grape your woman. Let that sizzle in your spirit. So I'll land right there. I'll put the rest in my 4-minute closing.
Okay,
ready
cool.
for closings?
Yep, ready for closings. Andrew, you can start now.
Yeah, all feminist talking points, every single one of them. The idea that you could just rape your woman whenever you felt like it, he's using what's called a word concept fallacy. Just because you weren't prosecuted under the exact term rape or sexual assault doesn't mean that that was legal to do. Do you realize that crimes can shift definitionally to what it is that we're talking about? When you did spousal abuse, which is what rape would have fallen under, you did go to jail. You went to jail for battery and things like this. And by the way, the things which disproportionately affect the Black community when it comes to domestic violence laws all came out of these feminists claiming the same thing this lunatic is, which is that, oh, there's too much marital rape. Women need to have extra additional laws, even though all the laws of battery and everything else already applied, right? They needed to have extra protections. And now you see a domestic dispute in a Black community, someone's going to jail. They're going to jail every single time. Thank you, feminist. Thank you, Hebrew Israelite, with your feminist talking points, because that's what led us right here, right? You guys and your stupid ass ideology is what leads us to these things. You don't even understand what you're talking about. You don't know the history of feminism. You don't know the history of these things at all. You need to understand how coverture worked. That's one. Two, he's a contradiction machine. My opponent's a literal contradiction machine. I don't know how many contradictions I caught him in, but man, it was an overwhelming amount. Remember, a contradiction is just P and not P. He said, no, we can't enforce with the state. No, we can't enforce with the state. No, you can only get divorced if it's, your wife is fornicating with someone else. No, you can actually get divorced if they murder people too, or if they commit fraud or any of these other things, right? He contradicts himself constantly. This is a guy. So, and by the way, I've seen this type of tactic before when they're filibuster machines, right? So what they want to do is they want to filibuster each and every logic tree so that you move down their logic tree and you can't give a response. The second we're out of the filibuster zone, right? He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. He has carefully memorized a few Hebrew talking points, a Black Hebrew talking or whatever, Hebrew Israelite talking points when it came to various biblical dialogues, right? But unfortunately, when he's outside of this realm of any of these memorized, roted dialogues, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He doesn't understand how force doctrine works. He doesn't understand how enforcement works. He doesn't understand he's offering the progressive mantra of more of the same. He's saying right now it's the most degenerate place we've ever been, but I refuse to use any sort of state force, get my ideology through. He contradicted himself multitudes of times on that. He went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Right? Contradiction machine. And you know what else he never demonstrated? Not one time. How monogamy was going to do a damn thing to assist with the West, how it was going to do a damn thing to do anything for the West at all. Right? In fact, he says, I want a system of monogamy and polygyny. Right? I want polygyny and monogamy. I want both things. Right? So he can't even make up his mind on what his own system is. The whole thing is a farce. These guys have no idea what they're talking about. And when we get to real world application of what it is they want to do, guess what it is? Nothing. They don't want to do anything. They want the status quo, ladies and gentlemen. He wouldn't even go to have the government do anything about OnlyFans under his view. He said it. It's on record. Go look at it yourself. What he said is, nope, I'm not going to use government force for that. Right? Okay, got it. 30 seconds. So I'm not going to use government force for it. And it's like, yeah, so how are we going to implement any of these moral laws? How are we even going to do that? Well, according to him, we're not, right? What he's going to do is continue to stay online and debate about particulars about whether or not Joseph impregnated Mary or not, even though the entirety of the church, going all the way back to the original church, says that wasn't the case. Right? It's all phony baloney nonsense. And what I didn't know was that these guys were all just progressive feminists. But now we know.
All right. He went 10 seconds over. So Cap, I'll give you 10 seconds over as well. The floor is yours for your opening.
I appreciate it. We definitely know that Andrew likes the great women and supports it and condones it. It's not a feminist talking point to say that you're against great. It's just natural. If my daughter was great by anybody, I'm a man that would actually protect and avenge my daughter from being great. It's insanity that you got to be a feminist to be against great. But when you support his ideology and you can grape and beat women, that's what they'll believe. That's how you know that lifestyle is not conducive because what woman wants to be great? I mean, I'm not into feminism. Women thinking they empower because they got these jobs and XYZ like that. You are always under me. You are always under a man. That's just how it is. Secondly, when it comes to is it a sin? He was clearly beat the hell out of. He has no idea or concept with the Bible. So the only person that could actually live in two environments in this debate was me. He could not live in the Bible. And then even in his worldview, he tried to say that I'm wrong for teaching to try to get my people to change, but then admits that his forced doctrine is the exact same thing. His forced doctrine is not to take anybody by the hand and force them to accept it, but to go to his constituents and talk to him and convince him with his mouth. No different than me. When I said polygamy and monogamy, I also said the education of what sex is. Why is that important? America has no value on sex whatsoever. That piece of paper don't make you married. He admitted that. So if the piece of paper don't make you married and his ecclesiastical doctrine does, why ain't that enforced? Why ain't, you notice as he's saying he going to the Western governments, he didn't go to the church to say why ain't the church enforcing that? Why? Because the church supports lesbianism, homosexuality, gay marriage, child molestation. So he has no church to go to. He has nowhere to go to. So he has to go talk to a couple of his buddies. They probably be sitting, have a round table like, yeah, man, I'm tired of these women. We need to go back to days where we can grape them. That's about as far as it goes. So this was a good dialogue, though. Andrew is a good, debater. He lost, pretty bad on both subjects. Once you can accuse me of something, but then admit that you're doing the same exact thing that you thought you was making fun of me, you actually lost, because he has no work behind his words. I would love for him to show it, whereas I do. So we don't sit around trying to have just debates about virgin birth and stuff like that. We actually go out into Black communities and teach them the value of family. Why we got to teach them the value of family? Because if we live under the West, we don't have no family. The white family is destroyed, and so is ours. So we have to teach them the opposite. So we educate our people across the board. With that, I'll land.
All right. Thank you for your closing, both of you. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and read.
I do, Cooley. And I do appreciate very quickly my debate partner here. That was a fun debate, and I'm open to doing another one with you in the future on other topics if you'd like. I have no ill will towards you at all. No matter how spirited these things get, I understand you keep this shit in the arena, and that's where it stays. So you're never going to be under any threat of my audience harassing and nothing like that. We just don't play that shit here. So I wanted to say that, and I wanted to thank you for taking time out of your day. Cooley, I do have the reason I had to reschedule this for today instead of tomorrow, which I wanted to tell you I appreciated you taking the time to do that, is because I have a drive out to Chicago. I'm doing a large-scale debate out there. So I do have to leave a little bit early tonight. I hope you guys will forgive me for that. But maybe we can catch it up another time, huh?
If I can extend the same thing, I'm the same way. Like when you're in debate mode, you're supposed to try to obliterate the other person. But when the debate is over, I ain't gonna see if I was ever see you or something like. I don't have to do all of that. So
it would just hopefully be a handshake. I can be the white devil after I leave. I can be the white devil after I leave. But anyway, I did appreciate it, and I never have any ill will for these things. And Cooley,
definitely do a round
I am going to send a raid over to your channel if you're going to maybe do something a little after. I think I got pretty close to 8,000 live on my end.
Cool.
So happy to do it, and thank you guys, and I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Hey, thank you, Andrew. Appreciate you.
All right, no problem.
All right, Kat, you're willing to
just for a little bit.
Okay, cool. You're willing to stay.
I'll take like 2 questions or something like that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we could definitely do that.
I think it would be biased to stay if Andrew is gone. So maybe I'll take 2.
Okay, fair enough. Let me go ahead and switch this, put it over here. And so I just want to read so pretty much the super chats that I'm reading tonight, ladies and gents, is going to be the super chats that's over $10. And then we already got some people backstage. Looks like they sent in. I'm going to try to verify as much of them as I can. But yeah, so let's go ahead. So we got Corey Love says in $10. Can you ask the brother if sex equals marriage to explain Deuteronomy 22 verses 28 through 29? It appears to be two separate things to me.
Wait, say that one more time, Fugazee.
Yeah, I think
that's for me to respond to.
Yeah, this would be yeah, this would be for Andrew, I believe. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Let's continue on. We got Corey Love again. He says, if sex equals marriage, ask the brother if he only wives up pure women, because would not those new women be another man's wife if they've had sex before him?
So when you come into the truth, you are what's called born again. So when a brother comes into the truth, if he doesn't have a woman, he's single. He's never been with a woman. If a sister comes into the truth and she's not with a man, she's single. She's never been with a woman. You start your life over. So the next man that the woman lay with, that's who she would actually be married to. That's how that works.
Fair. And actually, his first question was to you, because remember,
Okay.
you said that sex equals marriage. So he's
Right.
essentially saying that, can you ask the brother if sex equals marriage to explain Deuteronomy 22 verses 28 through 29? Because he's saying that it appears to be two separate things to him.
Deuteronomy 22
Yeah.
and 28.
28 through 29, yeah.
Right. So Deuteronomy 22, 28 pairs with Exodus 22 and 16. So I'm going to read both the verses. It says, if a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her and lie with her, and they be found, verse 29, then that man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife. That's so now I'm going to read Exodus 22 and 16 and then answer. It says, if a man entice a maid, which is not betrothed, and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife. And so what that does is, the normal way would be go to the father first. But if you entice that woman and lay with her, you still have to pay the dowry to the father. So that's what Deuteronomy 22, 28 and 29 is referring to. And that's what Exodus 22 and 16 is referring to. They're saying the same exact thing.
Okay. Then Rachel Wilson says in $10. Appreciate the support. She says, I have a question for the Hebrew fella. Okay. Then I just want to get through the chats. That's the same. Let me see here. Okay. All right, so we're going to be bringing up, okay, Rachel Wilson is backstage. All right, so Rachel Wilson, I'll bring you up in a second. And we got some more people backstage as well. But let me get through some of these chats. We also have here, No Control says in $10, says, Andrew Wilson's mods are blocking black comments and letting racist Neanderthals spew filth. Okay.
I don't gave a good super chat or something.
I don't think I can't verify that. You know, we over here on No Fugazi, I can't verify that. But as far as me knowing the Crucible crew, I don't think that they're doing that. We got I'm a Hunter sends in $10. Bible clear as water here. He must not take many wives, or his heart will be led astray. He must not accumulate large amounts of silver and gold. Deuteronomy 7:17.
17, right.
Yeah.
Do you
Okay.
want me to explain that? Or-
No, I guess it was
okay.
just reading it. Yep.
Okay.
We got Jeremiah Cook says in $10. Tazaryach, according to Genesis 1 verses 24, one man and one woman became one flesh. That is the earliest standard for marriage. Why do you force your lust upon holy scripture and say you follow the law?
Well, actually, it's not Genesis 1 and 24. It's Genesis 2 and 24. And that's not the first account where they're told to have intimacy. In Genesis 1 and 1 second, and 27, when it says, and so God created man in his image, and the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. This is when mankind was actually created. Verse 28, and God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply. How do you be fruitful and multiply? By sexual intercourse, and replenish the earth and subdue it. In Genesis, the 2nd chapter, Adam was already alive. Eve didn't physically come from his rib. Eve was a family member, someone from his tribe. That's why it says flesh and bone, which is what Jacob said, which is what the nation of Israel said.
Okay. We got Corey Love against us in $10. There are also provisions for divorcing your wife for any reason, but is it good faith and honor to the Most High to make an idol out of a provision when we know God's intent for marriage? It's a question for you.
I didn't understand it.
Okay, so essentially he's saying that there are also provisions for divorcing your wife for any provisions for divorcing your wife for any reason.
Right.
But then he says, is it good faith and honor to the Most High to make an idol of a provision when we know God's intent for marriage?
Yeah, that's the whole point of Christ. When Christ said, because of the hardness of your heart, Moses wrote that, but from the beginning it was not so, because what they were doing was doing for any reason. When Moses wrote uncleanness. So if you find uncleanness, it should have been something unlawful, not she ain't make your dinner, or she ain't having sex, or she ain't doing this. That wasn't the reason for it. So Christ gave the actual correct understanding of what that uncleanness meant, which was adultery or fornication.
All right, fair enough. All right, and let me go ahead and bring up Rachel Wilson, since she sent in 2 chats, and she has to come up. This would be Andrew Wilson's wife, if you don't know, Captain Tazaryach.
No,
go ahead and bring her up. Hey, Andrew, Rachel Wilson, welcome to the chat. Can you hear me? I think I can hear you good. Can you say something again?
Check 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Okay, great. I'm just going to go ahead and turn off my headphones just to make sure they don't try to reconnect, because I think that's what the issue was for a second. Okay, so first, I just wanted to address the absolute lie that the wife beater thing came from white men, because the CDC says that the rate of intimate partner violence is actually almost twice as high among blacks as it is among whites. It's a general rate of about 5.7% of the population for whites and about 9.2% for blacks. 44% of black women compared to 35% of white women, saying that they're victims of domestic violence. So this idea that it's a white guy thing, totally false. But I do have a question for Captain Wakanda here. Do you like playing Russian roulette?
No.
Are you a big fan of taking big risks?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm just curious, because if you want to have multiple wives, and I'm guessing you want them all to be black, since you seem to be a bit of a black supremacist, but I didn't know if you were aware that black women in America have 6 times higher the rate of herpes, 5 times higher the rate of chlamydia, 7 times higher the rate of gonorrhea, 8.5 times higher the rate of syphilis, and 10 times higher rate of HIV than white women. So if you're going to have multiple black wives, those are rough odds.
Well, what I would prefer, listening is an art. And when I talked about the wife beater, anybody can look that up. The term wife beater for white tank top originated in its association with negative stereotype of abusive men. And it was a white man in 1947 that it came from.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me, please. I didn't interrupt you the whole time you talk. You call me a black supremacist, because I'm not a black supremacist, because I'm not just about black people. I'm about my Latino people, Native Indian people. There's a lot of people that I love. So please don't call me a black
just not white people.
supremacist.
You hate
Once
white
again,
people, right?
listen, if you can't be quiet, I would just respectfully ask Cooley to remove you. I didn't interrupt you one time when you talk. I see why Andrew is your husband, because both of y'all can't shut the fuck up. Thank you. So, as I was saying, the term wife beater, which I said, originated from a white man. That was my talking point. I didn't say only white men beat women. I would never say nothing that stupid, but stupid people would believe that I said that. And then
So
when you talk about, once again, hey, Cooley, I'm cool, because I don't want to talk to Andrew's wife disrespectful. So if you could just remove her, I would greatly appreciate it.
I mean, I think you guys pretty much hashed it out. I think you hashed it out.
He actually keep interrupting me.
White women are running from their white husbands.
Now,
He made a claim that
real quick, I got you.
Woman, but I coolly,
Cap, I got you. I was just speaking. You know, I was just. I don't
want to talk to her.
I'm trying to create some decorum right now. What I did was
I don't want to talk to her.
Both of you attacked one another, so I kind of let you guys hash it out. I let you guys hash it out. You know what I'm saying?
Listen,
it seems that it was hashed out. You want to continue on, or you want me to take her off?
I do
because you're on. Okay,
cool. I appreciate it.
All right, Rachel Wilson, gotta let you go, but thank you for your support. I do appreciate you.
All right, thanks, Cooley.
All right. Okay, so let me go ahead and.
Andrew just said we gonna be cordial. She get up here call me a black supremacist and shit, man.
Let me go ahead and bring up some more supporters because we got some members in here too, which already seen some of their chats. You'll take two more? Okay, cool. So I'll prioritize getting the people up, and then I'll read through the chats afterwards. Okay, let's go with who we got up here. Lord Giatron, welcome to No Fugazee Podcast, man. What questions you got? Is your audio on? I can't hear you, man. Try to, remove yourself from the stream, like exit it out, then come back in. I'll bring you up. Let me get someone else up here real quick. All right, we got Uncle Tyga. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast, Tyga. The floor is yours.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask a question.
Tyga, real quick, your audio is low. Is it any way where you can?
You can't hear me?
I can hear you. It's just low. That's all it is. I'll turn you up from my end, but go ahead. I'll turn you up from my end.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask one question. Why is it that you postulate that it's only white people who are capable of forceful violence?
I didn't say that they only did it. Let me rephrase. I never said that they're the only ones capable of it. I didn't say that.
Okay, well, you made the claim that's what your people do, as in referencing.
Right. Yeah, I made that in reference to white people are in charge of the governmental laws, and they didn't make grape illegal until 1993. And so when I was saying that's your
grape illegal until 1993,
grape of a wife. Yeah, grape of a wife was not illegal until 1993. So when I said your people, I'm saying your people in regards to that law. Could a black man do that to his wife? Yes. I never said a black man couldn't. I'm just talking about when it comes to that law, they was graping their wives and they did not go to jail for it.
Yeah, so that's just completely false. But
false.
Yeah, because you can't just say, okay, where are your stats on that?
No,
that's
you just
the most
clarify
ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
No, when you say what's false?
Okay, because it wasn't, they didn't explicitly use the word grape, right? Doesn't mean that that's not what they were being prosecuted for. They, like Andrew already pointed out, like they would be prosecuted for battery and these other things, and that would be grounds for divorce, and they would be jailed for this. That's always been a thing.
Where they was prosecuted for graping?
Just because
here's
they
the thing
didn't
for me.
explicitly
You
use
gotta
the word
actually create
great
a law
in
for
law doesn't mean that the law wasn't enforced.
If you gotta actually create a law for it, then that means that they was doing it. That's why they create the law for it, right?
No, that's a word concept fallacy.
It's not a word concept.
Yeah, it is.
That's it wasn't a law before night. So why was
It
it
wasn't
made a
a
law?
law. They just didn't explicitly use the
Why
word
was
great.
it made a law?
It was already a prosecutable offense, right? It was under the category of
Marital rape in
assault
the
and
United
battery.
States of America. I'm just going to read it. In marital, the United States of America refer to the wait a minute. Sorry. Prior to the 1970s, marital rape was legal in every U.S. state. That's what it says. Legal. Come on, man. It's legal. It's legal.
Yeah, so you
We
don't
can
think
write that law.
that if a woman were to file a police report and say my husband raped me, that they wouldn't prosecute him, arrest him, and prosecute him for assault and battery?
Tell me where they was doing it. So, like, you going to anecdotal evidence is cool. I'm just talking about
that's not
the
anecdotal.
law itself. Wait. Anecdotal evidence, if you was to show me the one or two people that was prosecuted, that's anecdotal. But the law, the fact that it says it was legal to do, that's your people that wrote it. We didn't write that law.
Your people.
We didn't say it was
What
legal.
do you mean, your people, sir?
Right? Like the Constitution, the laws, we don't write laws. We follow laws. When I'm saying we, talk about like blacks and Latinos, we not making those laws. Y'all making those laws.
Okay.
So if it was legal, that's you white folk that did it.
All right.
Hey, Tyga, I'll leave you with one more question. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, just one more, and I won't take any more time. Okay, just let me ask one more question. So, Andrew asked you this, and you didn't actually answer. You just said my people would never do that, which is absurd. But I'm just going to ask you again: if a man were to force himself upon a woman, does that make her his wife now?
No, I actually answered that question. I said,
answer
when you go back and listen, I said you said what?
Okay, go ahead, answer it again.
No, hey, be quiet. I'm answering if you stop interrupting. So now, what I said then and what I said now, rape is unlawful in the Bible. So you cannot do that, and then that's still your woman. No, you can't. You see how clean that is? But up until 1970, you can grape your wife. It was legal. See the difference between God's laws and the white man's laws?
The white man's
That's
law.
why God's laws are better than the white man's laws.
Okay. All right, that's all I had. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate the support, Uncle Tyga. Appreciate the support, man. Have a blessed one. Peace.
Right, one more, Cooley.
All right, cool. I'll get one more up for you. Looks like, and then I see all the super chats. I'm going to go ahead and get through the super chats as well. I got you. Do you mind staying for some of the super chats just to answer some of the questions or no?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
You saying you're gonna read them and
I would just read them. Yeah, and some of them may be to you, and you can just answer them. But I'll get one more person up.
All right, no sweat.
All right, cool. Okay. Welcome to No Fugazee podcast. Can I hear you? Speak for me. I can't hear you. All right. Well, let's try another one real quick. We got Glenn Lawrence. Glenn Lawrence, welcome to No Fugazee podcast. The floor is yours.
Yeah, so a couple questions. I didn't get the definitive answer how he thought the West would be saved by polygyny. Like, do you believe that, like, yes, it can be saved by polygyny? Like, polygyny changes the
My answer wasn't as simple as just polygyny. My answer was yes for polygyny, but sex education would have to be a part of that.
Okay, well, I believe that sex education is good. I think that that wouldn't be a good solution, because I think the problem with both of it is no lack of good patriarchy.
When you say
regardless if you have monogamy or polygyny, if you don't have good patriarchs running the home, neither one of them are going to be successful.
But I actually agree with that. So when I'm saying education, I'm talking about education on what it means to be the patriarch as well. So like we don't
Well, I think
teach
you just
men to
expanded
just
upon
go
that
out.
based off of
You gotta
my
let me finish.
answer, though, honestly. Well,
You gotta let me
I
finish because if you
please.
talking, I'm talking, I'm not even hearing what you're
Right.
saying. You
I'm
just
sorry.
sound like, thank you, I appreciate that. So you can't. We don't teach that men. Hey, just go out there and start sleeping with a bunch of women. We teach that you the head of that woman. Like that's what the Bible says. The Bible says the head of every woman is the man. So being the head of her is how you establish the patriarchy. So you have to actually court a woman before you can actually lay with her. And once you establish that, then you can lay with another woman. But you're learning how to actually be in charge of that woman to establish your authority over that woman because you are her authority. You are her boss. But I do agree. That's why you heard me say polygamy and monogamy needs that type of education because we don't have that now. It's just sex, 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 and that's it.
Do you think it's kind of like misleading or confusing when you said we need sex education, right? And then we need polygyny, but sex education has nothing to do with teaching them how to be a patriarch.
Sex education, right? At the surface level, just sounds like take your rod, put it in a woman. That's your wife. That's what it sounds. That's what people hear. Whenever, even when we say sex is marriage, that's what they hear. And we say that sometimes for the shock value of it, you know, because it's like, oh, how could you say that? But the education comes from you have to stay with that woman. You have to stay with that man. That forces a man to think twice. So, like, let's say if there's a woman out there, she got a big booty, big breasts, flat booty, big breast, whatever type of woman you like, but she's an absolute monster. In this society, you will hustle her out of her drawers because in your mind, all you're thinking about is, I want to sleep with her. In our society, which would lead to patriarchy, if you're not going to keep her, be in charge of her, correct her, do those things, then you can't and should not have sex with her because of the responsibility that comes with it. Patriarchy can only come with you learning your responsibility, you knowing your role as a man. It's not a woman's job to teach you how to be a man. A man has to teach you how to be a man. And when you learn that, you'll be able to rule not only over women, because patriarchal society is not just about who you having sex with. You can have one wife, you can have no wife, and still be patriarch, meaning being in charge.
Society means a father-led, man-ruled, basically, right? But I think we have, like, we're always going to have a patriarch, a patriarchal society. It's determining whether it's going to be a good one or a bad one is the problem, right? You know.
Yeah,
so,
but I'm gonna.
So I mean,
I was just gonna say, but mandating either or as law is dangerous because you're forcing. Like relationships aren't a monolith. You got some brothers that's just content with one woman, and if you're content with that woman, I shouldn't come around you and say, "Hey man, get you 4 women, get you 5 women," and then you got some that want more than one, and the brother that only wants one shouldn't come to me and say, "Nah, you shouldn't do that." That's
so. I got a quick question though, in regards to what you said. So, Cap, when do you think that it's necessary to use force, to make law, to create order, anything like that?
When it comes to marriage?
Well, when it comes to exactly what we're speaking about. When it comes to it could be it could be marriage, it could be pretty much anything. Do you ever think it's necessary to use force?
So in our school, right, we have a 1-year rule in our school. So this could be an example of force. So in our school, let's say Cooley comes into our school, get right, you know what I mean? He ain't biased with his moderation no more, anything like that. That's a little joke. But so Cooley comes into the school. When he comes into the school, let's say he sees a woman. That woman is off limits for 6 months. You can't even talk to her, even if you desire. So that's a form of force. Why? Because we have to get you to change your mind state, to understand what marriage is, to understand what being an Israelite is, your role. After 6 months, if you have a desire to her, you come to me. Let's say if I'm the guy in charge, You come to me, you say, I want to court Danielle. I say, okay, y'all can court. Now for the next 6 months, all y'all can do is court. No touching, no kissing. If you go out on a date or something like that, you have to ask permission to do so.
And
So
what
now
if they
that's
don't
another
adhere
step.
to this though? That's the thing. What if they don't adhere to
There's a
these
penalty for that.
guidelines?
Yeah, there's a
I got
penalty for that.
a
And
question. real
the
quick, if you
penalty,
don't mind.
would you have to then, are you ever going to use force, physical force? The other part you said is like
Like beatings.
influence. Like if you're
Say,
teaching
oh,
someone
like beating them or something.
anything to force them, because one of the
Without
things,
rules, like you can get suspended, you can get like there's discipline like that. Physical, hands on, we don't do that. But there's other forms of discipline that we do.
I have a question about that. You said like so they'll come to the like your church, right, and they ask you,
School,
right? They can court, or
not
school.
church.
Sorry, forgive me. Come to your school to ask you to court the woman, right? When did you like? Isn't that like superseding the father's role? Like, are you not like then robbing the fathers of his patriarchal position in the household? Because you
No.
may approve of him dating her, but that's his daughter, and he may not approve of that. He may not like that idea.
No, because and that's a good question to ask. Because let's say, oh, there you go. So let's say if there's a situation where she has a father, we'll talk to the father. We don't have a problem. Like brothers, like will actually go to the father and say, "Hey, I want to court your daughter." We would not take that power away from brothers. Have went to uncles. Let's say if they don't have the father in their life, they went to the uncle or to the brother. So you can do that
Okay.
too.
I was just saying because that's not what like you claimed in the answer real quick. So
Well, I was
kinda
just
curious.
running the rules down, but that caveat that you add, I just didn't cover that part. That's why I said that was a good question.
okay. And just the last thing, I'm not trying to debate you. I'm just trying to understand with some of these questions, because you said that you are in favor of the patriarchy, right? So if you are in favor of the patriarchy, men lead, they should be at the helms of leadership and stuff like that.
I'm boss of all my women. All.
Okay.
I own them.
But if you never utilize force, then you're essentially equal to the woman on a
How?
physical standpoint. Because the difference that makes
Man, y'all
you said how? Well, one of the differences of men and women is that men, we have the monopoly on force. You know what I mean? We're physically stronger, so that's what makes a man
stronger too.
a man.
Would you say we're mentally stronger too?
That would be one of them, but I mean,
No, wait, let me explain
statistically,
what I mean by that. You know how
Okay,
mentally
sure, go ahead.
strong a man has to be to walk up to a woman that has lived in a society where it's one man, one woman, and then here I come and I say, "You're gonna be my wife. I got 5 other wives. I got 7 other wives, and you're gonna be number 8." You know how mentally strong you got to be to get them to do that.
got it. So then you would say that you would then utilize the influence over force then.
Is it mentally
Influence is
strong or-
powerful too.
If you wanna
Influence
call
is
it
powerful.
influence- If you
Yeah.
want to call it influence, that's fine. But my point is to show men are not only physical, we're mentally, spiritually, we're stronger than them in every way.
I get that. But one of the things that's really different, because there are some women that's smarter than men, that have higher IQ than men, but it could be a lot of them. Even if you look at the bell curve of IQ, men are at the higher end of the bell curve with the highest IQ, but then we're also at the lower end, the opposite end of the bell curve with the lowest and the highest IQ. And then women and men, from a general standpoint, we kind of hover around with the same IQ. One of the things that we do have a monopoly on, though, is force. But you're saying that you wouldn't want to utilize force; you would more so utilize influence. Okay, that's just a question that I had. Glenn, any last questions?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Question. Do you believe biblically that polygyny can be practiced today in America? Is he
Wait,
frozen?
say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Okay. It said, do you believe that, biblically speaking, polygyny can be practiced today in America?
I think it's already practiced.
I'm
It's
not
just not
asking if it
practiced
is
properly.
already practiced, but I mean, I'm asking you if it, biblically speaking, should it be if you're a believer of God, a believer of Christ?
Yes.
Okay. Can you
But the
help me?
the thing with that, and why my brain and the one thing me and Andrew did agree on, when it comes to America, as far as the government goes,
Mhm.
like even in the Bible, the priests didn't control the marriage. The king didn't control the marriage. The husband and wife controlled the marriage. The husband controlled his marriages. So it wasn't like this super duper mandate. The only rules you see in place is if you get another wife, you can't reduce the existing wives. If you have a son by the wife you hate, you can't take
Mhm.
away. So there's
As
provisions
long as
like
that was
that.
the firstborn, the
Yeah.
firstborn.
But when it comes to like America only has that contract of marriage right now, but it doesn't stop you from, having sex. It doesn't say that that's marriage. So biblically speaking, it would always be indifferent with the government. That's why it's kind of like a clash a little bit when I answer that question.
So you're
This is the
saying
last
yes,
question
they
I'm gonna take
can.
because I'm about to roll.
I'm saying, are you saying yes, they can?
I would say yes, polygamy should, but then at the same time, thinking about the contract of marriage currently, I don't think it would change anything amongst Americans themselves. Like our mental has to change when it comes to sex, not the contract that America provides.
But not legally, right? Not you're saying not legally speaking, Christians or believers of Christ cannot practice polygyny today in America, right?
Say that one more time.
You're saying, are you saying legally today Christians can practice polygyny in America and not be sinning?
Yes.
Okay. Can you help me understand Romans 13:1 then?
Okay.
When it says everyone must submit himself to the governing authorities, for there are no authorities except that which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God. Consequently, he who rebels against those authorities,
Right.
Is rebelling what God has instituted. And those who do so will bring judgment on themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So
So
in America, it is not legal to practice polygyny or any form of multiple marriages,
by
right?
contract,
It's called bigamy, right?
right? You're talking about by contract, meaning I can't have a marriage contract in New Jersey where I live and then go to New York and get a marriage contract, go to another state, get a marriage. I can't do that.
So
That's what's illegal.
but there was no contracts before. There were covenants, right? So I think
But that's the only thing that's illegal in America. Like can you have a girlfriend?
Sure.
But and you can have sex with her too, right?
Legally speaking, as long as it's consensual, right?
Yeah, consent. You can have consensual sex with your girlfriend,
Mm-hmm.
but you're not married. Now, under God's eyes, can you just have sex with other men and women?
I wouldn't have sex with them, and that'd be homosexuality, and that is.
No, I said men and women. I'm not
I know,
trying
but
to be funny.
I would women.
Well, when I'm saying you, I apologize. I was talking in general, like from an American perspective. Can people have sex with each other without the marriage certificate?
Yes.
Are they breaking the law?
As long as they are consenting to a consenting
Right.
adult. Yeah.
We agree that they're consenting.
Yeah.
But are they
3
breaking
more
the
minutes
law?
on this convo. Go ahead. You're good.
Are they breaking the law? No.
So then a man that has more than one, what America would call girlfriends, is also not breaking the law. So when we say polygyny, I'm calling them a wife because in my dynamic, a man has one girlfriend, that's his wife in my dynamic, even though America says that's not a wife until you get the contract. So in my dynamic, if I have two women, I have two girlfriends, that's not illegal in America. I can call them a wife. I can call them wifey. I can call them my boo thing. I can call them sweetie. I can call them whatever I want to call them. As long as I do not have a marriage contract, I'm not breaking the law.
So you're hinging everything to the paper. Like if as long as I don't have a paper,
I'm
I can have
hinging everything to God and that
Well, no.
paper.
Well, I would say God judges the heart of man, right?
Facts.
All right. So if your heart is saying that I'm going to do whatever a workaround to get away from,
It's not a
having to-
workaround.
I mean, it pretty much is in a sense, because you're saying won't get married to him to the state. I get that, and I won't get married through the church. I get that. But if I'm going to have just girlfriends, well, then that would be fornication.
But
Whether
first
you
of
call
all,
them wifey or
Right.
girlfriend, until there's
fornication
that
is what men and women are doing right now, according to God.
Well, not those that are married, right?
But they are
they're
married
they're
if
not
they're having
fornicating.
sex. See, this is
No.
when I said that.
Fornication is
But you trying to join
fornication is sex outside of the covenant of marriage.
fornication, right? But sex is marriage in the Bible. Exodus 22 and 16. Excuse me. Exodus 22 and 16 says, if you entice a maid and
Yes,
lie
if you
with
take a
her,
woman and you take her virginity, you owe them
if
the
you entice,
bride price. But it also says if the father doesn't accept that, then you owe her the price of the virgin.
no, that's not what that verse means. What that
That's
verse
what
means,
verse
if the
says,
father
verbatim.
if the father refuses the marriage, he has to pay you to get his
That's what I
daughter
meant.
back.
That's what I meant. You're gonna price.
Right.
Somebody's getting
Why
paid.
does he have to pay to get the daughter back?
So then,
Because they had sex. But in America, everybody is breaking
doesn't mean-
God's laws. Wait a second. In America, everybody is breaking God's laws because of that piece of paper.
Yes, but with that verse, that verse does not say because if you have sex, you are married. It is
Why is he going to endow?
the consequences, he stole the virgin. He stole
That's
her
not a
virginity.
consequence. It don't say steal.
Well,
It does not say
if
steal.
it says if a man seduces a virgin who is
Yeah,
not
entice.
betrothed and lies with her, he
Uh-huh.
shall give the bride price for her.
Why is he
to make her his
why is
wife.
he doing that?
Because
He had sex with her.
Yes, because it was
So
the
now
father,
all of the
father's
people in
authority,
America,
because the woman is under the father's authority, under his rule.
I don't disagree with none of that.
So then,
But because he had
if he did
sex
not
with
get
her,
the authority, if he did not get
I
approval,
don't
from the
disagree
father,
with none of that.
that would be
And
that
all
would
of
be
the people in
betrothal.
America that are having sex
I'm talking
are
about
not paying the dowry.
I get that. I'm not even arguing about
So
that.
I'm
arguing
not
about the
breaking the law.
passage.
You got to tell me what law in America I'm breaking if I have 3 women.
What I'm saying is the heart. The heart. That's where God's judging.
I just want to know what law
man.
I'm breaking.
None, because you're not married
Shalom.
to any of them, right? Legally, you're not married
I
to any
am.
of them.
No. To God, I'm married to all of them. To America,
Okay,
I'm not.
then that's exactly what I'm saying. If you're saying to God you are married to all of them, and then to God said He put the authorities above you, and you have to obey the laws of the land. If you're saying God,
I'm not breaking no law.
I want you to uphold.
All right,
my
fellas, that's the
heritage.
end of this convo. It's the end of this one. But good back and forth. Good back and forth. Y'all made it an entire debate. I let it go on because it was getting kind of good. So I was like, all right, I'll just let it go.
I appreciate that too. And I am about to roll.
But I want you to know, I don't think polygyny is a sin in the Bible. Just so you know, I just think it's a
No,
sin
that's
to
fine.
be practiced in
No, it was a
America
good
because
dialogue.
of the laws of the land.
Yeah, good dialogue, man. Okay, and Cap, I know you got to go, but let me just get through some of these super chats. You got 10 minutes for me, man?
Yeah, I got 10.
Okay, appreciate you, man. All right, we got Rachel Wilson sends in $10. She says, marital rape was never legal. It was simply classified under assault or battery. As Andrew explained, he's just lying. Okay. Okay, fair enough. Any reply to that, Cap, or not?
Yeah, I'm just reading what's on the paper.
All right, fair enough.
Go on the internet and it says marital rape was legal in every state until it became outlaw. The court case in question is Oregon versus Rideout, 1978.
Fair enough. We got let's see here. A few of these came in, and once again, chat, I am only reading $10 and up. We got a lot of $1, $2, $5 super chats. I would love to read them all, but we just don't have the time. But I do appreciate all of you for sending in the super chats, and let's drop a no fugazi for you guys.
No fugazi.
All right, we got I guess it's sins in $10. 1 Timothy 3 verse 2 says, an overseer must be, not sure, I guess he written that in Greek, but don't know how to read Greek, bro. I don't know what you just said. Or then he says, okay, a one woman man, okay. The Greek is singular, exclusive, and moral, clearly rejecting polygamy in marriage and heart. Any reply back to that? So he's saying First Timothy. What'd you say?
Yeah, it's just not unlawful. When people pull up the law on a bishop must be blameless. That's, first of all, if I take it in their literal misunderstanding, it's talking about a bishop and a deacon. So even if I was to take it literally, that means only the bishop or deacon. But the idea that this means that no other man outside of these titles, so the blacksmith, the welder, the weapons maker, the armor bearer, they could all have another woman if they wanted to. So this is a horrible example to say that you cannot have more than one wife, because that's not what the verse is talking about.
Fair enough. We got I'm a hunter, says in $10. So he pulls up defense in relation to force. Got the answer, then says that the answer he got was wrong and that Google doesn't understand what he thinks it means, rather than admitting he was wrong. Any reply to that?
That the meaning of defense was wrong. I just looked it up. I don't know if I would have to go back and listen. I don't recall saying that.
Yeah, I think when Andrew was speaking about force, you said, well, what about defense? You said that's not force, and Andrew said, well,
I
that's
disagreed in principle that it was wrong, because I looked at defense as something that you're only doing because someone is attacking to you. Because the force that Cooley was talking about, that
you mean Andrew? Yeah,
I'm sorry, Andrew.
Yeah.
Is when you're on the offensive. I don't look at somebody as being defensive as forcing.
Got it.
If you call it forcing, that's fine. So that's what I meant by that.
So yeah, not forcing, not like enforce. So when Andrew is referring to force doctrine, he's just speaking about force in general. So like on offense, they use force. You're using physical force. And then also on defense, even though you are defending yourself, you would be using physical force. So that's just what it means by that.
When I look up force doctrine, Cooley, just so everybody can understand, it says force doctrine typically refers to the imposition of a specific set of belief, principles, or practices upon a group of individuals, often through coercion or pressure. So even coercion doesn't have to be physical force. It could be talking.
Yeah, so I do believe that means like if you are trying to legislate and put things in law so it can be enforced, the process of getting your ideology or whatever you want, like a right to be enforced, you can use coercion. Like politicians, you can use coercion, you can use influence, bribes, you can use all of these type of things to win the vote, then so men can enforce the right. That's what that's pretty much saying. But okay, cool. We got Samurai Smack sends in $20. Appreciate the support. He says, if sleeping with a woman means you are married to her and she had multiple previous partners that you didn't know of, is she married to all of them? Question. If so, by sleeping with her, are you unknowingly committing adultery?
You wouldn't be charged. Okay, in the book of Acts, Paul says it was a time when God winked at our ignorance, but have now called us all to repentance. So what does that mean? That same scenario, let's say if that woman had 10 boyfriends before she got to you, but she's single in her mind when she got to you. And then you start learning that, of course, sex is marriage. The common thing is to think about your sexual past. But what you did in your past doesn't count once you get the knowledge of the truth. Hebrews 10:26 says, if you sin willfully after getting the knowledge of the truth, there remaineth no more sacrifice of sins. So once you get that knowledge, if that woman was to know she got a current man and still tell you after she got that knowledge that she don't have a man, then she's committing adultery. But if she don't tell you and you sleep with her and you don't know, that's not adultery. It's only adultery once you know and then still sleep with her. Now you're an adulterer.
Fair enough. We got Sin City, sends in $15. Solomon, man, Andrew needs to stop over talking when his back is against the wall. He's not letting Cap get his point across before trying to show his oppression genes. Yo, y'all in the chat, bro. Yo, the chat. Yo, y'all in the chat, man. Y'all funny, dog. Y'all funny. We got Black Row sends in $10. So I appreciate the support. We got okay, this is Rachel Wilson. She sends in $20. She says, just in case the $10 wasn't enough to get up there and to support the channel. Okay, she already sent this in before. I do appreciate the support of Rachel Wilson. We got Tyga sends in $20. Easy W for Andrew. Taz is a racist and heretic, perverting the word of God to suit his narrative and lead people astray. He has trouble pronouncing 3-letter words, and he didn't even know what still man meant. Wow, sad. Any rebuttal to that?
I do want to respond to that.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's white or black, but somebody called, if he's white. And
he's white. He was up here before. I think he was the second person you spoke to.
Calling a black person racist in America is absurd. And I think while I was delayed, like you see how I got this cord in my headphones now?
Yeah.
When I was talking before, I was using the Bluetooth connection. So there was like a half-second delay, like when I was talking. So when I was talking, you know how you could hear yourself in the headphones. So I was hearing myself delayed, which was throwing me off when I was talking. So that's
fair enough.
I was kind of a little delayed. But that's all I say. Like, I don't care if somebody called me racist because I love my people. If I love my people, what am I supposed to be? And white people love their people. Chinese people love their people. I don't have a problem with people loving their people. I only have a problem when you attack another people based on their race. And I've never attacked anybody physically based on their race, ever. I debate people, and even debating is not attacking. Like, what I like about me and Andrew's debate, at the end of it, when the debate was over, we said we cool. It's just the heat of the debate. Even when his wife came on it, the reason why I didn't want to go back and forth, because I didn't like that she was calling me a black supremacist, XYZ like that. I just debated her husband. So out of respect for her husband, I said I didn't want to go back and forth because I didn't want to end up talking to her crazy because I feel like she's talking to me crazy. That's actual respect. Now, if I was just this outright racist, whether that was Andrew's wife or not, I would have just started calling her all type of names because she calling me a black supremacist, and it would have been like that. So I think there's a clear difference, because if I wanted to, I would have been hard on his wife if I was like that.
And you know what, Cap, I could respect that because, when I had her up, and shout out to Rachel Wilson, she's a supporter of mine. I'm definitely a supporter of hers and everything that they have going over there at the Crucible. I definitely was interested in hearing out, the questions and maybe even getting you to answer some of the questions or just hearing the argument. But right. It sucks that it didn't get to that. But I do respect the fact that you're like, you know what? I could say crazy things, but coolly just take her off. Right. And it was a moment that popped into my brain. I'm like, nah, I want this. Let's go on. Let's just go crazy. But I'm like, nah, because I don't want anyone to disrespect a friend of mine's wife either. And I don't want that to happen. So I'm like, you know what? And also you're a guest of mine. So I'm like, let me just go ahead and have her off. Yeah.
Guys there, like we was able to go back and forth and not agree. but nobody called nobody black supremacist, white supremacist, or nothing like that. I don't think those things needed to be on there. And that's a lesson I'm gonna make a clip out of though, and show how she didn't have no respect for her husband. That's what I am gonna say. But I'll take one more question and I'm gone.
Okay, cool. All right, well, let's get to the $50 super chat then, because that looks like that was a question.
Hey, somebody messaged me and said,
Okay, here we go.
Somebody messaged me and said his wife just proved monogamy don't work because he can't control her. That's what somebody messaged me.
Okay, we got Zentient sends him $50. Shout out to Zentient. Zentient, man.
No
I think
Fugazee.
you was in the chat before. You used to support a whole lot, Zentient. So welcome back to No Fugazee podcast. I do appreciate the support. Zentient says, who the F is this weak woman, Taza? It repeatedly asked for silence and non-interruption from its opposition, but continued to interrupt them. That is some weak female-ish. Cooley must remove it before. Cooley must remove it based on its own standards of pedantic bullish. Okay, all right, that was a lot there.
I'm glad she paid you $50 to say all of that. I mean, I'm cool with that, man.
Fair
well,
enough.
Cooley, I appreciate you having me on. I do got to go now. I keep saying Randy. Andrew said he wanted to do a part 2. I'm down with that too. You know, we come up with a different topic or whatever.
Cap, once again, just like I told Andrew, thank you for coming on. Chat, if you like the debate on Cap's side, go ahead and follow Cap. His page is tagged in the title. Andrew Wilson's page is also tagged in the title. You can go ahead and follow Andrew Wilson as well. I'm going to go ahead and chop it up with you guys and wrap up a little bit. But Cap, any last words?
No, again, I appreciate it, man. No Fugazi bringing me on, actually facilitating this. I talked to him through the back chat. He facilitated it. I appreciate it. And as always, man, anytime you want to bring me on, just hit me up. I look forward to, building with you again.
I got you, man. Appreciate you, brother. Have a blessed one, man.
You too.
Peace.
All right, peace.
All right. So, ladies and gents, this was a good debate. I am also going to get through the rest of the super chats that's over $10. So just bear with me. You may have some questions, but guess what? Cap isn't here. Andrew isn't here. But I'm going to do you guys the service of reading the chats. Also, I can bring up some people as well. I'll do that later. So if you want to come up, the link is already there. You don't have to pay $10 right now because Andrew or Cap isn't here. But if you want to come up and maybe give your opinion or your perspective on this debate, you can, because this is, as you've seen, this is not, I could say I've moderated debates because I do open debate nights. I bring up groups of people and I sit back and chill and I let, people hash it out and have debates. But this was my first official moderation of a debate where it was a full debate, only them two going at it. And I think, I don't think I was biased, man. I think there were times where Andrew spoke over him. I said, Andrew, boom, boom. Sometimes when Cap spoke over, then it was times where the conversation would get like, they're just repeating themselves. And one of the times was for Cap. And I'm like, well, Cap, maybe still man his position, meaning summarize his position so your opponent knows that you understood the position correctly. So then they know that you're being genuine, not disingenuous, like not straw manning their position. You know what I mean? So yeah, there were a few times that I butted in, but other than that, man, like they do in a Crucible, it was a pretty much blood sport debate. I didn't go ahead and get in it too much. I just kind of let them hash it out. And you know what? They did hash it out. I did put up a poll, and the poll suggests that Andrew Wilson did win by a landslide. Let me see if I can I pop it up on my screen? I don't think I can because it's too old now, but I think it was like 78% to like 20 something percent. So it was a pretty much a landslide as far as my chat says, but who knows? Over on Cap's side, he got a lot of supporters and a lot of Hebrew Israelites over there that they may fully think that he won. And then over on Andrew Wilson's side, obviously they would think that he won as well. I would say that my chat is pretty neutral. Just because I get a lot of Hebrew Israelites that come up. Like, I've been debating Hebrew Israelites for the longest. But not only that, I get a lot of Hebrew Israelites. They watch my dating content. They support the channel. They're like, yo, Cooley, you be spitting. I love what you're doing with dating and relationships. But guess what? Your theology, I think you're all wrong. But I think they're all wrong too. So we happen to have different opinions. In regards to this particular debate that was on polygyny, the reason why I did set this up behind the scenes, is because I was actually interested in a polygyny debate. I would say my views on it I would say that it was mutual. Like, my views on it, as far as my views on the topic of the debate, it was mutual. I wasn't biased on anything. It seems like it can be utilized for some good here, maybe not utilized for some, or maybe utilized for some bad there, just like monogamy as well too. But yeah, I think that Andrew Wilson put forth some good arguments when it came to the biblical scriptures. I think that Cap put forth some good arguments. But overall, I would have to say that, I agree with the poll. But other than that, man, it was a good debate. So yeah, I would definitely love to set it back up. If anyone wants to debate one-on-one, once again, I'm only trying to take, people that have a following and good. I got a big platform, man. We just gained 30,000 subscribers in just this 1 month. So my platform is continuing to grow. So I will be reaching out to some other, big hitters out there to get people to debate. I'll definitely have Andrew Wilson back on. I speak with him all the time. Not all the time, but every now and then backstage. And also I speak to Cap every now and then backstage as well. Both good dudes. Okay. All right. And it was a good thing that after Andrew Wilson and Cap's debate that they, showed mutual respect. Like, listen, man, this is a debate. If I see you out, I'll still shake your hand. It isn't nothing crazy, because at the end of the day, that's what it is. That's what it's all about, man. So welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Are you not entertained? All right. So let me go ahead and get to some of these super chats, and I will go ahead and bring some people up. And they can go ahead and give their perspective on the debate. Once again, if you want to come on up, you do not have to send in any money. The link is already pinned in the YouTube comments. So, just come on up, and any chats that's coming in, currently right now, I'll go ahead and read all of them, even if it's under $10, man. I gotcha. All right. Let me just get through a few of these other super chats. Maybe has so many. I really do appreciate the support. Here. Okay, so we got okay. So sends in $10. Taz, do you understand the difference between using the government for force and forcing the government? Yeah, so that's a question for Captain Taz, but yeah, so that was why I got in, because it seemed like he just didn't understand exactly what Andrew Wilson was saying. So I said, Andrew, I said, Cap, how about you still man it real quick? And then if you get it wrong, Andrew Wilson just will reiterate it so you can understand. And after that, I think they did understand. I think we were able to move the conversation forward. We got airborne animals sends in $20. Tazaryach be throwing out 100 lies a minute. Getting confused when Andrew said chick, thinking he was talking about chickens. Very, I'm not sure what you said, but very was wiped out in the West. Okay. But is huge in, okay, I guess you're talking about SA. I think that's what you're speaking about. SA was very wiped out in the West, already wiped out in the West. Maybe that's what you're saying. But is huge in Africa today. Having sex equals marriage question, LOL. Yeah, that whole thing when the whole having sex equals marriage, my thoughts on that, it seemed like Cap was putting forth good arguments and going to the scripture to present the argument, but the scriptures that was presented, it didn't say that directly. And I think that that's one of the things that Andrew Wilson pointed out. At least I didn't hear it. And maybe if you're a Hebrew Israelite, if you want to come up and, speak about that, if you've understood it. And this is just me being unbiased. Because once again, on the topic of polygyny, bro, listen, let's just keep it no Fugazee. On the topic of polygyny, if you're a man, you have this biological desire to want it to be not a sin, to want it to be promoted, if you can go ahead and do that, as long as it doesn't bring degenerate. Like, let's say degeneracy decide and the decay of society and all of this other negative stuff. Listen, it ain't no man out here that want to have multiple chicks. It's just that's a thing. You get what I'm saying? But when it comes to presenting that argument from a biblical scripture on like it was I didn't hear something real strong from a biblical scripture that Cap brung up. Not to say that it wasn't a sin, because I don't think anywhere where it really said it was immoral or a sin. Or you know what? I would actually say they really didn't hammer that down, which I really wanted to hear more of that. I don't know. I got to watch the debate back, man. I was back here eating, chilling. If you ever see me put myself behind the screen, because everybody knows around this time when I started the debate at 7 p.m., I'm on a strict schedule. I'm working all during the day. Then I hit the gym, and then you see me drinking my shake. That's what I got up here. And then I'm eating food as well, because I ain't eat all day. I only eat about 1 or 2 meals a day. But anyways, yeah, so maybe I got to watch the debate back myself on those little parts. That's just me being honest here. Just being honest, man. Got to keep it no Fugazee. Okay, we got a smile since in $20. Andrew, Jesus clearly said separate church from state. Clearly, how you justify using a corrupt worldly government to enforce holiness? Both of y'all talking loud and saying nothing. Okay, fair enough. So this was a question to Andrew. Okay, so how do you justify using a corrupt worldly government to enforce holiness? Well, I would say that I believe can't speak for Andrew Wilson, but from my understanding, I would say maybe the method would be to have the government holy, right? To push forth holy practices and ideologies within the government. So then the government would be holy and they would enforce holiness. But not only that, if you just take what you said, it actually really doesn't make sense, because let's say the government is corrupt from your terms, but if they start pushing holiness, are they still corrupt? So it's just that question really didn't make any sense. But anyways, we got Airborne Animals says in $10. Using Taz logic, if sex equals marriage, then if a man grapes a woman, then they are married now, right? So Cap, he answered that multiple times. He said that that would not equal marriage if it's forced upon the woman. So he had a caveat in there. He said, no, that will be one of the exceptions to the rule. Okay, we got a Groove says in $20. Tazaryach uses zero logic in his arguments. It's actually impressive. Cap, how do you do it? As far as the arguments there, I would say that in the opening there weren't any arguments, but he had some questions. He had some questions to Andrew Wilson, like when he was giving his, basically internal critique and asking Andrew many questions, and Andrew was going to the scripture and pulling it up. And I figured out Andrew's tactic strategy and Andrew Wilson's strategy right off the bat. I'm like, okay, I see what he's doing. He's just going to go ahead and let Captain Taz do the internal critique. So then, then he can go ahead and when it's his turn, he can go ahead and, try to hammer it down. But overall, I think it was a good debate. We got Luciano sends in $10. Polygyny sets clear the hierarchy. Polygyny says clear restores male authority to enforce order, ending degeneracy. BC, abortion, LGBTQ. This is how you save the West. Men believing / wielding their God-given authority. Well, yeah, like say if whatever you believe, and this was one of Andrew Wilson's arguments, like you can go ahead and say that polygyny is good and maybe you have some method that can go ahead and save the West. But if you're not gonna like enforce it, then you're not doing anything than what you're already doing right now. And that's the thing. I think a lot of some people in the chat, I guess you don't understand that, well, you don't have law and order. You don't have any type of order at all if you're not enforcing things. Like things need to be enforced. Your ideology needs to be enforced. Put it like this. Let's just go to Deuteronomy. It's very simple, chat. Go look at Deuteronomy, but let's actually go to Numbers. If you go to Numbers, there's a reason why God said, number all the men, number all the boys, the men, number them. And the people that got the first number, the first position that God placed anyone in was to protect their community. What does this mean? This means if you are building something and creating something, well, obviously, if you love the thing that you are building and creating, well, why wouldn't you love it if you're building and creating it? Not only that, like if you're creating a family, any type of infrastructure and you're building a community, the first priority must be protection, must be military. So you can protect the thing that you love, like your family, so you can protect the thing that you're building, like your community. So if it's military, it's force. So other people can't come in and take what you have. And then if people within your own town rebel against the ideology or what you're creating here, they experience consequences for not obeying. I mean, it's biblical too. What don't y'all understand? Y'all niggas is retarded a little bit in the chat. Not everybody, but some of y'all is. Like, I don't think in what mind, and this is to black people, I don't know why some of y'all are so docile and so weak. Like, well, we're not supposed to use any force. Let's just go ahead and influence people. Well, nigga, if you can influence some people, yeah, great. But even if you influence some people, people change their minds sometimes or people rebel, and we know people are freaking evil, right? People do bad things. Well, it has to be consequences for the bad things that they do, or they're going to continue to do bad things. The freak don't you understand? You have to use force. You have to use force. You ain't no man if you don't use force. You're basically a chick. You're basically a chick. I was trying to get around. You are a woman if you won't use force. Now, it doesn't mean that might makes right. No, I'm not saying that. I don't believe that might makes right. That's not what Cooley is promoting or anything like that. But guess what? Might does make. Might makes. So we're not attaching. This is a description of reality. This is not a prescription. So the description is might makes. That's what I'm saying here to the low IQ people in the chat. All right, cool. We got Austin Cameron since the 20th. And also, I see some people backstage. I am going to go ahead and bring you up, but let me go ahead and get through the chats. Lord Geotron, I see you in here, man. Just stay tuned. I will want to bring you up. I got like 8 more chats to get through, and then I got you, man. You'll be the first one up because you've been waiting patiently. We got Austin Cameron. Why does Captain Tazaryach, reference the book of Acts, yet ignores Acts 7:43? Literally wears the seagull chain as a chain, the seagull as a chain, on IG. The same star Epstein wore. Okay, what the heck? And who's also poly. All right, okay. I guess you connecting the dots to stuff like, oh, Cap wore a chain, Epstein wore a chain. Okay, fair enough. Then he also says, "Do what thou wilt." Who used the same star as Tazar? I guess Crawley. I'm not sure who that is. But Austin Cameron again sends in $20, says, and a lot of these chats, I guess when you're typing it, it's not like coming up right. I don't know. But I'm reading it the best I can. I can read chat. It's just sometimes, even when I'm typing a chat, like if I'm on someone's channel and I'm sending in a super chat, I think just like YouTube itself, like it just jacks it up. It just jacks it up. Austin Cameron sends in $20. He says, why? Okay, he says the same thing. Oh, double, you said it twice. Well, I appreciate the support, man. Shout out to you. You just sent him $40. Appreciate
No
that.
Fugazee.
So shouts out to you, Austin. We got Vel Powers, sends in $10. When over 70% of Americans are obese and under 30% are illiterate, how can biblical scholars effectively argue about polygyny to an audience that may be uneducated to cognitively challenged? Yeah. Yeah, good question. I guess that's a question for Kat. We got Wick Dreams sends in $10. I appreciate the support, Wick Dreams. And Wick Dreams, I did see you backstage, man, but you came in after Cap already spoke to 3 people, so he said he had to go. But Wick Dreams, I do appreciate you for supporting. You know I rock with you, dog. So shouts out to you. Wick Dream says, is only penetrative sex marriage, or do blowjobs count? Good question. I would love to hear Captain Tazaryach answer to that question, because that is, I guess it's a fair enough question, right? We got birds aren't even real, since it's $10. Thanks, Cooley. W. Andrew, W. Rachel. All right. Appreciate the support. Birds aren't even real. We got HB sends in $10. Rachel, just let that nigga rip. Okay. I think you're saying like just let that nigga rip, meaning like I guess you felt some type of way of what she was saying, so you're essentially saying like she should just say the N-word. Listen, man. So to some of the people that may consider, due to what was maybe said on a podcast or how you interpret it, listen, man, I've met Andrew and his wife. I've hung out with them. They are good people. I would definitely tell you that. They are not racist. So, and you may be like, Cooley, man, don't nobody care about what you say, bro. You ain't, man, this. You just doing a YouTube channel. No. Listen, man, I've met them. They cool. They're not racist, bro. I wouldn't be hanging around or have people that I would consider, they're good friends. You know what I'm saying? Not like friends that we like hang out all the time or talk all the time, but I would consider both of them, Andrew and his wife, good friends, and they're the furthest thing from racist, bro. Honestly, the furthest thing from racist. I got white friends that I kick it with, right? And, my white friends is like, what I'm essentially saying is, bro, they ain't got a racist bone. They're the sweetest, nicest people you would ever meet. And this is not me glazing. I'm not glazing right now. I'm just being honest and giving y'all the truth, right? But anyways, we got Airborne Animal, sends in $5. Actually, I'm not reading that one. That one is $5. We got Glenn Lawrence Presents, sends in $10. The great debate, Cooley. If possible, I would love to ask a few questions and give my opinion overall in regards to the debate. Glenn Lawrence, you can go ahead and come up now. Glenn Lawrence, you can go ahead and click the link in the description and I'll bring you up and we can chop it up. We got Gooch. Gooch, I guess that is. Ta Gooch sends in $10. If they can't cheat on their wife, how do they acquire new ones? Okay, I see what you're thinking. If they can't cheat on their wife, then how do they acquire new ones? Because if you have a wife, then if you're going to be talking to another wife or courting that other girl before she's your wife, then that would essentially be cheating because she isn't your wife yet. I see what you did there. I see what you're doing. Yeah, man, you got to ask Cap that. I don't know. We got Uncle Tiger sends in $10. Sends in the what is that? A jackhammer, sledgehammer? Okay, appreciate the support, man. We got Rachel Wilson. I'll go ahead and read some of her chats since she sent in so much money already. She said, I would never do anything Andrew didn't approve of. If he did not want me to call in to the show, I wouldn't. I have his blessing to debate. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. And since I know these two individuals, I would say that, yeah, bro, if Andrew didn't want her to, do anything like that, she wouldn't have did it. So she came up and I was actually curious of hearing the argument that she was putting forth. She asked the question. Cap really didn't answer it because I guess he said it. He said he got offended by when she said forgot exactly what she said. What was it? Black supremacist or something like that. But I could be wrong, but she said some term, I guess it offended Cap. And then after that, he didn't even answer the question. It was like up. It was up. But I wanted to hear the arguments. Okay, Rachel Wilson sends in another $5. So that's $10. Okay, cool. Thank you, Rachel. She says, I do not submit to heretics, blasphemers, and enemies just because they are male. Hope that helps the people in the chat who are confused. W. Cooley. All right. And, at the end of the day, blasphemers, heretics. So if you think someone is a blasphemer or a heretic, biblically, you do not have to submit to them. So fair enough. We got Juan Martinez. Juan Martinez. Okay, he became a member in a Hitman for 6 months. Shout outs to Juan Martinez. I appreciate that. And everyone, if you want to support the channel, if you don't have the cash to send in a super chat, listen, man, I don't really want your money. I'm lying. Maybe I do a little bit. I got to start asking a little bit more because, I be doing these streams for hours sometimes and I don't even be asking for super chats. And it'd be sometimes I don't ask for super chats. I don't even get nothing. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, forget the super chats. If you like the stream, just hit the like button, bro. It goes a long way. It helps push this video in the algorithm. So if you're broke, if you got the money, I don't care. Support the channel by liking the podcast so it gets pushed into the algorithm. And then also subscribe to the YouTube channel, man. We got a lot more great things coming for y'all. You know what? Rachel, since you're tuning in right now, I would love to have you up on my channel to debate. I would love to have you up for debate. And I could actually, I got a few women feminists or even male feminists that I could, yeah. I could set something up for you, Rachel. Just like how I set this debate up with your husband and Cap. We'll talk backstage, and I could definitely set up a dope debate that I would love to have you on. All right, we got War Dog 88 cents and $10. Genesis 24 verse 67. The whole chapter is the inception of marriage, which is why he believes marriage is sex. If you use a concordance for a Hebrew definition, it tracks. I believe Andrew is wrong in this. Okay, fair enough. Andrew isn't here to defend himself. All right, chat. Let me see here. We got Think Sins and $20. Tell Cap this is Jay the Smoke. Okay. Corinthians 7 verses 1 through 2. Read it and tell us what the verse mean by every woman should have her own husband. Okay, I guess you wanted. I guess I could go ahead and. I could read that real quick. I'll bring it up for you. So you sent in $20. I got you, bro. Not gonna leave you hanging. You sent in the bread. I'll go ahead and read it. All right. King James Version. Let me see. All right. So noun for the matters you wrote about. Okay. It says it is good for a man not to have sexual relations with a woman. But since sexual immorality is occurring, each man should have sexual relations with his own wife, and each woman with her own husband. Okay. Was this verse brung up in a debate? I think this would have been a good verse to bring up in a debate. I don't know. I can't remember. So many verses was brung up. I can't remember if this was a verse that was brought up. But all right. Okay. We got Wolfie sends in $20. Someone point out to this racist who said all white men were beating their women that the stats for domestic abuse weigh heavily towards black households. Yeah, I think that Rachel pointed that out when she came up. That's one thing. She came up and she was shooting from the hip with the stats quick. She was like, okay, pew, 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 pew. I was like, God dang, I didn't even know these things. Fair enough. And one of the things here, chat, what I want you to get, why I like debates is because, you know, it's great in so many ways, is because you may have this worldview that you think is right, but, and I'm speaking for the audience, right? You may not be equipped to, you know, battle your worldview with someone else, but you may share that same worldview. So you get to listen and view the other person that shares your worldview battle against someone else. And then if that person is defeating the worldview that you like 100% agree with, then you know that maybe you should probably go back to square one and think about what your ideology is. You know what I'm saying? And think about your worldview. So I love debates for so many reasons, man. So many reasons. To be honest, I like debates more than the girl show. I do the girl show right now once a month, and it's cool because I got a whole new studio, which you guys see. The last girl show that I did was just this last Friday. It was fire, but I do the girl show. That's great. But, you know, debates, open debate night when I run debates and when I'm debating other people or even just modding debates, man, it's a lot more fun than, you know, having, 6 to 8 broads on the show, and 3 of them are OnlyFans, and the others is just dumb broads. Some of them be smart. It's not to say not all of them, but I do be having doctors and lawyers and therapists and all these type of chicks on that got high degrees on the show. But what essentially, when it comes to dating and relationships, it don't matter what degree they have. A lot of them is still delusional because they was indoctrinated by feminism. And guess what? They think that they are, they have an overinflated sense of ego where they think that their value is more than a man. So that's just, it doesn't matter how educated the chick is. She's just going to think that, you should pedestalize me. And, I don't want 50-50 relationships. The man should pay for it all, but no, I shouldn't listen to my man. You get what I'm saying? So that's cool. Those conversations are great, but they get a little boring. That's what I'm saying. All right. We got, okay, let me see what else we got here. Okay, we're almost done. We got Sublime Providence is in $10. Google what percentage of African Americans have European paternal Y chromosomal lineage do some for Latinos isn't a large portion of blacks and Latinos white to him. His identity is bogus. Well, yeah, Andrew Wilson and Captain Tazaryach, they pretty much already had that whole, debate on lineage and, who is considered a Hebrew Israelite and who isn't considered a Hebrew Israelite by Captain's Tazaryach worldview and other Hebrew Israelites worldview. And essentially, even if someone has 1% of, what is it? Black, but blood in them from the father's line, then they're a Hebrew Israelite. So, I mean, that's like almost everybody in the world. It's like almost everybody in the world, man. Yeah, so I think you can go ahead and check out that podcast that I did. You can go ahead and check it out. It's on my channel. If you just go to No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube, my main channel, it's one of the most viewed videos that I have on my main channel. So if you want to go ahead and watch that debate, it was me and Andrew. Actually, I was debating that shows me and Andrew versus 2 Hebrew Israelites. One of them was Captain Tazaryach, and really versus 3 Hebrew Israelites. So it was a good spirited debate. Go ahead and check it out. Actually, I'll bring it up for you guys because since you sent in that super chat, I'll go ahead and just bring it up for you just to do you the service. Let's see here. And let me go ahead and share my screen. And then we got one more super chat. I'm going to go ahead and bring some people up and we can go ahead and conversate. Okay. So here is so if you're looking at it here, it is all right, not for you. It's for popular video. So it was this one. So this one here, it says Cooley and Andrew Wilson destroy Hebrew Israelites. So it's this one. This is the one that you want to watch. If you go ahead and watch that one, Andrew Wilson did a good job of pretty much exposing the question that you just had. Okay, let me go ahead and stop sharing that. Fair enough. We got, let's see here. Tech Gooch sends in $10. So it sounds like he wants to set up re-education schools so no one asks any more questions. All right. We got your typical Kyle sends in $10. This dude talks about men being mentally stronger than explain Rachel cooking you. And getting you to completely run away. Okay, I see the comments saying he literally begged Cooley to get her off stream. You know what? Like me, when Cap was here, I'll give him that. I've seen Cap do debates. I had him up on debate. I haven't seen him. Wait, I mean, he kind of rage quit with me one time. Don't I got a rage quit debate? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I kind of got a rage quit debate with Cap. So I can't say I haven't seen him run before. But I would say this. During the discussion when Rachel Wilson came up, I could see that he was like holding back a little bit and he didn't want to like disrespect. So he was like, yo, just, just get her off. So, I wouldn't take it as a full run, but I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying. But at the end of the day, you can take it for however you interpret it. You know what I'm saying? That's just my interpretation of it. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and bring some people up. Let's get the likes up before I bring people up. Where are we at with likes anyway? We are at 921 likes, but we are 1,100 people watching. Let's get to 1,000 likes. Come on, man. We're not that far away. Let's get it up to 1,000 likes. That's only 79 more likes. 79 more likes. Come on. 79 more likes. I could do that, man. Let's go. All right, here we go. Let's bring up some people, get you guys' opinion. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name, where you from. Lord Giatron, you still got the audio issues, man? Talk to me.
No, I'm good to go.
Oh, you good to go. What's going on, man? What's up?
Yo, Blood. Yo, you. First of all, I want to help grow your show. I'm upgraded to my membership this weekend. You did fantastic as a moderator. I got an idea for you, homie.
Appreciate it. Yes.
I got an idea for you. I got another cat that I follow. He's been demonetized on YouTube. He got ambushed in a debate show where the guy brought him on his show. They were supposed to be debating, but he was debating the guy and moderating and had his followers and his channel members joining the stream, ambushing my homeboy. So I was wondering if you could set up a debate between Chaotic Truth and Tariq Nasheed, but let Chaotic Truth, like members and followers, you know what I mean? Because I rocks with Chaotic Truth, bro. That's my guy, bro.
Okay.
That is my guy. But on another note, as far as the debate we had tonight, you did fantastic. I just want to share something with you real quick, homie, if you don't mind.
For sure, yeah.
The captain guy, I would say that's repressed intellect. And what I mean by that is he's smart, but only to the people he associates with and the people he has access to and the people he's around. When something goes outside the scope of his awareness, his knowledge, his education, or his intellect, he gets raging. He says the word "I feel" a whole lot. And that's not good as a man. Me can never be good for society, man. That's what's tearing our society down. How he not realize that, bro? How does he not realize that promiscuous women and simp, promiscuous women and simps are what's causing the decay? The society, in any society, is built up by a nuclear family. Man, wife, children. Building blocks of society, nuclear family. And on a biblical note, because he kept bringing up this biblical stuff. And on a spiritual level, okay, fine. The Hebrew Israel claim to be God-fearing or spiritual or spiritually religious people. That's fine today. I agree with them on that. Seek your spirituality. But aside of that, bro, they're like Zachary Hubbard, bro. They peddle in the mundane and they use vagary to advance their agenda. They're not able to specify and answer with detail others' questions. Also, they bring up fringe and outlying and acceptance afterwards. You know what I mean? Like Jesus Christ said, when God created man, he came to Jesus and said, law on divorce.
Real quick, Lord Giatron, your audio. Real quick, Lord Giatron, your audio just got like muffled. Real quick, your audio just got muffled, and your camera has been very fuzzy, but I can still hear you good. But it just got a little muffled. Your audio.
Is that a little better?
Yeah, that's good. I can hear you better.
Is that better? Okay, sorry about
yes,
that.
I can hear you better.
All I was saying is, thank you, Cooley. Well, all I was saying is, when those Hebrew Israelites talk about like the Bible and gods and laws and rules and all that stuff, mention the like what those chicks say exceptions. This can happen. Power couples can happen. They do the same thing, bro. They'll mention one exception or one example as what's actually going on or what's actually possible. When the Pharisees came to Jesus for divorce, Jesus told them, "Did you not read in the beginning created man and woman? One, supposed to have one woman." That's first of all. Second, the very first man and woman, Adam and Eve, were one. It was one man, one woman. Also, going back to ancient times where men had multiple wives, God didn't condone it. He said that he knew it would happen. There's a difference between condoning it and acknowledging that man's sinfulness would cause certain things to happen, or men would do certain things, sort of like slavery. And as far as racism, anybody can be racist. And those Hebrew Israelites are racist, bro. They are racist. Bro, God is not partial. In their lives, their sin. God sent his son for the whole world, not for this group of people. It says in John 3:16, God said he loved the whole world so much that he sent his son. So that anybody, God is not partial. God is not partial. At John 4:26, he says, God is a spirit, and those worshipers must worship with spirit and truth. God is not partial.
You're
saying God has bad people or he hates those people. And aside from that, the Hebrew Israelites.
Okay, real quick, Lord Giatron, you're getting Lord Giatron, you're getting muffled again, and I think there's a delay. Yep. So now you froze. Yeah, I think it's so.
It's happening again.
Lord Giatron. Yeah, it was happening again. You was getting real muffled, and it's a delay. But listen, it's still real choppy. Listen, Lord Giatron, I heard we got the bulk of it though. We got. I think we got the bulk of it, but what I want you to do is shoot me a DM on Instagram at No Fugazee Podcast, and the debate that you want me to set up, let me know exactly who I need to DM so I can DM them, and I'll go ahead and get this set up on your behalf. I got you, brother, because you've been rocking with me since day one. I got you, man. Appreciate you, man. Have a blessed one, man. Talk to me behind the stage.
Love you guys.
Peace. Yeah, just had some connection issues there, but yeah, homie was going in. He was bringing up verses and all of that. All right, who we got next? We got Mojo Dojo, and we got LD Nation. I see you, LD Nation, and we got Jay the Smoke. So we got LD Nation next. I'm gonna go ahead and bring him up, and we got Mojo Dojo. Real quick, we got Joe Raphael says the NT gives two different genealogies of Joseph because women are never listed. So unless Joseph had two fathers, Luke gives Mary's line, which leads to David. Okay. All right. Looks like he wanted to go ahead and give his perspective on that and clear a few things up when Andrew Wilson and Kat was going back and forth on where does the lineage come from? Does it come from David or Mary? Did Joseph have sex with Mary? Was Mary really a virgin? Cap's interpretation of that as well. Virgin means young woman. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I get what you're saying. So that was towards that. All right. Let's go ahead and bring up LD Nation. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. What's going on, man?
What's going on? Peace and blessings, my brother.
What's your thoughts on the debate?
Man, the debate it was heated. You know what I'm saying? It was heated, but it was good. It was a good cipher. You know what I'm saying? As far as what I got from it was that, both parties, even though they're on two opposite ends of the spectrum, were basically saying that when I get married, my covenant is not with you per se, it's with the Lord. So that's kind of what I got from the debate tonight. But yeah, I just wanted to see what you think about that.
That's what you got from the debate. I got a lot more from the debate than just that. But
yeah, I got when I say my covenant is not with you, to the person that I'm marrying, I mean that recognize we have to recognize
is marriage is only recognized through the Lord. That's what you're saying. Yeah.
Right. And I think both parties can agree upon, come to a mutual agreement, like, upon that fact,
do I think that they came to a mutual agreement on that particular part? That question was never posed, but I would say that, Andrew, I know his worldview for sure. Yeah. And then Cap, I would say that, probably so. I would say that that's Cap's view. But fair enough, man. Any other questions or any other statements?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment up on Rachel when she got on and she kind of came at Cap. And I mean, that's what she's supposed to do as his wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you expect? But I would say to Cap, I understand that what you were saying as far as where the term wife beater originated from. And you weren't making that a generalization. You were saying that's where the term came from. I didn't know that. You know what I'm saying? So he kind of enlightened me in that aspect. So, but no, we have to recognize, man, our women as not only the weaker vessels, but also as comparable in the sense that we of empowerment. We are to empower them. Like women, you might hear women these days say, "I want a man, but I don't need a man," and I would say that's equivalent. Like that's equivalent to me saying, "I want a Tesla robot, but what do I actually need in order to acquire one?" You know what I'm saying? First of all, I need to understand, the concepts of like artificial intelligence, spatial computing, and augmented reality, or else that $70,000 Tesla robot just becomes a liability, so to speak. So yeah, that's basically what I was thinking about as I was watching the debate. But two men of God, man, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to both of them, man. So
Fair enough, man. Fair enough. Appreciate the support, man. Have a blessed one. All right, we got Mojo Dojo. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name. Where you from?
What's poppin', bro? Is this good? Can you see me?
I can see you good, man.
Appreciate you, man. I was coming up here. I was listening to the debate and even speaking on polygyny. It was odd.
What's your take on the debate? Who you think won? Give me your perspective.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to, and I even rock with Andrew. I believe Andrew he normally articulates himself very well. The other brother, in my opinion, he tried to articulate himself, but his arguments and the context of his speech were just inaccurate. There were things that he was saying that, in my opinion, didn't line up with polygyny actually was involved. I'm a Nigerian Yoruba man, and we practice polygyny in a totally different aspect, and it has nothing to do with sex, nothing at all. Normally, the men that were able to practice this type of form, they had a social status and or they had the ability to acquire more than one woman because they were better than the subpar men that the women were overlooking. So therefore, to have the best lineage and legacy, you then connected the families with the man that was the most prominent. So that's why in most cases, when you're practicing polygyny, why you should actually do it. And then the argument of people supposed to be monogamous is actually insane. I believe people that practice dating multiple people, especially dating multiple people at once, you're practicing a form of polyamory, which means people dating multiple people without actually being connected. So people that are trying to say that, oh, this person must be monogamous while they're dating me, but they have also since been with and slept with another person, especially if you're going to say that they were bedded and wedded, then you will be committing adultery. So that I'm not even a religious person.
Yeah. I would say, and just for the chat, we got a lot of people still in here. Let me just give you my views on polygyny versus monogamy and stuff like that. So when it comes to polygyny, is it good for the West? No, I don't think that it would be good for the West. When it comes to polygyny, if you actually think about it, what would be optimal for the general population to practice when it comes to relationships? What would be optimal? It would be optimal for one man and one woman to meet and be virgins. That's what's optimal. They get together and they're virgins. So if they're virgins, the woman, she hasn't been with anyone. She has no one to compare and contrast. The man, he hasn't been with anyone. He has no one to compare and contrast. This doesn't mean that the man is not still going to have a desire for quantity. This doesn't mean that the woman is still not going to have a desire for her hypergamous nature to get the best man. That would still be there. But at the end of the day, if you meet together in one man, one woman, both are virgins, you have the best optimal outcome of having true, genuine love. There's nothing like your first love. I think that most people can attest to this. The first time you fell in love, and that goes wrong, you're like chasing to find that same feeling of love. It's like hard to get that same feeling of love. It's just the same. Even with sex, the first time little homie get his meat wet, God dang, I never felt nothing that warm again in my life, man. I never felt nothing like it. And listen, that first time is the best time for the man. It don't never feel that warm and gushy again, brother. So think about it. If you just get one woman, one man, they virgins, they stay together forever, binded with God, morals, and goodness. I think that's what's optimal. So if we're speaking about what's optimal, that. When we're speaking about polygyny in a sense of like, okay, is it really bad if like the top tier guys that can actually obtain multiple women, and these women are going to get on the man's program and they are going to follow his lead and they don't have any problem? This is what they desire. This one top value guy to have multiple chicks. That's most people can't do it anyway. So it's like, you can't even do it. But for the top tier guys, for them to do it, only if it's polygyny, not like
polygamy. No, I wouldn't.
Not polygamy, but polygyny.
Polyandry.
Yeah, like polyandry. Like if they're just sleeping around and like smashing and disposing, I don't think that's anything good at all. I think if like they marry and commit to the woman, and it's even better if they marry and commit and they're all virgins and stuff like that. All right, I would think that's good too. But once you start sleeping around, bro, and promiscuity and all of this stuff, things just go all bad, man. Things just go all bad. But anyways, that's my quick, brief perspective.
I set mine up though, because it's mostly to be an advancement and growth of the family. And the reason why we did it, and the reason why it's supposed to happen, is you're supposed to be bringing your possible assets and or your growth into one household. It's not supposed to be about the bedroom. In any type of relationship, if you're, in my personal opinion, monogamous or in a poly relationship, if you're sleeping with multiple people, it's actually wrong. So how I set up my polygynous relationships, and I think that it's more beneficial and secure than most marriages, is because I entrusted my partners. So when you have an entrusted partner, you can even have customary weddings, but that's vastly different. So I legally cannot marry both of my women, but I can have both of my women on a family trust that oversees our businesses, and within our trust, we can have certain securities like life insurance policies.
Fair enough. You're saying that you do it for
I do it for a purpose.
from a business standpoint. From a business standpoint.
And this is why I say that some of you brothers, even if you are, I want to call you broke, pardon me. Let me say you're trying to fix your financial position and you have multiple women that you're dealing with, say children. If you're going to be dealing with multiple women, and then you're going to be dealing with multiple women that possibly have children outside of the home, and my personal opinion, since you already did the irresponsible thing and created multiple children that you're not going to possibly be there for, I would say that the most responsible option you could do is build yourself up to be a man that can communicate with a woman and form a structure that can actually benefit you both, because you're already going to be dealing with this person. Most men don't want a man, whether you're monogamous or not, to be raising your kids. You don't want to have a man tell you, especially so I don't have any kids, I'm not going to date a woman that has a child and I'm paying for it, and then her baby dad, let's say he's a righteous, impeccable man, her baby dad calls because I tried to just possibly articulate or not even discipline, have a conversation with the child, and the child didn't like what I said. Not saying I was rude, egregious, or anything.
Question on the one part you said you don't have any kids, but you do practice polygyny currently,
yes,
right?
Sir. Yes, sir.
So my question would be, you would be dating multiple women in serious relationships with multiple women. If it's not for the purpose of children, you're saying, but it's for the purpose of business, is it really serious?
Oh yeah, for me, I don't have to have children to be serious. I've been serious before kids or not.
Do you plan on having children? That's my question. Do you plan on having children with your wives? Okay, you just haven't yet, you're saying. So would you say that one of the other purposes of having multiple wives is to have many children as well? Is that another?
What it was for. That's
okay, got it. And then you're saying that you put on the business aspect of it.
Yeah, but my family, and my personal opinion is the most important business I have outside serving my creator. That's my biggest,
Fair enough. Got it.
business investment.
Well, listen, man.
So if I was to
Thank
die,
you.
she would be able to take
Thank
care
you
of
for your input, man. I do appreciate you, Mojo Dojo. You want to go ahead and give a quick shout out to whatever you got going on? I want to get some more people up.
Oh man, I just appreciate it. I don't want to self-promote, man. I've been watching you do your thing, dog. Inspiration, even when you go through some adversity, man. So keep doing your thing, dog. I'll probably have another time to speak with you if that's possible.
I appreciate you, brother. Have a blessed one. All right, let's get some more super chats, and I think we got one more other person to come up. And once again, chat, if anyone wants to come up, the link is in the description. You can go ahead and come on up. Just click that link. I'll bring you up, and you can go ahead and give your perspective on the debate. We got Sublime Providence and $10. Cooley, you are wrong. Look it up. You cannot have a percentage in your Y chromosome. You inherit 100% of your fathers. Taz is slow. Captain Taz, too slow to see 30% of blacks and 90% of white by his own view. Okay. I don't think I was wrong on that. I didn't say that. I didn't say anything like that, but I think I get what you're saying. Okay. Fair enough. Listen, man, I'm not a Hebrew Israelite, so I don't adhere to their worldview anyway. They're worried about like the percentage of the father and his. I don't give a freak about none of that. None of that has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with Cooley and No Fugazi podcast. Listen, I don't care if you're white, black, Spanish, Puerto Rican, Mexican, Italian, German, all the ands. At the end of the day, love is love. Being a good person is being a good person. Following God's order is what we should be going after. Race don't matter, bro. I don't give a freak about race. I can care less when it comes to race. I do not judge people by the color of their skin. I judge them by the context of their character, man. By the context of their character. Yeah. Or the content. What did Martin Luther King say? I think it was context. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I think that was it for, did I get I think I got at least all the super chats that was, over $10. I did get all of those. Okay. That's good. All right. We got, Jay the Smoke. What's going on, man? Welcome to No Fugazi podcast.
Hey, what's going on, man? I be tapped into your data and stuff all the time. I like to watch that content.
I appreciate you, man. I appreciate that, man. What's your thoughts on the debate?
I didn't hear the debate. I came in on the last half when he was talking to the other brother about multiple wives. So I sent in the super chat and I asked the question. I wanted you to ask him. He knows me. I'm his worst nightmare. I've talked to these brothers on Clubhouse for like 5 years.
Talking about who you talking about?
Captain Tazaryach.
Okay.
So I know his doctrine 100%. There is nothing he can ask me that I won't be able to answer. And if you really want to be entertained, bring me up to debate him on any subject. Gentiles, virgin birth, whether Jesus is God. And you would watch him stumble and fumble and get upset because he knows I got his number. But either way, right? The question I sent through the super chat. 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 1 and 2. Paul
you
says,
sent
let
that one.
every man, yes, I sent it. Paul says, let every man have his own wife, and let every woman have her own husband. I wanted him to explain how, if he has 5 wives, because he have a bunch of wives, how that's not breaking that particular commandment because they all share him as a husband. Because the scripture says each of them should have their own husband. So how is he not breaking that particular scripture and that particular commandment? So the reason I asked you to ask him that, the second reason, is because he speaks from the Old Testament. So he don't see the Bible as old and new. First contract, second contract. They don't understand how contract works. So they mixed it all together. So you see, whenever you speak to a Hebrew Israelite, you should speak to them from a covenantal sense. The terms and conditions set up by Jesus Christ and the terms and conditions set up by Moses. And you should show him the contradiction by trying to mix the two. So I wanted him to explain that. And like I said, if you wanna see something entertaining, Tell him you want him to speak to Jay to Smoke and bring me up. I don't come on YouTube. I'm on Clubhouse. Let me say
Okay,
this and
fair
I'm going to let you
enough.
go, Cooley. This is the last thing I want to say and
Yeah,
I'm going to let you go. He
yeah.
brought Nadia Macabre up here. That's the brother Corey Brewer. They came on Clubhouse bragging and they put the clip in the link. So I watched it. Corey asked you, if God loves if God wants to save the Gentiles, why did Jesus only come for the Israelite? He thought he confounded you. And you shouldn't really know how to answer a brother like him because he's the slickest of them all. He's the best of them all, debate
Yeah, I
wise.
mean, I've
So
I've debated many of them, and I'm familiar with their tactics. They interpretate the Bible like very weird. Like I've spent hours debating them, scripture for scripture for scripture, and then they always insert their own interpretation rather than just like reading it. But the interpretation be what their interpretations cause them to contradict themselves. And I think that Andrew Wilson actually did point out a few contradictions in the debate, but that's what normally happens because since they don't use the logos, they don't use any logic or anything. They're like almost like void of logic when it comes to the debating. They kind of stick to biblical scriptures, and not all. Some of them are logical. I'm not speaking about all of them, but there's many of them that are void of logic, and you can easily catch them in logical contradictions on how they interpretate their own scripture. So yeah, man, I get what you're saying, brother, and I'll definitely when I do open panel debate night. I'll have you up, man. I have people up all the time. I open up my platform to many people. So just shoot me a DM at No Fugazi Podcast on Instagram. Shoot me that DM. So then when I do the open format debates, I'll give you the time, the schedule, and the link to join. I got you, man, for sure.
all right, no problem. Let me finish making this point because I wanted to give you this real quick. So when he asked you that question, Corey Brewer, well, his name is Corey Brewer on Clubhouse. All you had to do was agree with him. Yes, Jesus, that's what the text says. Jesus came only for the Israelites. But when he died, starting in Acts chapter 9, he sent his apostles to the nations, to the ethnos, to the Gentiles. So that's where the inclusion of the rest of the nations of the world became a part of salvation. And the conversation is over. A brother like him wouldn't ask me a question like that because I've done beat them up on that for 5 years. He wouldn't if I was on the screen with you like this, he would have never asked you that question because he knows.
Listen, man, I like the
Yes.
confidence, brother, and I will bring you up. So remember, when you get off of here, shoot me a DM at No Fugazi Podcast on Instagram. I got you, man. I'll bring you up. I always have Hebrew Israelites up.
I got you.
And I'll definitely have you up to spar with them, man. But I like the confidence, brother. Have a blessed one, man. Appreciate you.
All right, you
All right,
too,
man. Peace. All right. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. How'd you like the debate, man?
Oh, I just wanted to give you a big shout out. First of all, I love all your videos. I like your arguments, but I definitely argued.
brother like that.
Yeah, you just cut out. Can't hear you. I do appreciate the compliments, though, man. But you just literally froze. So I'm gonna go ahead and let you go, and you're gonna have to come back up. Close the stream, come back up because you completely froze. All right, chat. Man, this was a good debate night. This stream was 4 hours and 41 minutes. I do believe the Andrew Wilson and Captain Tazaryach debate lasted for a good 2 hours and 45 minutes, almost 3 hours. So, yeah. Do we got more people coming up? It looks like. If you are coming up, just make sure you don't have to have your camera on, but it's better if you do have your camera on. But let's see. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. State your name. Where you from?
Yes, word of the Lord.
All right, man. How'd you like the debate with Andrew Wilson and Captain Tazaryach?
Well, the guy that just called and asked about 1 Corinthians 7:2, Paul is actually referring to someone sleeping with one of his father's wives. That's why he's saying, let every man have his own wife and let every woman have her own husband. And if you even read this in Greek, the Greek word for own that was used for the man is eaftu. that's exclusive for the man. It means his own in Greek. But for the woman, it uses idion, which is inclusive for the woman. It means, if you translate that to English, it means it's like saying the same in English. So it's actually saying the same man that she belongs to in Greek.
Got it. So the difference is own when it's speaking about the man is saying that he has his own wife, his own woman.
Mm-hmm.
Plural or singular?
It's saying. My bad. I got an echo.
Because if it's singular, then it's still the same thing.
No. It's saying.
Is it talking about wives or just talking about? Is it talking about?
You're talking about the word wife?
Woman or women?
I don't understand what you're saying that.
So essentially, I got you real quick. So essentially, you're saying that the Greek interpretation is meaning the word "own" for the man is speaking about like his own wife or his own woman, but then the "own" for the Greek interpretation for woman is speaking about the same. So meaning that instead of saying "own," we just saying "same." So the woman should have the same man or the same husband, but the man should have his own. Now that's fine if "own" still means like own, like if it's meaning like own, like ownership, or is it meaning like his own, like his just these wives are his own for him only? That's what it means, or what are you speaking about?
Yes, because he's speaking about a man that is he's like I said.
Well, which one is it? Like own, like ownership, or his own, like just for him?
It's Eaf2 is exclusive to the man.
Okay, so it's just for him. So just for him. Now the thing is, if you're trying to say that verse in Greek on how you interpreted it, if this is meaning that, well, the woman can have the same man, she can't have any different men, but for the man, he can have different women. This wouldn't mean, this doesn't say that. You would be inserting that in there.
I'm saying that this woman is exclusive to him.
That's fine.
The woman
she could be exclusive to him.
Yes, but the women are inclusive. So that's by if let's say that Paul knows the law, right? He is a Pharisee, so he's not going to change the law.
Yeah, no. So don't even move off of here. Let's actually stay here.
Yeah, we are.
So if you just think from, I don't have the Greek up, I'm going by from what you said. And what I'm saying from what you're saying and what you're trying to infer, it isn't adding up, right? The only way, if own in Greek for the man means for himself, and own for the woman means the same, meaning like she should have the same man, but then for the man is saying that his woman, that should just be only for himself. Is what it's not saying is the man should have multiple women. It's not saying that. I don't know where you're getting that from. This you would be inserting that in there.
No, because you can always go back to chapter 5.
Okay, well, once again, we were just thinking on this verse.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's what he's talking about. That's what he's referring to. That's why he's saying your own. Because he's talking about a man. It's
okay. So you said that in the other verses, it was speaking about, I guess, someone was committing adultery.
With one of his father's wife. He wasn't sleeping with his own mother.
Okay, so even if someone committed adultery, and then we're looking at Corinthians 7, verse 1 and 2, I don't know how you can get how you can get that, how you can interpretate that the man should have many wives or many women out of what you just interpreted from the Greek when it's talking about his own. It's not saying many.
Okay, the guy he's referring to, the guy's father, he has more than one wife, right? He's confronting a man for sleeping with one of his father's wife, because he's not sleeping with his own mother. He's not saying anything. He's not speaking against the father for having more than one wife.
Even if he's not, I would actually say the opposite. I would actually interpret it. Actually, you would be proving the point of monogamy in this, because if the man committed adultery, and Paul is speaking about the man that committed adultery, and he's saying it is good for a man not to have sexual relations with a woman. But since sexual immorality is occurring, meaning that in the other passages, it was saying that someone committed adultery, it says each man should have sexual relationships with his own wife, and each woman with her own husband. Now, you brung up the Greek scripture, and you said the interpretation of own for woman versus man is two different things. Even if we include that in there, the verse is still not suggesting that the man could have many wives or many women. That's not what it's suggesting. That's not what it's suggesting. I would say that if anything in this verse, this would be saying that, well, yeah, man, a lot of sexual immorality is occurring. So the man should only have his own wife, and the woman should only have her own husband, and that's it. Like, if anything, I would say this would be a scripture that promotes monogamy, not polygyny. So I don't know what you're talking about over here, man. If you are saying that it is promoting polygyny, you are inserting that, because it's not speaking about plural. I see no wives. I see no husbands. I see none of this stuff. It is speaking singular. This is why I asked you, is it plural or is it singular? But your only interpretation was own. That's what you said. You said you went to Greek, and the own versus man versus woman is two different definitions. But anyways, man, in regards to the debate, bro, who you think won, Andrew Wilson or Captain Tazaryach?
It really went off topic. It went too far off topic.
You think it went too far off topic?
Yeah.
I don't think it did. I think it was times where it still adhered to the debate title: is polygyny good for the West? Is polygyny a sin? I think for a lot of it, in the beginning, actually, they were speaking about, I actually wrote it down. The reason why it seemed like it went off is because they were having a debate on what is marriage. Like, what do you actually consider to be marriage? Do you get what I'm saying? And if polygyny is multiple wives, this would be marrying multiple wives. So it seemed a little bit like off topic, but it was on topic, man. It was on topic. But listen, man, I appreciate the call.
A Christian, right?
Yeah. I appreciate the call, man. I want to go ahead and bring some more people up. I really do appreciate the call. And I nothing but blessings for you, brother. Have a good one.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure, go ahead. Say one more thing, sure.
In Matthew 19:29, it says, "And Jesus said unto them, Verily I say unto you, that ye which have followed
me." Man, you
me."
brung up a whole nother script. I thought you were just going to say one more thing. I'm not trying to get into any back and forth or anything like that, man. But listen, I do open debate night, and you can definitely join open debate night. I'm not trying to debate tonight. I was really just, when you read that script and you were trying to say that script is in favor of polygyny, it just didn't make any sense. That's why I had to correct you.
No, that's not what I was saying. I was saying that that's not against polygyny. That's what I was trying to prove.
Well, it would, if anything, it is for that would be in promotion of monogamy. If anything, of that verse would be in favor of. Yep. So, but anyways, man, fair enough. Have a blessed one, brother. You can always join Open Up Panel Debate Night, and I'll bring you up anytime. All right, chat. Where we at? Okay, we still got like 900 people up in here. Hit the like button. Let me see how many likes we at, man. I'm still down to rock out with y'all, man. We at 965 likes. Come on, man. We got some Ninja Watchers. I know you guys didn't all like the video, so do this for me. Listen, real quick. I'll just say it. If you don't like the podcast, you're gay. You are gay. You're gay. You're gay. You're gay. Your mother knows you're gay. Your father knows you're gay. You're out the closet if you don't like the video now. Like the video now. I got to make fun of y'all that's not liking the video. So if you ain't like the video, matter of fact, if you ain't like the video, nigga, you got to clap. Ah, dang, I said it. Nigga, if you don't like the video, you're gay and you got HIV. Who knows? I don't know. But like the video, bro. And it's crazy because the like is free. Like, it doesn't cost to like the video. It takes 2 seconds. You just hit the freaking like button. Like, come on, bro. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. How'd you like the debate? And who do you think won, Andrew Wilson or Captain Tazaryach?
First of all, I want to say, how you doing, Mr. Fugazee?
I'm doing good, man.
Yes, I'm a big fan of your show. And to answer your question, who I thought won the debate, I go with Andrew Wilson.
And why?
I thought his talking points were very they were just, to me, they were just better. I don't know how else to explain it. They were just better. And Tazaryach, and I don't know. But can I say something else though?
Sure, you can give some input in for sure.
Yes, sir. I am totally opposed to polygamy. I do not support polygamy at all, especially for the Black community. I believe heterosexual monogamous relationships and marriages are better. And the reason I don't support polygamy is because it's just men trying to justify their sexual lustful desires of engaging in sexual intercourse with multiple women. Bible to justify their sexual degenerate behavior. I am a Christian. The Christian Bible does not support polygamy at all.
All right, fair enough, man. Fair enough.
And, I want to say one more thing, and I'm gonna let you go. It's really not good for the Black community because we already have out of wedlock births, as it is. The Black man, he lacks sexual discipline, and if you ask a lot of African American women in the United States, do they support polygamy? They would tell you no. They do not support it. They do not support being in a relationship or a marriage and happy to share themselves with other women. And I would love to come on your program one day and debate Tazaryach. And I don't believe that Black people are Hebrew Israelites. We're not. Black people, at the end of the day, we are descendants of slaves. We come from Africa. And we are not Jewish people. We do not come from Israel at all. And if he's up for the challenge, though, I would love to debate Tazaryach.
Listen, man. So I do open debate night, brother. So you can definitely come on and join open panel debate night. The next open panel debate night I'll be doing, what is today? Wednesday. The next one I'll be doing is Sunday. So this Sunday coming up, I'll be doing open panel debate night. I always have Hebrew Israelites on because they're always in the chat and they come up and they join. So I'll definitely shoot Captain Taz a DM, and if he wants to come on up, he can for open debate night. And yeah, man, you can definitely go ahead and spar. So I don't know if you watch the channel much, but I do open debates at least. Okay, I do open debates at least twice a week.
I watch your show very much, and I'm like I said, I'm a really big fan of your show. This is my first time calling in, and you give very insights, very educational. You have a lot of knowledge and stuff like that, and I love it. But if I just want to speak and just say to the black man that polygamy is not something that we need in our community. Monogamous, being able to establish a healthy, loving, caring, peaceful, functional relationship between black men and black women, or men and women in general, which is heterosexual monogamy, is the best way to go.
All right, man. Thank you for that, brother. Well, listen, man, I guess I'll see you this Sunday, man, right? Cool. All right. Let's see here. Where we at? Where the likes at? Because listen, if you didn't like the channel, you're definitely gay. And you're not like regular gay. You're like bottom gay. You're the bottom gay. That's what you are. If you didn't like the video yet, you are the bottom. You're not the top. And I would actually say that the top, man, the top, maybe, listen, listen, man, let's just move the conversation forward. Let's not even put too much thought into it. But you gay. I know y'all like the suit. Listen, I'm gonna be honest. Under this little desk right here is sweatpants, bro. I don't got on the whole suit. I take this off. This is just a regular tight shirt. Where is this shirt from? This shirt is from, we keep it No Fugazi here for anyone that's new watching the channel, man. This is what we do. No Fugazi means keeping it real, right? We keep it real all the time here. This shirt is from Burlington. This jacket is from Zara. Zara is a good store. I don't know if anyone shops at Zara, but they got the stuff that fit right on you. It makes I'm only 205, but it makes the 205 look at least like 220. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, get the likes up, man. I don't think anyone else is backstage to join the stream. Let me see where the super chats are. Okay, no other super chats. So I got some of the old ones, the ones that's under $5 that I didn't read, but yeah, they're so old, and they were like questions to Captain Tazaryach and Andrew Wilson, so kind of pointless to read them. But I do appreciate everyone that sent in a super chat. I really do appreciate it. Wait, do we got someone else coming backstage? Let's see. Let's see. Nope, don't say anything yet. All right, well, fair enough, man. This podcast is No Fugazi. I appreciate everyone tuning in. Tonight, I think it was a good debate. I think it was a good spirited debate. I liked the way it went. Had a lot of people in here supporting. Shout outs again to Andrew Wilson. Shout outs to Captain Tazaryach. Shout outs to everyone that sent in super chats and donated to the podcast. And even shout outs to the people that didn't send in anything, but you like the podcast, because at least I know you're not gay. With that being said, this podcast was No Fugazi, and we out. Peace. And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast, by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long.
Made over.
Doing new things. Men are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in comfort. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we could box. I'm about my business. So remember, I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay, though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman.